Chapter 332. Bai Su's face was full of disbelief. He was unwilling to believe it. In this book, gold versus jade, treasure versus pearl, jade rabbit versus golden crow. A lone boat against a short or a wild goose against a pair of mallards. It was the same as the children's song, catch grasshoppers, change grasshoppers, catch grasshoppers, get eggs. Written by the same person? Reading books was like floating clouds in the sky. Listening to nursery rhymes was like floating maggots in a cesspool. Brother, don't joke. Bai Su expressed his disbelief. It's true. I'm old Bai's little friend. I'm a dignified second-rank Hunan official. The first time we met, he kept calling me old Bai. It was quite pleasant to hear. Ha. Bai Gu laughed again. He couldn't help but want to laugh when he thought of the youth's actions and words when he questioned Li Yi at the bridge yesterday. It was too interesting. Why didn't he write nice sentences? Bai Su pursed his lips. Wasn't it the same when I wrote the notice to the people? It had to be something that the people could understand. Bai Gu sighed. That youth's actions were erratic. It was impossible to guess what he was thinking and what he was going to do next. The only thing that was certain was that he was good to the people. He also bribed the officials and got land at a cheap price. When he got the land, he increased the wages. The money saved from renting the land was not enough to buy meat for the workers. Thinking about it carefully, in order to achieve his goal, the youth didn't care about money. He was a man of great achievements. Brother, I've kept the book. I'll send it to you when I'm done. This book. Bai Su carefully stuffed it into his sleeve and held it with his other hand. Pass it on. The three-character classic was also written by him. When I was there, he was still writing medical books. Bai Gu looked at the people who were still running out of the city and said, Li Yi, who was said to be a man of great achievements, wrote 10 nursery rhymes in a row. It was simple like counting treasures. There was no need to deliberately match the rhymes. Take them out and pass them on. The simpler the folk, the more powerful it is. Open the city gate to welcome the king of roaming. The king of roaming comes and doesn't pay. Ha. Li Yi put down his pen and said to the people around him. He also muttered to himself. In the blink of an eye, it was the 6th day of the 3rd lunar month. Many people were sent to the mountains like sacks. There were more and more locusts. They should have started to eat the unharvested wheat, but at night, under the light of the fire, they flew over. The commoners used bags of various sizes to store them, and even ran out to catch them during the day. There were more than 40,000 chickens and ducks, and the number of unfertilized eggs that appeared every day was not small. This time he could go all out. In addition to collecting grasshoppers, they also collected pigweed and grass and chaff for horses. Dongzhu, at this rate we won't be able to last more than a few days. At night they go to faraway places to catch them. There are also carts of them from other counties. The villager was anxious and ran over to Li Yi to report. Didn't you bring a lot of soap and other things? There are also silk and copper coins. Sell these things to the rich. If the eggs aren't enough, convert them into money and give them money. In a few days the chicken and duck seedlings will hatch and feed them to the chicks and ducklings. They can catch locusts and chop them up to feed them. Li Yi was not worried. After deducting the cost of hiring workers and food, he still made a profit from the exchange of grasshoppers. Many grasshoppers were placed in large pots and blanched with boiling water before being dried. The piglets were fed locusts and pigweed, and they grew at least 2 jin of meat a day. The more they grew, the more meat they grew. When they reached their peak, they stopped growing. The piglets did not have chaff. Out of the 5,000 piglets, there were 500 boars and 4,500 sows. The ratio was 1 to 9. Under such circumstances, the probability of sows giving birth to piglets was higher. In another 7 months, the boars could be bred, and the piglets would be born during the new year. In February and March of next year, there would be a drought and a plague of locusts. Li Yi had calculated all the growth cycles. The pigs ate more locusts than the chickens and ducks. Now the piglets were shown to the commoners who came over. The piglets' ears were burned with serial numbers. Some of the commoners had been watching for a few days and realized that the piglets fed to the grasshoppers grew really fast. With Luoyang as the center, there is still a long time before the end of the year. It is enough time for many people to know about this matter. Li Yi said as he picked up the brush again and prepared to copy the medical book. To the east of the Taihang Mountains were Hunan, Hebei, Shandong, Shaanxi and other places. They were all important places for wheat production. These places produced less grain for a year, so they would be hungry. Naturally, they would send less grain to Chang'an. How high would the price of wheat rise? Originally, they would produce 10 jin, sell 6 jin, and eat the remaining 4 jin. Now they would not produce 1 jin. The imperial court would give them grain and the difference would be huge. Li Yi knew the scale of the plague of locusts that was recorded in the history books. He also knew that from then on they would fight the locusts here every year. If the plague of locusts in several provinces was stopped, the extra wheat might be enough for the Tang dynasty to launch a large-scale invasion. Urgent report from Hunan. In Xingqing Palace, Li Longji had not been sleeping well these days. He felt that something was missing and was not used to it. Today he received new news about Li Yi. Bring it over, officials. Li Longji said to the messenger who delivered the report. He also signaled that the 3 prime ministers and the minister of works could leave. We also miss him. Zhang Shua did not want to leave. Zhang Shua, who are you thinking about? Li Longji was unhappy. Why do you keep thinking about Li Yi? What does it have to do with you? I'm thinking about the drought and the plague of locusts. Yao Chong spoke at the crucial moment. Lu Huaishan, Wei Zhigu and Zhang Shua nodded. Yes, we are thinking for the people. Read it. Li Longji did not believe the words of the prime ministers at all. When Li Yi first arrived in Luoyang, he disembarked from the ship west of Luoyang. He hired helpers to move poultry and urgently found a broker to rent land. The registrar of Luoyang County was bribed by Li Yi and offered the lowest price. Li Yi took the initiative to raise the price and gave other officials benefits. The registrar made the decision to increase the forest from 540 mu to 800 mu, which was only 20 mu a year. Li Yi led the team into the mountains and made arrangements overnight. 2 days later, the ditch was completed, the bridge was built and a large number of workers were recruited. Hunan magistrate Baigu heard the news and personally went to the bridgehead with more than 200 cavalry. He asked Li Yi if he knew his mistake. Everyone was shocked. Li Yi took a few steps forward and grabbed Baigu's arm. Old Bai, stop fooling around. We were just waiting for you. Let me tell you, I'm dying of laughter. Waha. Without waiting for him to finish, Zhang Shua clutched his stomach and squatted on the ground. He then knelt on the ground and slapped the ground with his hands. He did not look like a prime minister at all. Old Bai, stop fooling around. Ha ha ha. Wei Zhigu also squatted down. Yao Chang's face was flushed red. He looked like he was trying his best to hold back his laughter. Lu Huaishan sat there with his neck leaning against the back of the chair. He looked up, ha ha. Li Longji clenched his fists tightly, his expression sinister. Ha, ha, some of the palace maids and eunuchs couldn't hold back their laughter. They covered their faces and turned around. Li Longji tried to hold it in, but in the end he couldn't hold it in any longer. Ah. Old Bai. Yao Chong also began to pant, but he continued to laugh. For a moment, the entire Xingqing hall was filled with a joyful atmosphere. The young man reading the script laughed until tears came out of his eyes. He also didn't know that was the content. After a full quarter of an hour, everyone recovered. Zhang Shua clutched his stomach and grinned. Your Majesty, you can't say that to Empress Wang. The child is important. Li Longji took a deep breath and nodded. He said to the young man, skip the unimportant parts. Chapter 333. Everyone adjusted their mentality and continued to listen. They understood the news from before the 3rd of March. Li Yi had just disembarked when he found a place to settle down. At the same time, he had a way to contact the Luoyang County Yamen. Then the Hunan governor, Baigu, personally rushed over and had a good chat with Li Yi. They stayed there at night and water was drawn from the well on the mountain that night. Many commoners were hired. The wages were high and the food was good. Many children also went to help and received money. Li Yi used the method of exchanging grasshoppers for eggs to collect a large number of grasshoppers. At the same time, there was a saying that chickens, ducks, and pigs ate locusts, and the heavens did not punish sinners. In other words, Li Yi was not in danger there. The camp had been set up and there was no conflict with the local officials. The commoners were also very supportive. Everyone was silent after hearing this. They did not know what to say. Everyone, tell me, how is Li Yi's trip so far? Li Longji asked complacently. Everyone looked at each other. Wei Zhigu found that 3 people looked at him first. Fine, Li Yi had saved his life, so he should go first. Your Majesty, Imperial Physician Li Yi is indeed extraordinary. In just a few days he contacted an official and it was the Hunan governor. At the same time, his military formation was perfect and he could attack and defend. There was a well on the mountain, and he did not have to worry about being surrounded by enemies. He did not fight with the commoners, was close to the children, treated the workers well, and let the commoners benefit. He handled things thoroughly. Wei Zhigu flattered and then wanted to laugh. He endured it. He looked at Lu Huaishan. Zhang Shua and Yao Chong looked at Lu Huaishan at the same time. Lu Huaishan thought that his new home was indeed not bad. The place was big and the furniture was new. He stood up and spoke. Imperial physician Li Yi wanted to use Luoyang's convenient transportation to teach the method of raising poultry. Good. He did not disturb the commoners, did not offend the Hunan governor, and did not interfere with the administration. In the face of a serious disaster, he dealt with it with gentleness. Good. He advanced steadily step by step. Who knows how many people benefited from it? He stabilized the chaos of the Tang dynasty. Good. After saying these words, Lu Huaishan thought about it and found that there was no problem. It was not a lie. Li Yi did it. Therefore, it was definitely not because she was living in a house that someone else had built for her. Yes, that was not the case. Yao Chong and Zhang Shua looked at each other. Zhang said and stretched out 2 fingers. Yao Chong got up. He understood Zhang Shua's gesture. Both of their homes had been renovated, but they would first decorate it for Yao Chong. The best craftsmen had arrived at Zhang Shua's place. It could not be said that the craftsmen were not good. This subject requests your majesty to promote Grand Imperial Physician Li Yi to Jinziguang Lu Daifu. Yao Chong directly mentioned promotion. I haven't given it to Dr. Yinqing Guanglu yet. Li Longji threw the question of how to explain to Yao Chong. I do want to raise Li Yi's rank, but I can't say it. You are the one who suggested it. Tell everyone why you want to jump ranks. Yao Chong did not want to waste his breath. He simply said, Your Majesty, Li Yi has been reliable in his work. He opened up the situation in a few days. There are no problems in the officialdom, in the people's livelihood, and in the military. Such a person, it is not overboard to give him a third-rank civil official. If anyone is dissatisfied, give them tens of thousands of chickens and ducks. Bring them to a place and let them find a place to settle down on the same day. At the same time, the officials will not cause trouble. Yao Chong directly said what to do with those who are dissatisfied. You come once. If you succeed, I will also give you a promotion. If you don't, then, it's not that I look down on you, but you don't even know how to bribe. If you have the ability, go and face Baigu and shout old Bai. If you can then be safe and sound, I won't even be the prime minister anymore. I will let you be. Yao Chong was puzzled. When they met, Baigu clearly wanted to show Li Yi his power. In the end, Li Yi went up and grabbed Baigu's arm. He called him Old Bai, and brought him across the bridge. They even had a meal together. Why wasn't Baigu angry? What went wrong? Yao Chong sat back down with a belly full of confusion. In any case, he had said that he would be promoted directly to a third-rank civil official. Everyone looked at Zhang Shou and said, Last one, it's your turn. Zhang Shou stood up. This subject agrees. After he finished speaking, he sat back down. The 3 of them glared at him. What do you mean you agree? We said so much, but when it's your turn you only say 4 words? Since all of you insist on giving Grand Physician Li Yi a greater responsibility, I will listen to all of you this once. Minister Yao will speak to the provincial officials. Li Longji said with a look that said, You are the one who insisted on giving Li Yi a promotion. I have no choice but to agree. After the matter was settled, if the censorate said that he was being promoted too quickly, they would go to the 3 prime ministers and they would say that they wanted a promotion. Li Longji was happy and listened to a few more things. He said that he would give them extra food for lunch and that they should go back. The 4 of them left. Wei Zhigu was in no hurry to leave today. I thought that there would be an open and covert struggle with the local officials. How did it end so quickly? Wei Zhigu couldn't figure it out. Li Yi will go personally. He won't fight with others. He has important matters to attend to. It just so happens that the mountain is under the jurisdiction of the county. Otherwise he would still have a way to contact Baigu. Lu Huaishan had his own opinion on this matter. He knew that Li Yi's movements were troublesome. Everyone was concerned, and Li Yi himself probably didn't want to go out. What was he going to do? Defeat a certain official or some other officials? If he wanted to deal with someone, wouldn't it be easier to find a way to bribe or speak ill of others in Chang'an? Zhang Shua added, just as Huaishan said, Li Yi wants to use the fastest speed to achieve his goal. It looks easy, but I don't even dare to call Baigu old Bai. He has seen through Baigu's thoughts. Yao Chong gave his analysis and looked at Lu Huaishan. I exchanged my house with my calligraphy. If Li Yi does something harmful to the Tang dynasty one day, this old man will be the first to not forgive him. Lu Huaishan first brought up the matter of the house and then his attitude. He didn't want to admit that his thoughts had been guessed. Let's go. I'm busy with the well drilling. Wei Zhigu asked about the situation and returned to his Ministry of Works. When will Li Yi come back? To be honest, I feel uneasy when he's far away. Zhang Shua suddenly said on the way back to the Political Affairs Hall. He won't stay for long. Empress Wang. Li must come back. Lu Huaishan judged from another perspective. It's been another year. He might come up with something new. Luoyang isn't his territory. Yao Chong said from another perspective. Li Yi, who was remembered by many people, finished copying another medical book. When he was eating at night, he met Baigu, who rushed over. This time, Baigu only brought 20 horses, a steward and 3 servants. Hot wine. The wine from last time. Today, 3 taels per person. No more. Baigu didn't say anything and asked for wine first. Li Yi personally poured the wine and heated it. He even brought over a plate of fried grasshoppers. There was beef to eat tonight. Luoyang couldn't have a cow. For some reason, the cow was sent to the foot of the mountain. Li Yi looked at the sad expression of the cow's owner and then looked at the dying cow. He spent a lot of money to buy it and then personally cut it. It could be said to be 2 cuts, but it could also be said to be 1. The blade faced outwards and fell towards the cow's neck. When it was raised again, the cow's head was connected to a section of its spine. Then the farmer next to it gave it a chop with an axe, breaking the spine. The cow closed its eyes. The cow's owner took the money and left crying. Li Yi didn't want to save it. It was too difficult unless it was a human. Even if he couldn't save it, he had to try his best. After killing the cow and examining it, he found that it was indeed sick. It was delivered late because of rumen indigestion. Otherwise, if he bought it and performed emergency surgery, it would have a high chance of survival. After the blood was drained, it could be eaten. Therefore, beef was served tonight. Li Yi naturally had meat to eat. The others had soup. 1 cow's head wasn't enough for everyone to eat. Especially the cow that had rumen indigestion. It was already thin. Old Bai, you found that there are more locusts, right? I can't catch them all no matter how hard I try. Li Yi took another plate of warm cow tendons and sat opposite Baigu. Chapter 334. Baigu stared at Li Yi again. When Li Yi set the table, he asked, "Can you tell? When we were collecting grasshoppers today, the people in the same place said that they were lucky because there were many grasshoppers. Old Bai, you're here. Why would you look for me if there was nothing?" Li Yi's attitude towards Baigu was so casual. Sometimes he would even say something to him. Baigu was willing to chat with Li Yi. It wasn't that he was cheap, but if others talked to him like that, he would get angry and teach them a lesson. Li Yi's identity was revealed. He provided a lot of technology that was beneficial to the people, a lot of songs that were passed down, and a lot of expensive things. This was his status. The key was that Li Yi looked more delicate and was a little cute. He smiled a lot when he saw people and it was hard to get angry at him. Well, there were also 500 winged knights. In this situation, any high-ranking official would have to think about it. He had the talent, wealth, and background. Baigu obviously had other angles besides these. His mother died early and then his father was gone. After his stepmother passed away, she left behind 2 very young sisters. He also had a younger brother and he had to teach him. At the same time, he had to take care of 2 half-sisters. He had a sense of closeness to children. Li Yi actually felt quite guilty. This was a targeted action after analyzing the character's personality. However, Li Yi could guarantee that when Baigu returned to Chang'an this year, he would pay attention. Then when Baigu fell sick, he would pull him to Zhuangzi. He had saved Wei Zhigu and Baigu too. As long as he wasn't so old that his body couldn't function and fell sick, he could save the rest. Baigu didn't know that the young man in front of him had done a psychological profile of himself and made arrangements to save him. He was puzzled. Li Yi started learning when he was in his mother's womb. Then he read 10 lines at a glance and had a photographic memory. How could he reach this level this year? Look at what you've done. What did you do before? Why haven't I heard of you before? Old Bait, your hoof tendon is cold and hard. You can't chew it. 3 of your teeth are missing. Don't worry. Wait for me to go back. Then you can go to Chang'an too. I'll fix it for you. Li Yi looked at Baigu and did not say anything. He took the initiative to say that he had seen that Baigu was missing 3 teeth. I don't want a dead man's tooth, Baigu said as he licked his missing tooth. Are you looking down on me? I'll inlay it in porcelain for you and put gold in the middle. Gold is more stable and won't poison you. I won't give such a good thing to others. Li Yi patted his chest and promised to make good teeth. How much is 1? Baigu had nothing better to do. At least 2 coins, not 1 less. Li Yi's expression was serious. What if I ask others to inlay it in your place? Baigu continued to be idle. As long as it's someone you ask, I'll give you the same price. Li Yi was still so serious. Good. Baigu raised his hand. Good. Li Yi gave him a slap. The 2 of them clapped hands to make an oath. There are too many locusts. I'm afraid that the summer harvest won't be enough. Bai Gu told him the purpose of his visit and asked for peace of mind. The summer harvest is fine. There are still few locusts. The new ones haven't come out yet. Locusts have a growth cycle. If the conditions are suitable, they will come out in half a month and grow up in more than a month. The whole process will take 2 months. It looks like a lot, but it doesn't matter if it's not overwhelming. Eat the stalks of the wheat. The wheat is about to be harvested. Then the land will be flooded and many will drown. In autumn the yield will decrease but frost will come again. Li reassured Bai Gu again. He was calculating the reaction of the people and the speed of the spread of the rumors. He was calculating the reproduction speed of the chickens, ducks and pigs, and the reproduction cycle of the locusts. He was also counting the days of harvesting, plowing, watering, sowing and harvesting in Taihang Mountains and Dongzhou. Everything was stuck at a critical juncture. If that's the case, I'm willing to stay in Hunan. No. Old Bai, listen to me. Go back when you need to. I'll think of a way for you to go back this year. If you go too far away, I'm afraid it'll be too late. Do you know how this cow died? Li was unhappy. If you don't leave, what if you fall sick in Luoyang? How am I going to save you? How did it die? Bai Gu was indeed curious. It thought too much and couldn't think straight. That's why it died. Li gave an answer. Ah, good. If His Majesty summons me back, I'll go back. Bai Gu actually knew that the cow was sick. When you return to Chang'an and don't have a place to stay, I'll arrange a small courtyard in an inn for you. If you have time, you can stay at my zhuangzi. My zhuangzi is big. I'll be building a few new courtyards this year. In the future, I'll keep in touch with you high-ranking officials. Come over to my place to play. Li smiled and invited him. He helped to solve the problem of accommodation in advance. You don't like low-ranking officials? Bai Gu pretended to be unhappy. Low-ranking officials and unfamiliar people can't enter. There's a circle of 1,000 ox guards outside. I can't do anything about it. Li shrugged. So, can we survive this year's locust plague? Bai Gu blinked and became serious. Yes. According to the time, the well drilling team will be here soon. We'll solve as many as we can this year. I don't want something big to happen next year. It'll be detrimental to the imperial court's border arrangements. Li nodded. He believed that Bai Gu would understand the importance of the main food production area. As he spoke, he picked up a fried grasshopper and threw it into his mouth. Bai Gu watched him eat and trembled. He gritted his teeth and also picked up a grasshopper. He frowned and put it into his mouth. After chewing a few times, his eyes lit up. Xiao Yi, this fried grasshopper is delicious. Yes. Old Bai, you finally understand. Li nodded. Of course, fried grasshoppers were delicious. Back then he had people who raised them. They were quite expensive. It's just that they look scary. Bai Gu ate another grasshopper. It tasted good and had a good texture. Can't you just eat it like a prawn? Crabs have so many claws. Isn't it scary to look at? Aren't the first person who ate crabs not scared? Li Yi encouraged him and gave him an example. He realized that the Chinese had a special characteristic. As long as others could eat it, they would try it themselves after seeing it. When it came to his time, it was simpler. When it came to a new thing, everyone's first thought was whether it could be eaten or not. If it could be eaten, it would be protected. Even if it was a foreign species, if it could not be eaten, it would be eliminated. This included the aquatic foreign species water hyacinth. Could not be eaten. It was annoying because it reproduced too quickly. When it was discovered that it was not suitable for humans and was suitable for pigs, the number of water hyacinths decreased. Any creatures that could survive were protected, artificially farmed, inedible, and could not be killed with medicine. Bai Gu did not know that Li Yi was thinking a lot. He ate a few fried grasshoppers and realized that this thing was really good. Xiao Yi, will people get sick if they eat too much grasshopper? Bai Gu thought of the people. Everyone ate grasshopper. Pigs grew quickly after eating it, so it was not a problem for humans to eat it. If eating eggs will make you sick, for example, if you have red spots on your body or if your face is swollen, you can't eat them. If you eat prawns and have the same symptoms, you can't eat them too. This is a type of protein allergy. Oh, it's a protein allergy of the opposite sex. Some people may even be in danger when they have sex. It's not specifically referring to one type. It's not that you'll get sick if you eat one type or another. It's hard to tell. But most people don't have any problems. Eat it. If you're allergic now, don't be afraid. I'll save you. Li Yi explained a little and realized that he did not understand. If it was someone from his era, they would be able to understand after listening and thinking about it carefully. Therefore he simply told Bai Gu to eat it. If anything happened, he would take care of it. Chapter 335. As Baigu listened, he noticed that the young man's eyes and expression changed when he talked about illness. It was a confident, serious, and cautious attitude. Xiao Yi, are you very good at treating illnesses? Baigu licked the toothless area again as he spoke. I can only say that I will try my best. Li Yi shook his head. He wanted to say that the saddest moment was when someone who could be saved died in front of him, and he could do nothing about it. Not all hospitals had top-notch equipment and amazing doctors, and it was too late to transfer patients to other hospitals. How about compared to the Imperial Physicians Department? Baigu wanted a comparison. Old Bai, I believe that every true doctor's heart is the same. Just like the soldiers who died fighting the enemy, they used their lives to tell others that they did their best. Li Yi did not want to use his medical skills to belittle other doctors, even if he was the best in the Tang dynasty. He had a lot of medical equipment, videos to watch, and more theoretical knowledge of Chinese medicine in the future to support him. But all these were not reasons to be proud but responsibilities. Since there was a better technology, he should spread it. Baigu. He realized that Li Yi's words sounded awkward. Was he speaking for someone who was not good enough? The fried grasshopper tastes good. Baigu could only praise the grasshopper again. The winged knights, the farmers, and the hired workers who were eating the fried grasshopper also ate the fried grasshopper. Especially the hired workers, they found that the grasshopper tasted better than the shrimp in the river. It was better to fry it than to boil it, but it needed oil, preferably vegetable oil. If there is no oil, you can dry fry it, grind it into powder, and mix it with other grains. Can still be eaten. Li Yi introduced the way to eat the grasshopper to Baigu. He knew that in the later period of history when the people were hungry, they began to eat the grasshopper. Now they were pretentious and thought that God would punish them. At the same time, other people would not eat them. Besides, if the grasshopper was not made well, the taste would be bad. There's a lack of oil. The commoners can only use a small amount of vegetable oil. Even if you use the method of extracting soybean oil and stir-frying it, you'll probably need to add some seasoning. Baigu was thinking about how to eat grasshoppers and he thought it was possible. Li Yi shook his head as he said, the government can take them or let the people exchange the locusts for soybean oil. Then they can organize people to raise poultry and pigs, and then, it wasn't that the idea wasn't good but that there would be problems with the people who carried it out. When poultry laid eggs, the person in charge would have to embezzle them, and it would be difficult to calculate the number of eggs. It was clearly a law that benefited the people, but with the interference of the government, everything was over. Baigu didn't need Li Yi to say it out loud. He already knew that it was difficult for his superiors to control his subordinates. He also knew that if he went to check Hunan Prefecture's warehouse now, there would definitely be some defects left behind by the previous generations. The previous official took the items and was promoted. The new official just had to grit his teeth and accept the items and say that the amount was correct. If the previous one lost his position, everyone would be relieved. Great, he was the one who took it. Check the accounts and recalculate. When it was recorded, it was said that a certain official's corruption was so great that it was shocking. However, it didn't record where the items that were embezzled by a certain official went. Is there a way to stop corruption? Baigu thought and asked naturally. Li Yi shook his head, no, unless they always check. For example, once a month, they send a different person every time without informing in advance. Li Yi was helpless. Everyone was an official and none of them were clean. How could they check? When something happened and it got big, someone would be beheaded. After a period of peace, they would repeat the same thing again. Not to mention Chongping Tsang in the Tang dynasty, there were also people who were punished for the grain reserves. It was only after they increased their efforts and kept a close watch on it that they put an end to it. Looking at other countries, they didn't do better. In fact, they did worse. Li Yi was gloomy for a moment before he said, unless we pay a higher price for supervision and inspection and constantly change people, there will definitely be problems as time goes by. How do they pay a higher price to inspect? Baigu was also preparing to enter Chang'an. He wanted to come up with a good set of rules. The people sent out by the inspection team must not be disturbed. For example, when a prime minister went to inspect Hunan, the son of another prime minister asked him to be merciful. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to handle it and would be hated, so he could only go back and tell His Majesty. In the end, His Majesty. Li Yi sold out Yao Chong, so Wei Zhigu was equivalent to a member of the inspection team. After enforcing the law impartially, he was punished. Who would dare to investigate in the future? Eunuchs? Baigu thought of a group of people. Ah. Li Yi laughed. Li Longji didn't need to think about it. Gao Lishir was the first intelligence chief to set up the eunuchs supervision team in the Tang dynasty. When Gao Lisher was in power, it wasn't bad. After the Enlushan rebellion, he couldn't control it anymore. So, Baigu was distressed. He drank a cup of wine and ate meat. First, he had to deal with the plague of locusts. After eating, Li Yi went to copy books again. Baigu watched the people collecting locusts busily. When the sky turned dark, the people who caught locusts in other counties sent the locusts over. Before this old man leaves, I can't care about other places. Hunan will definitely be stable. Baigu clenched his fist. After a few days, the people finally realized that the situation wasn't good. The more locusts they caught, the more worried they were about the unharvested wheat. The only fortunate thing was that the weather this year was good. The wheat grains were plump and could be harvested in advance. In half a month they could harvest. They couldn't wait until the wheat was completely ripe. When 90% was ripe, they would harvest 100%. When 100% was ripe, they would throw away 10%. When the wheat was fully ripe, it would start to lose weight. At the same time, when they were harvested, they would fall from the straw and fall into the ground. Before they could clean it up, a large flock of birds came over to eat. The chicks hatched first. The people chose to switch to chicks. In any case, they knew that they could feed the locusts. If they raised them themselves, they would grow quickly. The people of Luoyang realized that the price of the piglets had also increased. It wasn't easy to buy them again. On the Prodigal Son's mountain, the piglets grew faster than any food. The pig dung was also good stuff. When the wheat was harvested, the pig dung could be turned into the ground together with the wheat. The farmers gradually became familiar with the situation and started to instruct more people to help. On the 22nd of March, early in the morning, Li Yi left with the 500 winged knights. He didn't say goodbye to Baigu. He had already been out for 34 days. He had chosen to travel by land. His carriage was in the way and couldn't go fast. Li Dongzhu, don't worry. I guarantee that we can return in 10 days. The road from Luoyang to Chang is still easy. It won't be slower than the boat ride. Fan Fan saw that Li Yi didn't want to stay and was in a hurry to go home. He rode beside the carriage and comforted him. Li Yi sat outside the carriage and looked at the sky in boredom. A group of locusts flew over. Li Yi pulled the locusts from his body and hair in annoyance. Some of the locusts spat out green water when touched. I'm going in. Li Yi couldn't stand it and turned to go in. At this time, even if the wheat wasn't 90% ripe, many places had to seize the time to harvest. The locusts were no joke. While Li Yi was on his way, the reports of the locusts from various provinces were sent to Chang'an. Li Longji listened to Yao Chong reading. Fan Province News, locusts have appeared in the province and are invading everywhere. The people in the province are rushing to harvest the wheat. They fear that the locusts will be more serious. Rent should be reduced. Yao Chong picked the important parts to read. This place requested the imperial court to reduce the rent in autumn. After reading one, he moved on to the next. Lu Province News, there are many locusts this year and it will be a disaster. The provincial governor is setting up a platform to announce this to the heavens. Many people responded. The provincial governor personally organized a sacrificial ceremony, hoping that the heavens would take back the locusts. Zhe Province News, locusts are everywhere. The winter wheat will be reduced. The imperial court should prioritize the country and raise the ceremony to prevent the natural disaster. This request made Li Longji come out to announce it and discuss with the heavens to not release more locusts. Wei Province News, the wheat is fully ripe. The loss of harvesting wheat is too great. The locusts eat grass as soon as they see it. We hope the imperial court can help. Chao Province News, the locusts have suddenly appeared. The people are panicking. The summer grain in the province may be difficult to collect, but it doesn't count after autumn. Yin Province News. Mi Province News, Ing Province News, Yu Province News, Hao Province News. One by one the reports of the locusts were picked out and read out. Li Longji, the 2 prime ministers and the 6 ministers listened. Other than Wei Zhigu, the other ministers were all frowning. The places east of Taihang Mountains were filled with locusts. They looked at Li Longji. Li Longji listened quietly. He didn't seem to be in a hurry. After Yao Chong finished reading the reports of the locusts in most of the provinces, Li Longji asked, "What about Hunan?" Yao Chong flipped through the reports and replied, "There are no urgent reports from Hunan, Zhengzhou, or Huai province." "Send someone to ask," Li Longji ordered. Your Majesty, it's here." Hunan's prefectural governor, Baigu, the provincial governor of Zhengzhou, and the provincial governor of Huai province have sent a report. As soon as Li Longji's voice fell, a small yellow door hurried over. It was agreed that any news from Hunan would be sent over. Chapter 337. Hearing the sound, Li Longji sat up straight and ran in through the yellow door. He said happily, "Your Majesty, it's here." Li Longji nodded. The three ministers were invigorated. They were here to see what was going on over there. Yao Chong personally handed over the 3 books, and the yellow door ran away. "Huaizhou reporting to your Majesty. Huaizhou has been gracious. The people are safe and abundant, the wind and rain are smooth, the mountains and rivers are beautiful." Don't recite the one in front. Li Longji interrupted. He didn't recite it earlier, but now everyone was anxious to hear it. What was the point of saying useless things? Yao Chong laughed secretly and became serious. "There's been little rain this spring and the winter wheat is growing well. Last month we heard that locusts had increased in number among the people. We feared a plague of locusts and couldn't sleep. It was still a pile of nonsense. The main point was that the officials in Huaizhou had worked very hard and discovered the situation in advance. They had worried a lot. When they were done worrying, it was time to get down to business. Half a month ago, we heard that locusts were being hunted in Hunan. The people were all mobilized and the chickens and ducks raised by the locusts laid many eggs. The pigs ate them and grew meat quickly. Therefore it began among the people. Later we wrote a letter advising the people, saying that locusts should be treated by the heavens. The heavens treat the chickens and ducks. Catching locusts to feed the chickens and ducks is the way of the heavens. There's no need to fear the wrath of the heavens. The people will follow and catch locusts to feed the chickens and ducks. In addition, we learned the method of hatching. Huaizhou is building hatching kong, and soon there will be countless chickens and ducks growing into seedlings. This summer's harvest might not be enough, but the autumn harvest will have a full grain supply. The people will have more eggs, chickens and ducks and more pork. Huaizhou peace." This time he finally finished. He said that the locals had learned how to deal with the locusts from Hunan. Everything would be fine if they followed the instructions. Yao Chong put down the memorial from Huaizhou and picked up the one from Zhengzhou. He recited it again and the meaning was the same. Zhengzhou had also learned it and it was even faster. Huaizhou was close to Luoyang but they had to cross the Yellow River. Zhengzhou was also close but there was no need to cross the river. The officials who didn't know the situation were astonished. The officials of these 2 places were quite impressive. They were making sacrifices elsewhere, and they had the people catch locusts to feed the chickens. The reason given was also awesome. Locusts descended from the sky to respond to heaven's rule. Heaven's rule was to let chickens, ducks and pigs eat. It was the way of heaven. There was no need for a sacrifice, just do it. Good. It hasn't even been 4 months, but the news has already spread to 2 prefectures. Let's hear about it from Hunan Prefecture. Li Longji smiled. Yao Chong took a deep breath. Zhang Shua, Lu Huaishan, and Wei Zhigu sat up straight. They had been waiting for this moment. Yao Chong solemnly opened the memorial from Hunan Province. With a single glance, Zhang Xian was taken aback. "This subject, Bai Gu, thanks your Majesty for being reluctant to send Grand Imperial Physician Li Yi to Hunan Province to deal with the locust plague." This was the beginning of the essay without a single word. The others didn't understand. What was there to be reluctant about? They looked at Li Longji. When Li Longji heard this, he actually nodded. That meant, yes, if it wasn't an important matter, why would I send Li Yi out? Yao Chong sighed. Bai Gu's evaluation was too high. The word reluctant, and the word capable minister, indicated that His Majesty had thrown out his trump card. If it wasn't a matter of life and death, such an existence should stay in Chang'an. He continued reading. There are many locusts in Hunan Province. Every citizen catches them in exchange for chicken and duck eggs. In the first half of March, a large number of chicken and duck chicks are exchanged. Currently, in the entire Hunan Province, even the villages, there are chickens and ducks that can be raised. There are more than 100 chickens and less than a dozen chickens and ducks. In addition, His Majesty asked Li Yi to provide the incubation method. Those who already have chickens and ducks are learning how to incubate them. By the end of this month, more chickens and ducks will have hatched. The children catch them during the day, while the adults light bonfires to lure the locusts at night. With one net they can catch dozens of locusts. They put them in sacks and transported them to Luoyang. This official received them on behalf of Li Yi and brought other things from the hill rented by Li Yi to exchange for the people. Now that the summer harvest is coming, this official estimates that the wheat yield will be reduced by about half, but there will be more harvest. Those who originally didn't have the money to raise chickens and ducks can exchange the locusts for chicks. They have chickens and ducks to feed water and chopped locusts. After a few days, when the chicks and ducks grow up, the people can sell them or use the century eggs taught by Li Yi to process them. They can make a lot of money. On behalf of the people of Hunan Province, This official once again thanks His Majesty for sending Imperial Physician Li Yi. With the locusts, Hunan Province is safe. The author is Bai Gu, Hunan Province's Minister of Justice. After Yao Chong finished speaking, he bowed to Li Longji. This official congratulates His Majesty. After bowing, he sat back down. The others were dumbfounded. Hunan Province was completely different from other places. It was even crazier than Huaizhou and Zhengzhou. Reducing the wheat yield by half, and then raising chickens and ducks? Using half of the wheat to exchange for so much meat and eggs? In other places, the people suffered losses, but when it came to Hunan Province, not only did they not suffer losses during the locusts, they even profited. Li Longji sat there with his eyes narrowed. His fingers tapped on the table as if he was humming a song. Everyone quieted down and listened carefully. The vast sea laughs, the tides on both sides of the shore. Floating and sinking with the waves to record the present day, the heavens laugh, the tides of the world. They heard it. Sure enough, he was singing. The vast sea laughs. It was a very familiar song. The three prime ministers and Wei Zhigu looked at each other, revealing a helpless expression. They knew why His Majesty was still in the mood to sing when the locusts were everywhere. His Majesty treated Li Yi as his treasure. No matter how difficult the situation was, the moment he sent out Li Yi was the moment the problem was solved. What was there to be afraid of? Hunan Province and 2 prefectures had withstood the locusts. The next step was simple. Let the other prefectures follow suit. It took more than 20 days for an egg to turn into a chicken, and less than a month for a duck. Yao Chong stood up after Li Longquan finished humming the song La 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 La. Your Majesty, I request that you vigorously implement this method to deal with next year's locusts, Yao Chong said. He knew that many places didn't have time to clear out the locusts' eggs this year, so he wanted to promote the breeding method first. When the locusts burrowed out of the ground next year, they would catch and feed them. Approved. Li Longji lightly spat out a word. He was still in a good mood. The Minister of Personnel, Cui Riyong, understood something. He stood up. Your Majesty, has Li Yi gone out? Li Longji glanced at him and nodded lightly. Did he say when he'll be back? Cui Riyong asked. Minister Cui, do you have something to say? Li Longji was unhappy. Why do you care when Li Yi will be back? The people from Zhuangzi who participated in the imperial examinations didn't come to the Ministry of Personnel. I want to know what's the next arrangement, Cui Riyong hurriedly said. That's all. Li Longji waved his hand. Cui Riyong sat down gloomily. He actually wanted to ask Li Yi what kind of official position the 42 people would be given. If they passed, they would at least be a 9th rank official. Even if they didn't become an official, they would still have a salary. While he was at it, he could also fill the toilet water and add alcohol to the lighter. They were sold outside now, but the price was too expensive. The others were pondering about Li Yi's situation. Li Yi and the others knew that he was the master of earthly paradise. But they didn't know when Li Yi had gone out and was in charge of dealing with the locusts. They didn't receive any advance notice of such a big event. Since you know, those who should write letters, those who should arrange the aftermath of the locusts should continue. Li Longji wanted to end the meeting. He didn't want to stay any longer. He was eager to go back and share this joy with the others. Success. Li Yi had succeeded. He had been preparing since last year and everything had come true this year. Chapter 338. The first step is done, Yao Chong said as he sat on a chair in the Political Affairs Hall. He asked someone to make him a cup of tea and sighed in relief. A few days ago, when there were signs of a drought, he had already sent a letter to the local government. However, the local governments were secretly opposed. Now the locusts had become a disaster. Is it good now? Has there been a decrease in production? If not for Li Yi personally handling the situation, all of you would have been arrested. Yao Chong was angry. My words don't carry any weight now, do they? He didn't know that Li Yi was also hesitant during the first year of the locust plague. Moreover, during the spring and summer there weren't many losses. He was just observing. During the autumn harvest, the people were still able to survive. Bai Gu's Hunan prefectural magistrate had been supporting him. The second year was even worse. Bai Gu was transferred back. For the sake of the economy, he gave a strict order. At that time, heads would be chopped off. The local government had no choice but to let the people catch locusts and bury them. This year, he received the news in advance and had been paying attention to Li Yi. Li Yi was usually calm, but now he was anxious. This meant that the problem was serious. I'm just a prime minister. I can only drink tea of the 2nd grade. There are still 3 grades above it. Lu Huaishan poured some tea into a bowl. Only His Majesty King Song and Li Yi drink it. They don't even let us taste it, Zhang Shua complained. Their tea was provided by the celestial world. They drank the fourth of the 14 grades of tea. Yao Chang's mind wasn't on the tea. He said, "The locust plague of this year's summer harvest is a foregone conclusion. The provinces east of the Taihang Mountains didn't suffer many losses. After the harvest there will be more locusts in the fields. Then we have to soak them in water and plow them. I'm going to give the order to plow the fields now and soak the locusts' eggs in water." Lu Huaishan and Zhang Shua looked at Yao Chong in astonishment. Old Yao now knew farming. Impressive. Speaking of farming and killing locusts, it was a set of skills. UNG, artificial incubation technology, is the most important. Lu Huaishan had discovered something hidden during the locust plague. When the common people raised chickens and ducks, they would let the old hen hold the nest, and then divide the ducklings for the ducks to take care of. If an old hen hugs its nest, it won't lay eggs and will become thinner. After hugging the nest, the old hen didn't like to lay eggs, so she took the chicks and ran around, teaching them how to find food. It would take a long time. The commoners would rather sell their eggs than build a nest for the hens, unless there were too few hens in the house. Nowadays, artificial incubation technology was very powerful. There was no need to find an old hen. Humans would take care of it. Moreover, there were several methods. The Kong bed was the easiest to control the temperature. Yao Chong thought for a moment. Since he took it out, he naturally can't take it back. In the future, the Tang dynasty can indeed raise more chickens and ducks. He admitted that after the plague of locusts, the people would raise more chickens and ducks. If you don't feed the chickens and ducks good ingredients, the chickens and ducks will find their own food to eat. Especially next to the manure pit in summer, there were always chickens eating maggots there, and ducks looking for small fish and shrimp in the water. A few extra chickens and ducks for each household was a subsidy for the family. Zhang Shua took a big gulp of tea and smacked his lips. Li is famous now. I wonder what will happen in the future. The Li family Zhuangzi's perimeter is more strict. The Zhang family's village and Zhuangzi's place have dug a canal and built a bridge over it. The imperial plantation is even more difficult to cross. Lu Huaishan seemed dissatisfied. He still wanted to go to Zhuangzi to play, mainly to watch others eat in the canteen. He's obviously a great talent, but His Majesty wants to hide it. He doesn't allow others to ask about it. Last year, His Majesty specially opened a Shiozai examination for him and then gave him an official position. Isn't that great? Zhang Shua also had something he wanted to ask Li Yi. Originally he could still ask, but now he couldn't. Who doesn't hide good things? Besides, he's someone who can really do things well. Yao Chong expressed his understanding, but he was also unhappy. He was still unconvinced and wanted to compete with Li Yi. Li Yi entered the imperial court, and everyone relied on their own abilities. Li Yi didn't enter the imperial court and only floated outside. There was no way to compete with him according to the same rules. When Li Yi entered the imperial court, he had to clearly explain why he knew about the drought and the locust plague, and then apply for how to deal with it. In the end, it was up to the imperial court and His Majesty to make the decision. Li Yi didn't need to tell anyone. He just took the chickens and ducks and rushed out. On the day he arrived, he solved the problem of the territory. 2 days later, he contacted Baigu. What should have been a matter of the imperial court was forcefully opened up by him using money. It felt like he had jumped out of the 3 realms and was no longer part of the 5 elements. Do you think he understands the rules of the imperial court? For example, writing documents, which department should do how to handle matters. Zhang Shua suddenly thought of a problem. Li Yi had never been an official. Even if he was just a county magistrate, would he know what to do? Lu Huaishan shook his head. I only know that he's good at bribery. He gives people benefits and doesn't leave any evidence behind, such as renovating your house. Old Lu, don't you feel guilty saying this? Zhang Shua didn't agree. Renovating our house? Why don't you and I work together to make him a high-ranking official? Yao Chong suggested. Yunji, you go first. Lu Huaishan indicated that he would be the support. His Majesty will hate us. Zhang Shua refused. At this time, His Majesty Li Longji, Li Dan, noble consort Lu Empress Wang, and Li Qingqi were vividly describing the news he had received. At this moment he was like a child. All the prefectures are finished. Only Huaizhou, Zhengzhou, and Hunan are fine, especially Hunan. Noble consort Lu had a loving expression on her face. She hadn't seen Li Longji like this for a long time. The last time seemed to be when Li Longji hadn't gone out to open his residence and was raised by her. After that, there was no smile on everyone's face during the power struggle. After a series of killings, Li Longji became the emperor and Princess Taiping died. Today, looking at the happy appearance of the child she raised, noble consort Lu's tears suddenly fell. She raised her sleeve to wipe them and asked, "Is that child back?" "He should be going back. He doesn't like to be there at the last moment. Instead he says the method, and once it's done he doesn't care anymore. Other officials will fight for credit, but he only wants credit. There's still a month for the Empress here, so he must be there before that." Li Qingqi was more familiar with Li Yi's style of doing things. "What's the reward for this great merit?" Li Dan asked her son. "When he comes back he'll be Jinziguang Lu, a third-rank official," Li Longji said. He didn't want to give him an actual official position. If he gave him an official position, other officials would use the rules of officialdom to bully him. Although he felt that Li Yi wasn't afraid, it was still troublesome. If Li Yi had the time he might as well write medical books in Zhuangzi. Li Dan nodded. He was also afraid of giving him an official position. Knowing that he was still an official, he felt relieved. Such a great talent, you have to treat him well. He wanted to say use him well, but he found that the word use sounded distant. Uncle actually wants to do things that benefit the people. He used to say that he wanted to be a county magistrate, but now the people he's in charge of are no less than the ordinary county magistrate of Zhong County. Empress Wang touched her belly and said with a smile, "I'm going to help Brother Yi sell tea leaves." He bought all the tea leaves around the capital office before Qingming and Guyu. In Zhuangzi, Steward Song specially found Liuli village and gave him 14 grades of tea leaves. Oh, and 5 grades of tea leaves foam. When Li Qingqi talked about the tea leaves, he was glad that he did get Liuli village. Chapter 339. Hearing Li Qingqi talking about tea leaves, noble consort Lu looked at the teacup in front of her and raised her eyebrows. "We drink too much money every day. 1 tael of this grade 1 tea costs 1,000 taels. Mother, Brother Yi only asks for this price. This tea is not for sale at all." Li Longji smiled. He knew how Li Yi fooled people. It was priceless. The tea that could be bought outside was only grade 3 tea. The tea that heaven on earth gave Yao Chong was grade 2 tea. Only the 6th Li village had primary grade 1, secondary grade 1, and primary grade 2 teas. When Gao Lishur went to get them, he could only get 100 caddies of secondary grade 2 tea and 1 caddy of primary grade 1, secondary grade 1 and primary grade 2 tea. However, the price was marked. Grade 1 tea cost 1,000 taels, which was 1 million taels. Grade 1 tea cost 800,000 taels. Grade 2 tea cost 500,000 taels. Grade 2 tea cost 100,000 taels. Grade 3 tea cost 10,000 taels, which was 10 times lower than grade 2 tea. The highest grade that could be bought outside was this. Grade 3 tea cost 8,000 taels. From grade 4 to grade 5 the prices were 5,000, 3,000, 1,000, 800, 500, 300, 150. It was calculated according to 2. The rest were tea fragments, which were divided into 5 grades. 10 taels per caddy, 50 taels per caddy, 100 taels per caddy, 500 taels per caddy, and 1,000 taels per caddy. The tea did not include grade 1 or grade 2 tea fragments. It was not for sale. It was for Zhuangzi to drink. This set gave people the feeling that drinking this tea was different from drinking other teas. Their status was raised. Brother Yi can make a lot of money with just an idea. Mother, don't worry. This tea will never be sold. It will be worthless if it is sold. Li Qingqi said. He understood that things that could not be bought were precious. What's the difference between these teas? Noble consort Lu took a sip of the tea. Empress Wang gave the most appropriate explanation. The difference between cabbage heart and cabbage leaves. I see. Noble consort Lu nodded, indicating that she understood. She turned around and asked Li Qingqi, "How's the drilling of those wells going?" Currently they are spread across 20 prefectures. There are a few people in each of the 3 alliances, and they have formed 600 well-digging teams. They are all craftsmen from all over the world. Once the new craftsmen were proficient, they would choose new people to form a new well-drilling team and continue to spread out to other places. Third brother paid for all the wells to be called Kaiyuan wells, telling the people that Her Majesty dug them for them. Maintenance was a problem in the later stages. Some villages had craftsmen who would naturally find the wells useful and repair them if they were damaged. Some need to be managed by the state or county. Third brother, you can allocate a sum of money to each state every year for them to maintain. Li Qingqi treated this matter as his own career and did it very seriously. If the government takes the money but doesn't fix it, what should they do? Li Dan raised a practical question. Then let's make money. Third younger brother has allocated the money, but they don't want to fix it. We can use this as an excuse to arrest people. If we catch a greedy person, we can make a lot of copies. Li Qingqi said with a smile. He already had a plan. Otherwise, why wouldn't he let the local government pay for it? This was what he learned from Brother E. He had to give others a chance before he could make a move. Li E, who was hurrying on the road, didn't know that someone had picked up the skill of scheming very quickly instead of learning the good things. There were many mountains in Luoyang and there were official roads. People came and went on the official roads. Li Yi's six-wheeled carriage was particularly conspicuous, and the 500 winged knights were even more eye-catching. When it was almost dark, the troops arrived at Xiong Air Mountain. Without Li Yi's instructions, Fan Fan arranged for people to start digging ditches and cutting trees with saws to make barricades on the side of Xiong Air Mountain. There were also people who ran to hunt animals to save on army provisions. When the passers-by saw a large group of Tang soldiers, they immediately came forward and said that they wouldn't leave and would stay together tonight. They weren't too close to each other, about 1 li apart. Those who had cars hitched a ride with them, and those who didn't gathered together. There was actually a temple on the mountain, but they didn't go there. There was no one in the temple. It was said that at night, one could always see things that one shouldn't see. Because there had been a great battle on Xiong Air Mountain, the leader of the Wagong army, Li Mi, died here. Some people said that they had seen many people appear at night, and they could also hear the sound of eating meat and drinking wine, followed by the sound of fighting. Li didn't believe it. Li Mi was running away, so where could he get the wine? There could be meat. And even if there was a natural magnetic field, he needed a specific environment to record and play it in a specific environment. There was no light at night, so how could he record? Recording in darkness? It was normal for the army to camp and the common people to be next to them. If it was Li Yi's time, if the road was difficult to walk and the army had set up camp, the common people would go directly without any fear. Now the common people didn't dare to come over, but they felt safe with the army next to them. It wasn't a li away, and Li Yi could even see the expressions on the common people's faces with the military binoculars. Ask them to come over and help to dig wild vegetables. There are a lot of bracken in this season. Use a stick to hit the grass. Don't get bitten by snakes. After seeing the people, Li Yi decided to cooperate with them. The non-commissioned officer would build fortifications and hunt, and the common people would help to dig vegetables. The soldier who was called hesitated for a moment, and Li Yi immediately taught him, "Go over and say that you are His Majesty's private army, the Winged Knights. You don't hurt the common people. As long as there is danger, you will listen to His Majesty's order and stand in front of the common people. Go." But the soldier was not used to teaching the common people. Then forget it. Don't bother the common people. I'll take you to play, Li Yi said. When the soldier heard this, he trembled and ran away without riding a horse. Li Yi laughed and muttered, "Why did I repeat that ridiculous thing again and again? It's for the critical moment." Soon 2 large groups of common people came over, one from the east and the other from the west. Li Yi shouted through the loudspeaker, "These are His Majesty's soldiers." His Majesty always said that he should treat the common people of the Tang dynasty as warm as meat porridge. When they saw you hiding so far away, they were afraid that you would be in danger and couldn't rescue you in time, so they told me to ask you to come over. They went to hunt for meat. Let's not idle around. Let's dig for wild vegetables together, okay? If you see any mushrooms, dig them up too. Let me see. The common people had already seen the luxurious carriage. When they saw the young man speaking so amiably and knew that there would be meat to eat, they agreed one after another. Before the sky was completely dark, they quickly spread out to dig for vegetables. Li Yi rolled up the sleeves of his white coat and asked some people to help build an earthen stove, set up a big pot, and bring water from the small river on the mountain to boil. Li Yi also took a sample of the water into the carriage to test it in case it was poisoned. "Young man, are you an official?" An old man in his 50s or 60s who was holding the hand of a 6 or 7-year-old boy came over and asked. "It doesn't matter what my identity is. It's His Majesty's private army that is willing to protect the common people of the Tang dynasty," Li Yi said with a smile. At the same time, he took out a piece of fruit candy wrapped in a piece of glutinous rice paper and a piece of rough paper from the pocket of his white coat. He peeled off the outer paper and stuffed the candy into the child's mouth. The little boy, who didn't dare to make a sound, looked at Li Yi again the moment the candy entered his mouth. There was a hint of intimacy in his eyes. "We're going to Luoyang. How is it?" The old man touched the child's head and asked Li Yi. "Go ahead. There are a lot of locusts, but it won't delay the wheat harvest. There are also a lot of eggs and ducks there." Li Yi still maintained his smile. Then he asked, "Old man, where did you, Lantian County?" "We went to my son-in-law's house. In the end, they said that they wanted to collect taxes based on the number of people there. I quickly took his child and left." We're from Zhengzhou, so we could only go to Luoyang to rest first. The old man sighed and shook his head. Li Yi narrowed his eyes. Chapter 340. Lantian County was a county of the capital. Li Yi knew that a group of royal relatives had been sent there to collect business tax. But how did it become a poll tax? Where did the supervisor go? Luoyang is not bad. How is the tax collected? Li Yi's expression remained calm. It said that buying and selling things are all merchants. Even if it's an exchange, it's still considered a merchant. We have to collect business tax. Commoners like us can't collect tax every time, so it's based on the number of people. There's no way to calculate how much we eat. After splitting it, each person has to pay 500 coins a year for 5 years. I can only bring my grandson back to Zhengzhou. The old man shook his head after saying how the tax was collected. He and his grandson had to pay 5 coins at a time. All right. Let's go to Luoyang first. I'll write you a note. When you get there, ask where is the place to exchange grasshoppers for chickens and ducks. Li Yi returned to the carriage and returned moments later. He handed the old man a line of text. After flipping it open, there were a few pages with his seal at the back. You are indeed an official. The old man had never seen such a thing before, but he understood. Find a place to rest first. When we leave tomorrow morning, you can leave. I'll bring you 2 pieces of roasted meat. Put it in the noodles and fry it as fried noodles. Li Yi didn't answer the question of whether he was an official. The old man and his grandson walked on foot, so it would take 4 to 5 days. You are a good official, the old man said as he was about to kneel. Heavens, don't do that. It's all taught by Her Majesty. You should be good to the commoners. Li Yi continued to assist Li Longji. When the game was brought back and the wild vegetables and mushrooms were dug up, it was already dark. There was no need for Li Yi to look at the wild vegetables and mushrooms. The locals knew which ones were edible. Everyone picked out the poisonous ones together. More than 20 people joined in one after another. There were a total of 233 commoners. They helped to deal with the game under the light of the lanterns. More than an hour later, a fragrance wafted out of the pot. The commoners who had bowls took out their bowls. The winged knights lent a part of the pot set to the commoners who didn't. Lanterns were lit up one by one. The hidden sentries consciously hid themselves, while the open sentries held their bows and stayed alert in the surroundings. Immediately, the people knew that this was an elite troop, and the situation was still very tense. 150 winged knights ate first, and then the sentries took over. The others began to eat. Li was also waiting. Reporting, all 5 members of the first scout team have returned. Everything is fine within 10 li. Reporting, the second scout team has returned. Nothing happened within 15 kilometers. Reporting, 4 pairs of 5 scouts have returned. Nothing happened within 20 li. Report, the winged knight scouts ran back and forth, reporting back and forth. The commoners were shocked when they were eating. This was His Majesty's private army? In the vicinity of Hunan's Xiong Air Mountain, he also went back and forth to investigate. He would report back every 5 li and go out 20 li open and hidden sentries, simple fortifications and scouts. Are you sure you're not in a foreign land? Thinking about it was just thinking about it, but they felt more at ease. With this unit they could sleep well at night. Li pondered as he ate. What was going on with Lantian County? Could it be that the royal family and the people from the overseer had joined forces? Did the people working below use this chance to collect money? Or did someone purposely spread rumors? If so, it was obvious that these people were people who were going to be taxed. No matter which one it was, the battle had begun. Taking benefits from other people would definitely cause a backlash. What should he do? Let's take a look on the way back. With a decision made, Li Yi placed his thoughts on eating. Wild animals were obviously not something that the commoners could easily obtain. The taste of wild animals was not as good as domesticated ones. Especially the soup, which required a lot of pepper to suppress the fishy taste. The main reason was that there was no time to soak it in cold water. However, Li Yi liked the taste and texture of wild vegetables, especially the bracken. When it was fried together with meat in a big pot, it tasted smooth. The commoners thought that meat was delicious and there was a lot of game. Children grabbed the legs of animals and chewed on them. Their faces were oily and when they looked up they would smile. When everyone was full, they were not afraid of mosquito bites under the lanterns. They could not sleep and chatted. Li Yi did not accompany them. He returned to the carriage to copy medical books. Her Majesty's private army, very considerate. Winged knights, from the name it's not ordinary. Who is that young man? I heard that he's an official. Li Yi Bashui Zhuangzi Li Dongzhu. What does he do? Compost Qingchu reaping wheat? I know, didn't they say that he's 2 feet tall and his eyes are as big as bowls? Is he still human? Now that I look at him, he looks delicate and pretty. If he changes into women's clothes, he will definitely look like a girl. Why does he have the protection of Her Majesty's private army? I heard someone say that he has many powerful methods. How can he not protect the military? He's easy to talk to, not domineering at all. What's there to be domineering about with us? As the commoners spoke, they gradually became sleepy. Those who had something covered went to sleep, and those who had nothing found a place to sleep. Li came out of the carriage, found Fan Fan, and gave him some instructions. The winged knights took the cloak and covered the commoners with it. Their hands, faces, feet, and other exposed areas were smeared with toilet water. Some of the commoners were dead asleep, some pretended to be asleep, and some got up to sit and watch. As they watched, their eyes became wet. They remembered that there was an army that was Her Majesty's private army, and its name was Winged Knights. When the sun rose, the fragrance of the broth was once again inhaled into their noses. The commoners got up one after another and were arranged to go to the temporary toilet to solve their problems. They washed their hands and faces and ate breakfast. They were not used to it as they usually ate 2 meals a day. After eating, each person was given a paper bag of fried noodles. Everyone waved goodbye, and the convoy set off towards Chang'an. When can we reach Lantian County? Li was not sure about the route as the map was different from the actual place. We can reach Lantian in 4 days. After another 3 days we will enter Chang'an. Your carriage is too big. Fan Fan gave the answer. Without this carriage they would be able to reach Chang'an in 4 days. Li's ambulance was long and wide. It was not a problem to reach Chang'an. The road was also wide, but it was a hindrance when they came out. Don't force me. If you force me, I will change to an off-road ambulance and drive it myself. Li was also dissatisfied with the car. If he drove an off-road ambulance, it would only take a day to reach Chang'an on the official road from Luoyang. If it was him, 4 hours would be considered a long time, provided that there was no traffic jam and no speed limit. Dongzhu, what is an off-road ambulance? Fan Fan was more curious and wanted to know. It is a very fast vehicle that can run on its own. There is a machine gun mounted on it. 500 of you are not enough for me to kill. Li said casually. Fan Fan actually believed him. He nodded. Dongzhu, I knew that you have something powerful. Can you let us use that mechanical thing? No, only I can use it. So when we meet enemies, stay with me. Don't risk your life. Hide behind me. I will take care of them. Li refused. Let you use it? How much of my life do you want to take away? Dongzhu, you don't have to kill all of them. You can kill some of them. They will be scared and run away. We will chase after them. If there is any credit, we will share it. Fan Fan could still think of cooperation when killing the enemies. Okay, if there is a chance, all the credit will be given to you. I don't want it, Li said. He did not think that there would be a chance to fight with the enemies. He would just stay in Zhuangzi. Chapter 341. Li was on his way to Lantian County to take a look at the situation and think of a way to deal with it. However, the citizens of Luoyang were grateful to Li. No one called him a wastrel anymore. When the wheat was harvested, bundles of wheat were pulled down with a divine reaper. Even more locusts jumped around in the ground. The citizens finally knew what this was. It was a plague of locusts. There were so many locusts. They had already caught quite a few. If they did not catch them, more would appear in a few days. And a rich fool brought chickens, ducks, and pigs over early in the morning to exchange eggs for locusts. Everyone saw how chickens and ducks ate locusts and laid more eggs. Pigs ate locusts and grew faster. Then everyone went to exchange eggs. A few days ago they exchanged chickens and ducks. They even learned how to hatch them manually. When the wheat was harvested and the ground and dense locusts were revealed, they understood how dangerous it was. If they did not exchange for poultry and knew how to catch locusts, what would they do now? Now, a large number of chickens and ducks were running in the fields around Luoyang City. The farmers had released them. The people in front were harvesting the wheat. Behind them, the chickens and ducks flapped their wings and pecked at the locusts. As long as the locusts flew lower, they would definitely be eaten down by the chickens. The ducks stretched out their necks, lowered their heads, flattened their beaks, flapped their wings, and ran in the fields with their legs. They ate everything they saw. Their heads bumped into people's legs, but they ignored them and continued to catch locusts. Some of the chickens and ducks that had not been exchanged followed behind. They tripped after running a few steps and got up, cooperating with each other to eat locusts. The locusts were too big for the chickens. One could not eat them. A few rushed forward and bit the locusts with their beaks. They pulled back and tore them apart. Don't step on the chickens and ducks. They will grow up. The person who had been hired by the farmers to release the chickens and ducks held a net and shouted for people to pay attention. The Baigu brothers stood by the field and allowed the locusts to land on them without moving. A yellow chick ran over and looked up at a locust on Baigu's body. It chirped anxiously. Baigu glanced at it, grabbed the locust and threw it to the ground. The little chick rushed up but it couldn't swallow it. It didn't listen and tried to bite it, wanting to crush it. Another chick ran over from the side and looked at the locust. After a few bites, the locust was crushed. The two chicks ate it and turned around to look for more. Elder brother, this is clearly a locust plague. Why do I feel like the people here are so happy? Baisu looked at the people who were grinning and hiding from the little yellow feather chicken and yellow feather duck. He felt that something was amiss. Baigu was still looking at the scene of labor and said, they saw hope. When they realized that locusts could be used to feed poultry and livestock, they thought about how to catch more locusts. The common people also knew how to calculate the incubation period of chickens and ducks. They knew that a batch of chicks would be born every 2 weeks and a batch of ducklings would be born every month. Ducks ate more locusts than chickens. Now it was time to harvest. After the harvest, a large number of locusts were in the field. He used fire to lure them at night and catch them during the day. Looking again, there were already more than 70,000 chickens and ducks of various sizes eating. According to the folk, chickens and ducks have straight intestines. They pooped while eating and fertilizer fell into the ground. As Baigu spoke, the figure of a smiling young man appeared in his mind. When he first came here he was scolded as a fool. Now the people who scolded him wished that they could kowtow to him. Without saying a word, they ran away, leaving only 100 farmers to manage the situation. Baisu was still in a daze. Everything happened too quickly. It hadn't even been a month. As he was thinking, he saw a chicken laying an egg. Immediately, a child ran over with a basket. The basket was covered with wheat straw. The child carefully picked up the egg and placed it in the basket. He didn't dare to run anymore and walked to the side step by step. There were already many big baskets by the side. They were also covered with wheat straw. Eggs and duck eggs were placed inside. The people who were hired helped to look after the people and count. They gathered 10 eggs and gave the child a small bamboo token. Baisu knew that this token could be used to collect a chick or duckling. The locusts were flying, the wheat was being harvested, and the child was looking for something. It seemed so harmonious. What kind of person is Li Yi? Baisu tried hard to think, but he couldn't think of anyone. He couldn't match Li Yi with anyone else. Li Yi seemed to be different from everyone else. According to his brother, he was sent by the emperor. I'll ask around after I enter Chang'an. He said that he would give me 3 ceramic teeth with golden cores and build a separate courtyard for me in Zhuangzi. Baigu said with a smile. He believed that Li Yi was not joking. They still want to bring these chickens and ducks back? Baisu didn't think much about the Chang'an. He began to think about the transportation. Since he taught the method of artificial incubation, he must be more skilled. Why would he go back and forth in Zhuangzi? He must have sold them. In addition, he sold the toilet water, soap and other things a few days ago. Not only did he not lose money, but he also made a few times more money. Baigu calculated the ratio of eggs and chicks exchanged by the locusts, the approximate number of eggs laid and the number of hatched eggs. He came to the conclusion that the chickens, ducks and pigs that Li Yi brought over would be sold for 4 to 5 times more money. The officials would say that he was good, and the farmers had been thinking of ways to give benefits to the officials. The people would say that he was good, and they would have more chickens and ducks to raise. They also learned the techniques of incubation and feeding grasshoppers to poultry and pigs to grow faster. Amidst the praises, his farmers would return with a full load. Compared to Baigu, who thought about the overall situation, the people were more simple. They only knew that the grasshoppers they casually raised could be exchanged for eggs, duck eggs and chickens and ducks. In their eyes, grasshoppers were everywhere and worthless. Only chickens and ducks were valuable. As long as the grasshoppers didn't eat the wheat, they would start to catch them in large quantities after harvesting. At the same time, they discovered something interesting. In the past, when it was harvest time, birds would come to eat the wheat, but now the birds were all eating the locusts. Therefore, amidst the harmony, the wheat was harvested. Soon, people brought over threshing equipment and began to crack the wheat. At this time, there was no need to rush to remove the husks. Wheat and rice could be stored for a longer period of time with the outer shell. Flour and rice had a shorter shelf life because they would attract insects. The stalks of the harvested grains used to be used for fire, but now they were left to be composted or mixed together to be fed to the livestock in the autumn. Even if they knew that they could burn the grains to fertilize the fields, they wouldn't do it. Because of the technology of composting, the fertilized grains were better than burning them directly. Baigu left with his hands behind his back. There was nothing more to see. There would be no problems with the Hunan province's food supply this year. In the future, the people wouldn't be afraid of the locusts. They had found a way to deal with it, including how to convince themselves to catch the locusts. What heaven's wrath and locust god in front of chicken and duck eggs, they were nothing. Brother, are we still collecting the summer rent this year? Bai Su thought of another question. If other locust-infested areas collect it, the Hunan province will. If other locust-infested areas don't collect it, why should we? Baigu gave the answer. Chapter 342. Brother, where did you come from? At noon, when the horses were grazing and the people were eating, Li Yi saw the commoners again. He served them hot soup and asked them questions. The one being asked was a man in his 30s. Beside him was a woman with her head wrapped in cloth. There was also a girl around 8 or 9 years old, a boy around 6 or 7 years old, and an infant child whose gender was unknown. Lantian County. They said they wanted to collect a poll tax, so we went to hide at her mother's house. The man answered with a tired face. Why didn't you go to another county to find a job? Li Yi asked another question. They said they were collecting from the capital. If we don't run early and get caught, we will be sentenced. The man said helplessly. Did the county magistrate say that? Li Yi wanted to find out the source. When the county magistrate says it, the county will probably be sealed. That's an order. Many rich families have run away and some people want to sell their land. Take the money and leave. The man took the hot soup and found that there was a large piece of meat inside. His expression became slightly better. Li Yi ran to ask other people who came out of Lantian County. Only Lantian County and no other counties. Instead, he saw merchants from other counties with newly glazed porcelain in their carriages. They wanted to sell it in Luoyang. Li Yi was slightly relieved. Looking at the situation, only Lantian County had people causing trouble. Li Yi, who was relieved, did not eat. He went into the carriage to write a letter. It took him a full 2 hours to finish. When he came out, he found Fan Fan. Commander Fan, send a few brothers to send it to the village. Fan Fan looked at the envelope. It's not sealed? Send it quickly, don't talk too much. Li Yi glared at the other party. Fan Fan laughed and found 20 riders. He adjusted the horses and gave them the horses that the others did not ride. The armor and crossbows on the horses were removed, leaving only the sabers and bows. One person rode on the mountain and galloped away. Whenever there were people or carriages in front of them, they would shout, "Urgent report, give way, urgent report." Li Yi ate the biscuits with the meat and wild vegetable soup. Fan Fan came over. Dongzhu, are you going to make a move on a portion of the people in Lantian County? Fan Fan looked very excited. Peace is the most important thing. I don't have much ambition. I don't know how to fight back when I'm bullied. I'll get someone to investigate and curry favor with them. Li Yi smiled, a smile that Fan Fan was very familiar with. A voice seemed to linger in Fan Fan's ears. I am Li Yi Dongzhu of the Li family Zhuangzi. His Majesty asked me to take you out to play. He rubbed his ears and unconsciously distanced himself from Li Yi. Dongzhu, no one will die, right? Fan Fan felt that some people were doomed. Who died? Anyone who comes out of Lantian County will be given food. If there are merchants around, give them a note and bring them to Luoyang. You can obtain benefits. Li Yi looked at the people who had come out of Lantian County to eat and drink soup together. These people had brought their own staple food and salted vegetables. When they realized that there was a large piece of meat in the soup, they stopped eating their own staple food and ate the meat with all their might. This way they could save on their food. Li Yi did not care when he saw this. If it wasn't for the lack of food, he could have even given them more food. After all, there were many animals in the wilderness of the Tang dynasty. The winged knights were also very good at hunting, so they could eat as much as they wanted. Fan Fan saw that Li Yi was pondering over something and did not disturb him. He turned to find the merchants and discussed with them the matter of bringing the people to Luoyang. That is Li Dongzhu from the east bank of the Ba River. You will be rewarded for bringing people to Luoyang, Fan Fan said to the merchants. When the merchants heard that it was Li Dongzhu, they agreed without a word. After the meal, Li Yi wrote a letter and handed it to the merchants. When the group resumed their journey, the caravan slowed down and traveled together with the people. The meat that was scooped out of the soup was put away. They could still eat it at night, but they could not eat it tomorrow. The weather was hot, so it would spoil. Li Yi did not enter the carriage. He watched the horse trot outside and pursed his lips. It was as though he was saying this to the winged knight's coachman, but it was also as though he was saying it to himself. Fighting is fighting, using the means of harming the people is too despicable. When the people leave home, accidents happen on the road. Those are lives lost. This problem cannot be spoiled. We have to be ruthless and make them beg for death. Otherwise, if everyone uses this method to cause trouble in the future, wouldn't that be terrible? The coachman pretended not to hear, but he knew that Li Yi was angry. He just did not know how to deal with it. Tell the brothers to go hunting again. Pick the big ones to kill. I want to make meat floss at night. Meat floss can be preserved for a long time. Li Yi said again. Hunting, Dongzhu wants to make meat floss. The coachman heard it this time and shouted. Understood. The winged knights in front immediately went forward and went into the forest to look for prey. They knew about meat floss, including the hardtack. They carried it with them but did not share it with the people. They had to be prepared for sudden attacks at all times, so they had to prepare enough food. Ordinary people did not know how to make meat floss. 1 gene of lean meat could only be made with 5 ounces of meat floss. The people came one after another. At night there would be new meat floss to replenish. The winged knights gave up their meat floss and let the people take it. This lady take it. It's free. We are His Majesty's private army, the winged knights. His Majesty loves the people like his children. Brother, don't be so polite. If His Majesty is here, he will also give you things. His Majesty always told us that if we see the people not eating well, we should help. The winged knights delivered things while following Li Yi's instructions. Li Yi did it on purpose. He could not do anything to the other armies of the Tang dynasty, but the winged knights had to leave a good reputation. So good that the people of his time would feel relieved when they saw the army. At that time, the people of his country were never afraid of his army. Unlike some countries, when the army arrived, they raised their hands and said that they did not have weapons and did not shoot. After a long period of publicity, in case there was an emergency in the future. When the winged knights were mobilized, they could get supplies from the villages if they did not have enough supplies. There was no need to rob or force. They just had to say that the people would provide things and then compensate them later. They delivered things along the way, and at night, everyone made meat floss together. Early in the morning of March 24th, a group of cavalry rushed to the Li family Zhuangzi by the Ba River. Li Dongzhu has an urgent letter for you. Songde, Li Dongzhu has a letter for you, the leader shouted. He was panting and his horse was snorting. Quick, take care of the winged cavalry brothers and the horses. Songde ran over. He did not take the letter first, but asked the villager to take care of it. Then he took the letter and took out a stack of papers to read. After a few glances, he ran to the workshop and told the craftsman to make things. At the same time, he found a clever person in Zhuangzi and instructed, go to Lantian County and inquire about the situation. There is a poll tax, 500 yuan per person a year for 5 years. Find the person behind it and see how the situation is in the county, especially the land sales and wheat harvesting. 25 people found horses and ran to Lantian County. The winged knights drank some hot water and left their horses behind. They used the horses in Zhuangzi to return to the Forbidden Garden. They had to report the situation. They did not care what Li Yi did, but Her Majesty had to know. Chapter 343. It was a sunny morning in Lantian County. It wasn't a good time to drink wine. However, in a large courtyard in the county, there was a group of people drinking wine without the accompaniment of a female singer. They were still eating mutton skewers skewered with bamboo skewers. Congratulations, Brother Ma. Seeing that the people are fleeing and some are selling their land and ancestral property, Deputy Wang Sun won't be able to collect the business tax anymore. During the banquet, a man in his 20s with a mole above his left eye was talking to a man around his age. Yes. The man who was called Brother Ma was very proud. He took a sip of wine and said, how can business tax be collected casually? 1 unit of 20 or 1 unit of 30 is the gross profit tax. If you sell something for 20 coins and sell it for 30 coins and collect 1 unit of tax, you will have to give 1 unit of tax out of every 10 coins. Moreover, after paying the tax, you will know how much money you have earned. Too much money will attract people's attention. As soon as he spoke, the others all agreed. Brother Ma is right. Every transaction has to be paid. The imperial court doesn't have to care about anything, but we have to work hard. How can there be such a good thing? Wang Sun was sent here to be the county deputy to supervise the collection of taxes. Does he really think that we will help him collect taxes? Isn't that so? Why don't we impeach him when he collects taxes? It's not good to let him collect taxes directly. It's hard on the people. Yes, it's hard on the people. Haha. This idea is Brother Guan's. When we buy the land at a low price, Brother Guan should take the majority of the profits. Someone suggested. Everyone looked at a man in his 40s with a mustache. The man waved his hand and said, No, I'm only doing this for revenge. My kiln in Wugong County was taken away by force. There is someone behind the imperial court. I heard that this tax collection is also related to Li Yi. The kiln will be his. When the matter in Lantian County is settled, I will use it in Wugong County. He looks like he cares about the people. I will let him know what's good for him. When the people in Wugong County run away, let's see what he can do. That's right. I've long found Li Yi an eyesore. He always takes out good things but never gets close to us. This new uranium is actually sold at such a high price. It's a pity that Zhuangzi can't enter. Otherwise we would have called a few experts to capture him. Only then would we be able to vent our anger. Let's drink. It won't take long. Everyone just watch and laugh. At this time in Lantian County, there were still people spreading the rumor of collecting poll taxes. As the news spread, the commoners became fearful. Even some of the wealthy families felt their hearts ache. They couldn't bear to sell their properties, but they had a lot of people at home. What could they do? For a time, the people of Lantian County were in a state of panic. Wang Sun, who was being targeted, was sleeping soundly with two beautiful women in his arms. As soon as he arrived at the county, he revealed his identity. I'm a relative of someone. I'm here to collect taxes. Her Majesty is keeping an eye on me. You guys do your job well. The county magistrate looked like he would listen to everything Deputy Wang said. The other registrars and minor officials in the county started to flatter him. After that, he would be invited to banquets every day and beautiful women would accompany him. The people in the county all said that they would do a good job. Dongzhu, look at this child. His stomach hurts. His face has changed. After breakfast, Li Yi's team continued on their way. Suddenly, a person on the horse ran over. The person on the horse was holding a child in his arms. When the horse reached the place, the person carried the child. His feet left the stirrups, he twisted his body and swung his legs. He directly landed on the ground with the child still in his arms. The little boy looked to be about 5 or 6 years old. He was grimacing in pain. There were beads of sweat on his forehead and his hands were covering his stomach. Li Yi turned around and opened the carriage door. He went in to take the child. At the same time he asked, Where's the child's parents? They're more than 10 miles ahead. We met them on the way there. We didn't have time to bring them back, the non-commissioned officer replied. Go and ask. What did the child eat? Did he experience the same pain before? Did he run or jump today? Li Yi asked 3 questions. The non-commissioned officer repeated and turned around to leave. Li Yi put the child on the treatment bed. His hands pressed on different parts of the child's body and asked, Does it hurt? How does it hurt? What about here? While asking, he observed the child's expression. Without waiting for the non-commissioned officer to answer, Li Yi put his hand on the child's stomach and gently rubbed it. After rubbing, he pushed up from the lower abdomen. The child gurgled and the painful expression disappeared. Lie down for a while, Li Yi said as he went to get a hot water bottle. He helped the child sit up and put the hot water bottle on the child's belly button. Hold him. I'll get you some wine. You can only drink a small mouthful of rice wine, Li Yi said mysteriously. The child licked his lips and nodded vigorously. Li Yi was depressed. It was obvious that the child had secretly drunk the wine. It could also be that the parents dipped their chopsticks in the wine for the child to drink. He warmed up the wine just half a cup. After heating it up, he poured it down the child's throat. After a mouthful of wine, the child gurgled and exhaled continuously. Does it still hurt? Li Yi asked with a smile. The child shook his head. It doesn't hurt. It will be better if I drink another mouthful. You wish. Get up when you're better. Jump and jump. Let me see. Li Yi carried the child down as he spoke. The child just had a typical stomach cramp, not the intestines. After massaging it, he found that there was air returning. He applied a hot water bottle and gave the child a mouthful of wine. There were other medicines that could solve it, but it was not necessary. The child ran out of the car and jumped for Li Yi to see. At this time, the non-commissioned officer came back. Dongzhu said that he ate half a cake and drank river water last night. Maybe he got cold when he slept outside at night. As he spoke, he looked at the child jumping there. He did not feel that there was anything wrong. If Dongzhu treated him, he would naturally be cured. It's a sin. Don't blame me for making up rumors. Li Yi took out a piece of rock candy and stuffed it into the child's mouth. Turning his head, he said to the non-commissioned officer, How many people are there? Tell them to wait there. We'll go over. They haven't eaten breakfast yet, so make them some soup. 15 minutes later, the ambulance arrived. There were 22 people sitting on the ground waiting. A man and a woman looked anxious. Father, mother. The car door opened and the child ran out and rushed over. The couple's expressions changed into joy. The man supported himself with his hands and crouched down to pick up the child. After thinking for a while, he put the child down and pulled his wife. Don't kneel. Li Dongzhu doesn't kneel to save people. The non-commissioned officer shouted, scaring the 3 people. Make soup. Are you all from Lantian County? Li Yi ordered someone to make soup and asked the 22 people. Everyone nodded. Listen to me and go back with me. Don't go to Luoyang. It's too far. Come to Zhuangzi first. Wait until the matter there is settled before you go home. Li Yi persuaded. His brows furrowed. He was annoyed and angry. Bashui Li Dongzhu? An older person looked at Li Yi's car and asked. That's me. Li Yi nodded. It's really a Red Cross car. It's Li Dongzhu's car. Li Dongzhu, I don't care about the others. My family of 5 will go with you. The man's eyebrows were raised in laughter. It's Li Dongzhu. I'll go too. Li Dongzhu, they all said that you are a godly doctor. I didn't believe it. Today I believe it. This child has been in pain for a long time. It'll be better when it reaches you. Li Dongzhu, they said that they want to collect a poll tax. Is that true? After confirming his identity, everyone was happy. Bashui Li family Zhuangzi's Dongzhu was a great philanthropist. Everyone knew that. Chapter 344. We escorted Li Dongzhu all the way back. Along the way, every time we met a citizen, Li Dongzhu would help them. Among the citizens, we occasionally saw people from Lantian County. They said that Lantian County collects a poll tax, 500 coins per person for 5 years. Furthermore, the government also collects taxes from other counties. If you are too slow, you will be blocked and your family will suffer. Li Dongzhu wrote a letter to us and delivered it to Zhuangzi's steward, Song Da. I do not know what is written in the letter. The Winged Knight's men were reporting to Li Longji. The 3 ministers were listening. Li Longji heard the report and said, Good tax. Poll tax, I like this name. Poll tax, go investigate. The last 2 words were said to Gao Lishur. Gao Lishur bowed, indicating that he understood. I request to write a letter. Yao Chong stood up and said angrily. Let's wait and see how Li Yi does it. I have never seen him do anything to anyone. He has no real power and cannot interfere with local affairs. He only has the right to write a letter of impeachment. Li Longji refused to let Yao Chong do anything. He was curious. What would Li Yi do? Li Yi will not impeach local officials. Zhang Shua stood up and said. He knew Li Yi quite well. Li Yi hated evil as if it was his enemy. According to the Winged Knights, Li Yi would give things to other people. If they were not feeling well, they would be checked. With Li Yi by his side, Nie Tian's return trip was especially smooth. The wild beasts along the way were cleaned up and turned into food. If there were people along the way, they would be given food and set up camp together at night. If they were sick, there was no need to worry. The vehicle was an ambulance. The things inside were good. Furthermore, Li Yi was a godly doctor. I will obey your majesty's orders. Yao Chong sat down. He did not care. He wanted to see. Is Li Yi a god? You are just a civil official with no power. How are you going to deal with those people? Are you going to pay someone to kill you? That's fine. If you hire an assassin, His Majesty won't really do anything to you. However, you made this old man look down on you. For a moment, everyone was very curious. In any case, if they were in Li Yi's position, they couldn't think of any solution. At noon, the people sent to Lantian County to gather information returned to Zhuangzi. From Zhuangzi to Lantian County, it was a distance of 30 li. There is indeed someone playing dirty tricks behind the scenes, but we can't find out anything. It seems like they are hiding very deeply. The person who came back reported to Songda. Send someone to set out with the caravan. Load it with copper coins and silk, collect land and properties. As long as someone is willing to sell it, double the price. Tell them that there is something good there and that our Dongzhu has taken a fancy to it. Bury it underground. At the same time, he told those who wanted to sell their land and houses for the poll tax that Zhuangzi would pay the poll tax. Once they found something good underground, they would be given a share of the profits. They didn't have to sell it, they could work together to mine it. People who didn't have land or real estate were told to hire them to help dig up treasures and pay the poll tax for them, even if it was a baby. Moreover, those who dug up treasures would look at the price. Give them a share of the profits, at least 5%. Songda followed the arrangements written in Li Yi's letter. The farmers loaded the caravan with copper coins and silk. An hour later, a caravan of 20 luxurious caravans rushed along the official road to Lantian County. The sky was not dark yet, and no one in Lantian County wanted to sell their land or houses or leave. The Li family Zhuangzi went to collect land with great fanfare, but they couldn't even buy a single piece of land. When everyone heard that if there was a treasure, they would pay the poll tax and divide it among themselves. Why would they sell it? Double the price? They wouldn't do it even if it was 5 times the price. Those who didn't have land were even more reluctant to leave. They helped to dig, they were paid for digging, and they got a share of the profits. They wouldn't believe it if others said it, but the Ba Shui Li family Zhuangzi said it. Moreover, they brought caravans of copper coins and silk to buy. There was no running away, they would definitely have it. Another group of people was dumbfounded. They had just bought 2 pieces of barren land, but they didn't manage to buy any real estate. Those who left before were those who didn't have much land, or those who had a large family. A portion of them left first, leaving 1 or 2 behind to observe. The rumors were about to explode. At the crucial moment, the Li family Zhuangzi made his move. Damn Li. Brother Guan and Guan Shanxing, who were mentioned by others, smashed their cups. The others who were discussing countermeasures were suddenly stunned. There was no poll tax at all. The Li family Zhuangzi said he would pay, but in the end he didn't. He said he wanted to buy a house, he offered double the price, and even said there was a treasure underground. Who would sell it? Is there really a treasure underground? Someone thought about it. What treasure? It must be Li Yi's doing. Another person was certain. What if there is? Let's see if there is. They can dig if there isn't. Aren't we cooperating? If there is, we can dig too. What should we do? Let's talk about it in another county. Let's contact someone first. Everyone discussed for a while and left gloomily. They were as happy as they were in the morning, but now they were as sad. Your Majesty, it's settled just like that? Send someone to talk to them. Lantian County is stable. As for the people who left before, Yao Chong heard the news in Xingqing Palace Hall and felt helpless. Sure enough, things were easier with money. Rumors were true. As for the people who left, he didn't say anything. The people who left were on their way to Luoyang. Li sent them a letter on the way. When they arrived at Luoyang, there were naturally arrangements made by the villagers there. There must be work to be done. The children were taken care of. When things settled down, the villagers would bring them back together. Zhang Shua also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I thought there would be a fight. How could I forget? Li Yi first used the money to deal with the locust plague. Li Longji smiled. He looked at them and said, "Do you think this matter is over? But I feel that this is just the beginning." The news he received was that Song Do went to the workshop first to make arrangements. He didn't have any backup plans and only needed to show the money. Why did Li Yi write a letter that involved the workshop? I can't think of any other methods. Lu Huaishan shook his head, indicating that he couldn't think of any other methods. Isn't the method simple? I'll send you crabs and let you write a piece of calligraphy. Then the calligraphy will be converted into 10 cubes and you'll have cotton candy as a stake. After that, you'll have a new house and furniture. Zhang Shua mentioned how Lu Huaishan's house came about. How deep was this scheme? Who could think of such benefits? I can't think of anything. I really can't think of anything. Yao Chong also shook his head, indicating that he couldn't think of anything. He didn't even think of using money to break the situation, let alone counterattack. Alright, we'll set up camp here today. Don't worry, there'll be food soon. Li Yi, who was rushing back, used a loudspeaker to shout at the people who ran out of Lantian County. Along the way he gathered 70 people. They were all people who didn't have permanent property in Lantian County. There were also people who came out to hide because there were too many people at home. They split into 5 groups and went to Luoyang. Luoyang was a big city and had convenient transportation to Chang'an. Furthermore, the public security was relatively better than other places. They were stopped by Li Yi and wanted to bring them back to Zhuangzi. When the people heard that it was Li Dongzhu from Ba Shui, they agreed without hesitation. They cooperated with the Winged Knights to do some work, especially finding places with flowing water to clean up the game. These meat were their dinner. They usually couldn't eat it, but they didn't expect to eat it when they were evading taxes. When the wild vegetables and various kinds of game meat were stewed together, the fragrance wafted out. Many people looked at the Winged Knights around them and felt a sense of comfort. Children were the most sensitive. They didn't cry or make a fuss even if they were infants. Chapter 345. There was a caravan of merchants from Luoyang in the group. They caught up with Li Yi's group and traveled together with them. They gave up their seats in the caravan for the child to ride in and receive the protection of the Winged Knights. The group's speed suddenly slowed down. At this speed, they would not be able to return in 4 days. They would have to travel in 7 to 8 days. Li Yi counted the days and calculated the date of his sister-in-law's pregnancy. He was anxious. There was still a month left, but what if something happened earlier? Commander Fan, send someone back to ask about my sister-in-law's situation. Li Yi was worried. He had no choice but to find Fan Fan for a private matter. It was a private matter for him, but for Fan Fan, it was an important matter. He did not say anything else and directly arranged for people to come. No need, Commander Fan. Tomorrow morning send a few people to come with me. I will also change horses. Li Yi suddenly changed his mind. In his opinion, the child in his sister-in-law's stomach was more important. The other commoners were protected by the winged knights so they could walk slowly. When he returned to Zhuangzi, he would send a caravan to pick them up. Li Dongzhu, it's very tiring to ride a horse. Fan Fan advised. Is it as tiring as bringing you out to play? Li Yi mentioned the time when the winged knights created a devilish training program for each person. At that time he was by their side. If someone could not take it, he would save them. The winged knights did not rest well. He also slept and woke up at times. No, Li Dongzhu, don't always talk about this. Fan Fan expressed his fear. It was a nightmarish experience. Now, when he occasionally heard noises at night, he would be covered in sweat. He would quickly grab his weapon and hide it. Let's eat, let's eat. Li Yi smiled. Fan Fan rubbed his chest and turned to say to the commoners and merchants, don't eat too much tonight. If you feel uncomfortable, you still have to find Dongzhu to take a look. The commoners looked at him anxiously. Such delicious meat, how could he not let them eat a lot? It would be a pity if there were any leftovers and they were thrown away. The weather was hot now. Early the next morning, Li Yi ate until he was half full and didn't drink much soup. He got on his horse and quickly left with the 100 riders. He stood as high as he could and adjusted the stirrups. It was a little tiring, but he could lie down occasionally. Otherwise, if he kept straddling, he knew that the skin on his inner thigh would be torn by the time he reached home. The most important thing was that the weather was hot now. If the skin was abraded, it had to be removed piece by piece and then applied medicine. She did not wear pants or a skirt. She couldn't even hug her blanket when she slept at night. Her legs had to be positioned properly, and it was best if they were fixed. No, absolutely not. Not even half a month. He was not so skillful as to be able to take his feet off the stirrups and dismount with a child in his arms. The horses he used to ride were very obedient and did not run too fast. He squatted, sat, and lay on his stomach. He pursed his lips and did not make a sound. 100 winged knights expressed their admiration. There was actually such a good method. They originally wanted to see Li Yi make a fool of himself, but no one said anything about the consequences of a novice horse rider. In the end, Li Yi had already thought of it and knew how to deal with it. Dongzhu, let's compete in speed? A non-commissioned officer shouted to Li Yi. If I fall, what do you think will happen to the person you suggested? Li Yi threatened. Dongzhu, I didn't say anything. The wind was strong just now. You misheard. The other party immediately admitted defeat. Li Yi continued to purse his lips and did not say anything. The wind choked. Lantian County. Early in the morning, Songda had finished selling soy sauce, tea leaves and other things. He handed the matter over to his assistant and brought Zhuangzi's guards here. Li Yi's letter said that when he arrived at Lantian County, he should be accompanied by guards. 100 mounted guards, 2 horses per person, a crossbow on the horses, full body armor, sabers at their waists and bows on their backs. Not to mention their archery skills, just their equipment alone was enough to make the bailiffs of Lantian County not dare to provoke them. They brazenly brought out the cavalry without anyone's care. It was said that crossbows were allowed to be issued by the imperial court. They were even produced by the imperial court for distribution. The reason was that there were important military secrets in Zhuangzi that needed to be protected. The guards looked at everyone as if they were bad guys. They were existences that had survived the battlefield, so their expressions were different. Others were afraid of them and could not afford to provoke them. They had not fought many times, so how could they fight with people who had killed before? On the battlefield, life and death were decided in one move. There was no need to glare at each other, and there was no need to use fierce words to provoke. They just went up and fought. Either you fall or I fall. Those who were seen felt that the guards of Li family Zhuangzi were thinking about how to get rid of them in one move. Songda did not care about what others thought. He followed the information from the people who came yesterday and found a person called Song Xiaowu. Song Xiaowu's family had 11 people and 300 mu of land, including mulberry trees and hemp. The rest was for food. His family's land was not very good. Yesterday, someone came to him to buy it and offered half the market price. Just as he was hesitating, The Li family Zhuangzi said that he wanted to buy the land and was willing to pay the poll tax for his family. He quickly decided not to sell. They would work together. When the poll tax was paid, the Li family Zhuangzi would pay and they could dig up the land as they pleased. Song Xiaowu, there is still a lot of wheat to harvest. Song De went to the field to take a look. Me, my brother who is not married, my sick parents, my wife and 6 children. We can't do it. Song Xiaowu was very helpless. His family had a 12-year-old girl, a 10-year-old girl, an 8-year-old girl, and 3 6-year-old boys. The 3 boys were triplets. Just like the 3 sisters, they looked very dirty. Obviously, the family was not well off and did not have time to take care of them. This won't do. How can we find wheat? Hire someone to harvest the wheat first. Songdo was unhappy. He called out and a farmer found someone who was willing to accept the hire. Everyone went to work together. They took out the magical tools from the carriage and swept the field. The older ones were responsible for collecting and tying up the wheat. The children brought a small basket and squatted down to pick up the wheat grains that fell. Let's go to the next house. Songdo looked for people according to the list. The people he looked for were poor people whose families could not harvest the wheat in time. He did not look for rich people or officials. Previously, he did not have enough time to find out any useful information. Last night, someone found out who came to buy the wheat. Then, he investigated the identity of these people and saw who they were in contact with in the past. No matter how deep the people behind the scenes were, the circle was only so big. The investigation of information continued. Song De first helped people to solve the problem of harvesting wheat. Others did not know the situation but he knew. This time, Dongzhu had big plans and long-term plans. When the serious Dongzhu made a move, it was naturally not simple. To settle things, to scheme against people, to help people, Zhuangzi had to get benefits. Steward Song, are we still collecting the tea leaves? A person who came to work asked. Yes. If you are willing to harvest the tea, continue to do so. Later, I will ask someone to tell Zhuangzi that if anyone who sells tea leaves to Zhuangzi wants to pay poll tax, Zhuangzi will pay it. Song De shouted. Li Dongzhu is benevolent. Li Dongzhu is rich. Li Dongzhu will live to 100 years old. Li Dongzhu will always be in our hearts. I want to burn incense for Li Dongzhu. Li Dongzhu will live forever. Many people who did not live very well in the surroundings shouted. Before they finished shouting, someone in the crowd who was harvesting wheat suddenly shouted, there's something in the field. I kicked it. What is it? Is it colored glass? When did it come? Was it buried? Will there be gold in it? Chapter 346. A group of people surrounded it. Upon closer inspection, they found that it was half a bowl made of opaque colored glass. There was a lot of dirt on it. Wipe it and see, is it from the previous dynasty? Or is it even older? Someone said. I heard that there was a large tomb in Lantian County. Could it be from the tomb? Then there must be other jewels. If I dig up a night pearl, how much can I get? Voices began to ring out from the crowd. Move, move, move. Come here, who found it? And this land belongs to Xie Xiaohu's family. Xie Xiaohu, come and take a look. This is not what we want, but I'll give you some money. Steward Song De walked over and snatched the glass bowl from the hands of the person who found it. He then stuffed it into his sleeve without even wiping the dirt off it. He called 2 people to the side and entered the carriage. After a quarter of an hour, the 2 people came out with smiles on their faces. Xiaohu, how much did he give? And that person? Xiaohu, tell me, how much did Steward Song give you for half a bowl? Someone immediately asked. The others were anxious. Xie Xiaohu grinned but shook his head. I can't say, it's not much. It's just 50 coins. Yes, 50 coins. After speaking, he squeezed out of the crowd and ran in the direction of his home. As he ran, he shouted, Wife, wife, go buy that silver hairpin you like. We have money now. When the others heard this, they understood. They could at least buy a silver hairpin. What, 50 coins? 50 coins could buy a silver hairpin? What's going on? Who knows, where did this treasure come from and how much is there? Our Lantian County really has good things. No wonder the Li family Zhuangzi wants to buy it. It's a coincidence. Otherwise, we would have asked the Li family Zhuangzi to buy the land. Who knows how many good things will fall into their hands. Everyone dig. Dig around the area. Plow, it's best to plow. Someone shouted in the crowd. Many people came over to dig and dig. Xie Xiaohu came. His wife came with him. It looked like they were going to buy a silver hairpin. You can't dig. This is my family's land. What are you digging for? Quickly harvest the wheat. Xie Xiaohu stopped them. His wife had an anxious look on her face. The news quickly spread. At first it was said that they found half a glass bowl. It could be a tomb from the previous dynasty or some other time. Then a large caravan encountered bandits here, and they buried the good things in the caravan. After that, it became a treasure trove of some dynasty. Looking at the various legends of Lantian County, you can think for yourself, right? The appearance of the locust god signifies the appearance of the treasure. None of you know where Li Yi is, right? Instead of Zhuangzi he went to Luoyang where there was a plague of locusts. What was he going to do? Of course he followed this trail to find the treasure. Guess what happened in the end? It was in Lantian County. Do you think he's stupid? Pay a poll tax of $200 per person? Helping people harvest wheat? I heard that his ancestors were treasure hunters. When he came to Zhuangzi, the things he took out were exactly what was recorded in other treasures. Some popular storytellers were saying similar things in various parts of Lantian County. The people of Lantian County understood. No wonder it made sense. After that, there was news of someone digging up something. Steward Song went to talk to them and the people of the main family laughed like crazy. They must have taken a lot of money. When Li Yi finally returned to Zhuangzi the next morning, he was exhausted. Many rich families in Lantian County had hired people to dig in the fields. How is it? Li Yi was soaking in the pool with his head exposed. He asked Songde, who was also soaking in the pool. Dongzhu, the first step is successful. Dongzhu, your deception, no, your scheme is too powerful. Songde felt that the water was a little hot, so his upper body was exposed. Don't talk nonsense. Lantian County really has treasures. Other than jade, there are many things that can be directly valued. I don't dare to touch them alone. Li Yi knew what Lantian County had. Among the minerals there was kaolin, which was used to make porcelain. The quality was very good. There were also materials that could make cement, including mineral fertilizers. Fertilizers were the most important to the people's livelihood. He could not make synthetic fertilizers, so mineral fertilizers were just right. Of course there were also hot springs, but they belonged to the royal family. They had long been there and others were not allowed to soak in them. If he was willing to dig a well, he knew where he could dig a hot spring without digging too deep. It was easy for him to mine. Lantian County and Zhuangzi had a common river, Bashui. Ship after ship, they were transported back and used to make fertilizer and other things. Lantian County also had charcoal. It was not used as fuel but as fertilizer. It was simply amazing. Other than these, Li Yi admitted that he could not afford to dig out the most important thing. Then Dongzhu, shall we continue? Songde was not sure what good things there were, but he was willing to do things like scheming. He came out of the pool and went to the shower. Wearing a bathrobe, he yawned and returned to his courtyard. He found his bed and fell asleep. He did not even eat. The winged knights who came back with him were in a much better state than him. They returned to the Forbidden Garden and found Li Longji to report. Your Majesty, Li Dongzhu has just returned. He is worried about the queen and the child. Yesterday morning he called for 100 of us to escort them back. The non-commissioned officer stood straight. He did not look tired and could still hold on for a while. Li Longji pursed his lips and nodded. He did not say anything. He waved his hand and the non-commissioned officer left. On the 28th of March, a group of people from Lantian County gathered together again. Last night, someone saw something dug out from Gao Laoyuan's house. It was very big. Under the light of the lanterns it was golden yellow. This morning, Gao Laoyuan's family disappeared. They stopped harvesting the wheat in the fields. They probably got a big share of the money and no longer cared about Lantian County's property. Someone shared the important news he had heard. Now many people believed that the appearance of the locust god leads to the appearance of the treasure. Today, Lantian County cooperated with the Li family Zhuangzi to excavate. More than 20 families bought new clothes for their families and hired people to renovate and build new houses. This was impressive. Especially Xie Xiaohu's family, they bought a new carriage and 2 horses. They brought his parents, wife and children to his wife's house. The wheat in Lantian County was harvested. The whole yard was demolished and a 2-story house was to be built. No matter, they paid a lot of money and asked someone to build it. How much money was that? They said they dug out a box and used a compass to measure it. They found it in an instant. Boss, we just received news that Songde went to the county office and said he wanted to rent 10 plots of land. But there were 2 big merchants from Luoyang who also wanted to rent. The 2 parties quarreled in the county office. Songde said he could give up 9 plots of land, but there was 1 plot that the other party could not touch. But they asked which plot and which plot. The other party refused and gave up 10 plots of land. County Magistrate Jiang spread the news and asked me to inform boss. What should we do? Should we not rent it and dig it ourselves, or should we rent it and think of a solution? A servant ran in from outside and said to the man surnamed Ma. The others were excited and looked at the man surnamed Ma, waiting for him to make a decision. The man surnamed Ma looked at Guan Shanxing. Guan Shanxing thought for a moment and said, "Go ask about the 2 merchants from Luoyang. It would be better if we could meet them." Chapter 347. The group of people schemed and finally managed to invite 2 big businessmen from Luoyang. One was called Dai Yichen and the other was called Su Yiming. Dai Yichen had several porcelain kilns in Luoyang. He was very professional at burning pottery and porcelain. The previous owner of the Wugong County kiln, Guan Shanxing, was impressed, as expected, of the existence of several big kilns. Su Yiming had a large flower garden in Luoyang. He planted many types of flowers including peonies. He also talked about his profession without stopping. However, when the 2 were asked why they were here, the 2 did not reveal anything. After drinking to a certain extent, they simply stopped drinking. They did not even give them a chance to get drunk. After a few more words, the sky darkened. The 2 bid farewell and returned to the inn under the protection of their subordinates. Guan Shanxing and the rest discussed and decided to take a risk. They sent experts to eavesdrop on them through the window. Dai Yichen and Su Yiming returned to the inn. They did not seem to have had their fill. They ordered wine and dishes and continued to eat and drink. Li is still fast. He found the place in advance. Dai Yichen's voice rang out. So what if he's fast? If he can't get the land, we'll have to rely on our own methods. Su Yiming added. But we only know the rough idea. Who would have thought that the treasure map would be on the mountain where he raises chickens? He has a capable person behind him. Dai Yichen added. The best way is to cooperate with him. Otherwise, what will we do if they deliberately choose a place that doesn't exist? Su Yiming's voice was filled with helplessness. They are Zhuangzi's people, but they don't agree. I think there's a problem with the 10 pieces of land they chose. Perhaps it's a trap. It's hard to determine what's real and what's fake. We can't fight for every piece of land, right? Good idea. Tell him. At the same time, tell County Magistrate Lan Tian that every piece of land has to be sold. The highest bidder wins. Right. Otherwise, we'll find someone in the palace and say that the county magistrate colluded with others to take advantage of the county. The 2 of them spoke one after another, thinking of all sorts of ideas. As they spoke, they talked about other things, most of which were related to women. After confirming that there were no other useful words, the people outside the 2nd floor's window left carefully and repeated it to Guan Shanxing and the others. These people understood that there really was a treasure. Furthermore, the treasure map was on the mountain where Li Yi had gone to Luoyang. The appearance of the locust god, the appearance of the treasure, that was what it meant. Find the treasure map in the locust infestation in Luoyang and determine the location of the treasure according to the map. It was confirmed that it was in Lantian County. What to do? It was a treasure trove. The things that were exposed at the edge of the treasure trove were already worth so much money. How many good things were there in the key areas? It should be a flop. Someone agreed with the method given by the Luoyang merchant. The Li family Zhuangzi's people are blindly bidding. How do you know which one of them is real? Someone immediately pointed out. What else can we do? It was said that there were 2 families who had dug out good things that were willing to lend their houses to the Li family Zhuangzi. Think about it, they've been digging all the way to the bottom of the house. How are we supposed to know? Di Ting, bury vats in the surroundings and dig the city walls. That's all. Come up with proper ideas. Don't come up with any lousy ideas. You even want to rent the surrounding houses? Then they'll understand. Flop 10 pieces of land. Say that in the next few years, only these 10 pieces of land will be sold and not rented. If they want the treasure, they'll have to choose from the 10 pieces. If they don't choose, we'll slowly dig them out in the next few years. Shall we buy all 10 pieces of land? Not necessarily all of them. If the price is too high, we won't buy them. Isn't there still land nearby? We'll dig from there. Didn't they say that they won't be for sale in the next few years? The Yamen is building houses. The Yamen is us. Okay, let's do that. The group of people finished their discussion and went to work. Li didn't really want to buy the treasure trove. He met his big brother. Brothery, I haven't seen you these days. I can't eat well and sleep well. Li Qingqi complained as soon as he arrived. Big brother, you came at the right time. I asked the craftsman to make some small tools for planting seeds. There's a seed planter, a timer, and a fertilizer. There are some lands in Lantian County that aren't fertile enough. No one is willing to plant them. The seeds that are sown are harvested in the end. I'm planning to buy them to plant soybeans. The soybeans can fertilize the fields and raise the land. Otherwise it would be a pity to leave them there. In addition, there are a few places in Lantian County with gold sand. Big brother, think of a way to contact them and decide how to distribute them. As Li Yi spoke, he took out a map he drew after comparing it. There was gold in Lantian County, but he didn't dare to touch it. Who among the common folk could find gold? It was still possible to secretly extract and refine it, but once others in the imperial court knew about it, the consequences. Where? Li Qingqi immediately stopped talking about missing gold when he heard that there was gold. Li Yi handed the map over. Don't pick it yet. After I scam those people, I want to get back the money I paid previously. I also want them to pay for the travel expenses of the people who ran to Luoyang to hide. Li Yi wasn't interested in gold. The other ores in Lantian County were the good stuff. Brother Yi, you want half of it? Li Qingqi followed Yan Jing's plan. Sure. Li Yi agreed. Go ahead and pick it. The gold wasn't ready-made gold bricks. It required many steps. Li Qingqi didn't even eat. He took the bean seed dispenser, seedling transfer device, seedling extraction device, blueprints and a map of the gold production area and ran off. Gao Lishir came over and gave Li Yi a promotion document from the province. You're a third-grade official now, Jinziguang Lu. Gao Lishir didn't explain why no one came to announce it. In fact, Li Longji didn't want more people to come into contact with Li Yi. What was the point of announcing a civil official? He just needed to bring it over. Li Yi took it and opened it to take a look. Not bad, he put it aside. General Gao, you came at the right time. A few days ago, the people in Zhuangzi were ignorant and only gave half a kilogram of tea leaves of each grade 1, secondary grade 1 and grade 2. This time bring 10 kilograms of each back. You can soak them for fun when you have nothing to do. Some of the tea leaves can also be used to grow flowers. The main thing is the acidity level of the soil. Li Yi shamelessly pushed the responsibility to Songda. In fact, he was the one who ordered them to give half a kilogram of each tea leaves. Gao Lishir didn't care about it. Secondary grade 2 tea leaves were delicious enough. He smacked his lips. Li Dongzhu, the weather is hot. Is there anything delicious? What do you want? Li Yi heard that it was food. He didn't have a problem. Just eat. When you eat, it can be dry but it can also be very smooth. Gao Lishir lowered his head slightly when he said this. Yes. Li Yi nodded. Really? Oh Gao, I made the right bet. When I go back, I'll collect the money from them. Gao Lishir clapped his hands. He was so happy that he let the cat out of the bag. Next time, please allow me to place a bet. Li didn't know what to say. Of course. Then. Gao Lishir was embarrassed. Come and get it tomorrow. I'll make green bean cakes for you. There's no oil. It's very dry but it melts when it comes in contact with water. You have to take a bite. It'll be gone in a while. Pregnant women can't eat it. Li said that there was no oil green bean cakes. This was dry. When put in water, it would melt immediately. Gao Lishir expressed that he would remember. He took a pile of tea leaves, said that he would come back tomorrow and left. Li pondered and muttered to himself, summer is coming. There must be new recipes, especially snacks. The kind that adults and children like to eat. Add herbal tea. Chapter 348. The mung bean cake was ready. There were no fava beans or peas in it. After steaming, it was cut into pieces before the moisture dissipated. Early in the morning, Gao Lishir hurried over and left with a pile. He muttered something like, they didn't believe it yesterday so they increased the stakes. Less than half an hour after Gao Lishir left, Li Longji rushed over with Empress Wang. Empress Wang didn't look lively. Her belly was big so she didn't need others to help her walk. Li didn't say anything and took 2 people in to see the baby. According to the baby's appearance, he could come out now. It was less than a month old. It looks about 5 caddies. Sister-in-law always has entertainment activities, so it will be easy for her to give birth. Li explained the situation. According to his calculation at that time, 6 caddies couldn't be raised too big. There are still 3 weeks, more than 20 days. Be careful during this period. Li reminded again. Live here. Li Longji didn't want to go back to the palace. He felt that the palace was dangerous now. He wanted to put Empress Wang in Zhuangzi. Then he would use the midwife in Zhuangzi and the palace maids and eunuchs. The imperial doctors didn't want it, and the midwives in the palace didn't want it. Uncle, you said that the natural birth won't work. Do you want to cut open the belly? Empress Wang was a little scared. Sister-in-law, don't worry. A cesarean section is actually safer than a natural birth. Li felt that he could do it. He had watched many videos and also used a cadaver. It was the kind where the cadaver didn't carry the fetus. Logically speaking, with the current medical technology, there should be 2 lives in one body, but Wang Xing and the others didn't send it. Does it hurt? Empress Wang was still scared. It doesn't hurt during the operation. After the operation, the wound will heal for a period of time. It hurts. Li told the truth. Empress Wang bit her lips and said firmly, "For the child, I'm not afraid." Li Longji was a little nervous. Empress Wang's child was related to his decision of empress. As long as the boy was born, he could tell others that his throne was legitimate. "Third brother, sister-in-law, you haven't eaten yet? Let's eat together." Li changed the topic. He felt that his sister-in-law always exercised her body. She could jump around and maintain a good figure. Her body was flexible, so it would not be a problem for her to give birth naturally. When he was in the hospital, he liked to perform autopsies. Firstly, the risk was relatively small. Secondly, it was beneficial to the financial health of the hospital. What's there to eat now? The weather was hot, so he couldn't eat meat. He didn't want to eat oil at all, but if he didn't eat, he was worried that the nutrition wouldn't be balanced. He had been eating fish recently, but he was tired of eating too much fish. "The baby in my belly is still holding up, and I'll feel uncomfortable if I eat too much." Empress Wang held Li Longji's hand and complained to Li Yi about the problem of food with a relieved expression. "Let's go to the cafeteria and look for the ingredients. I'll make braised meatballs for sister-in-law and add more vegetables to the soup." Li Yi thought of a dish with soup. Empress Wang pondered for a moment and nodded. "What's the staple food?" "Dry biscuits. See if there's any dough in the kitchen that hasn't been made yet. Brush a layer of oil in the pan and bake a pan of biscuits. After that, don't add oil and continue to bake the biscuits with that pan. The biscuits don't have oil and taste good." Li Yi thought of a staple food with braised meatball soup, biscuits without oil. Okay. Empress Wang was happy. Li Longji also smiled. It's really easy to eat at Brother Yi's place. The food in the heavenly earth was not good, so there was no recipe. In the palace, Empress Wang looked at the recipe and thought about what to eat. Every time she made a choice, she would quickly overturn it. At Brother Yi's place, the food provided by Brother Yi was not in the recipe, and it could be adjusted at any time. When she arrived at the cafeteria, there was neither, but there were noodles. Li Yi personally went to cook. After half an hour, 3 bowls of braised meatballs and a pan of pancakes were placed on the table. The side dish was pickled vegetables from Sichuan, which was delicious when the weather was hot. The meat selected for the meatballs was the ribs. The soup of the braised meatballs added carrots, cucumbers, wood ears, mushrooms, shrimps, spinach, and cabbage. Empress Wang tasted a mouthful of soup and ate a meatball. "I'll eat this again next time. I'll change it when I'm tired of it." Li Yi was indifferent. Li Longji drank a mouthful of soup and nodded. "Even if the weather is hot, you can still swallow it by eating this." He turned his head and asked about the 3 things Li Qingqi brought back yesterday. The jukebox, seedling mover, and fertilizer applicator don't seem to be used for vegetable seeds? He found that these things were good. Especially for things like beans, the jukebox could be inserted into the soil. After poking, 2 to 3 beans would go down and be pulled out. The depth of the pit was more uniform than the normal pit, and there was no need to dig first, then put the seeds and finally cover the soil. The deeper the pit was, the shallower the depth, the shorter the seedling sprouts and the higher the success rate. Needless to say, there was no need to mention the seedling mover. Without that tool, one had to dig with a small shovel or dig with one's hands. One seedling could be removed at a time, no more, no less. This was a tool for planting good crops, and it was unknown how many people benefited from it. However, there was a problem. The other vegetable seeds could not be used. The vegetable seeds were required to be densely packed. It was better to directly scatter the seeds in the ground. Third brother, the tool for planting spinach and cabbage seeds is more troublesome than the jukebox. It's like pushing a roller. There are a few boxes on it, as well as a pick, a stopper, and a pullback spring. I asked them to use the toughness of the bamboo to push it from the other side. When it's done, put the seeds in the boxes and push the cart away. Not only do they have to plant the seeds, but they also have to cover the soil. Li Yi briefly explained the vegetable seed planter. It was good, but the problem was that it was troublesome to make. Can ordinary people make it? Li Longji considered the universality. Ask Big Brother's Craftsman Alliance to make it, and then sell it to the people or rent it. The people can make it themselves. It's time-consuming and energy-consuming, and the materials are not easy to find. Li Yi did not think about who would look at the blueprint and make one by themselves. It was not a stool that could be used regardless of whether it was done or not. I heard that you made a move in Lantian County. We will inform His Majesty about the gold. What should we do with those people? Li Longji still had questions. My plan is simple. I will take the money from them and trap them there. I will use their money to compensate the people. That place will make them feel that it is tasteless and a pity to abandon it. Will depend on my mood. If I am in a good mood, I might use the land there to cheat them again. If I am in a bad mood, I will use that land to cheat them again. Li Yi only talked about his own plan and did not mention the government. He was not the Minister of Justice, so it had nothing to do with him. Li Longji narrowed his eyes. He felt that it was not bad. Yes, he must cheat them. He must cheat them to death. As for how to do it, Brother Yi must have a complete plan. The people he had to deal with were the county magistrate, county deputy, and a group of people. The people he sent out were drinking with others and looking for women all day. They did not do anything proper. There were even people who were supervising them who made trouble behind their backs. You are all very powerful. Lantian County is so close to Chang'an. Are you all putting on a show for me to see? To let me know how powerful you all are? Li Longji got angrier the more he thought about it. He wondered if he should confiscate their property. He could not execute them. They were all relatives of relatives. Li ate a biscuit. He did not eat the main food anymore. He only ate meatballs and drank soup. When he was almost done eating, he put down his chopsticks and said to Li Longji, "Third brother, if possible, use your connections and send the 42 students to each county. Chang'an and Wanyin do not need to be sent. As for the other 20 counties, send 2 people to each county. I need to gather information." Chapter 349. I'll think of something. Li Longji could guess what Li Yi was up to. Sending someone to spy on the officials and find out what was wrong with them. Then he would come up with a solution. But this was a good idea. If there was an official who violated too many people's interests or did something bad to the people, Li Yi would remind him. Li Yi was relieved when he saw Sanji's help. After the meal, Li Longji and Empress Wang went to the courtyard to rest and talk. Li Yi continued to copy the book. After a while, he thought of the punishment for those who spread the rumor in Lantian County. He could scam others, but the government had to give an explanation. Those who spread the word and spread the word shall be hanged. Those who spread the word to mislead the people shall be banished 3,000 miles away. Those who spread the word shall be flogged 100 times. Li Yi found the content of the current Tang Dynasty Law book, Tang Dynasty Law Discussion. This was about spreading rumors to mislead the people. It was about ghosts and gods. This included the rumors about the appearance of the locust god and the discovery of the treasure. But the rumors were not about ghosts and gods. This was not easy to judge. Then let's move on to the next one. Deceit refers to the increase and decrease of the number of books produced. Yes, that's it. Li Yi found it and said that the person who made the book was the author. The content of the book might have been increased or decreased a little, so he wanted to hang himself. Those who did not create a fake book would be hanged. Making a book was like conferring a title to an official, giving him a civil servant. Imperial edicts were like making a book. Giving him a book was called making a book under the school. Collecting poll tax, that was Ziwei Province's business. How dare you say that? Are you acting on behalf of Ziwei Province's boss, Yao Chong? Of course, during his investigation he also found out about digging graves and destroying corpses. This was sewn up and returned. He even saved a child. It was almost time to send the child back. Other than that, Song De claimed to have found a treasure in Lantian County. This was also a fake. If it was sold, it would be a huge crime. According to the laws of the Tang Dynasty, how many times have I died? Changing the purpose of the farmland and taking in people without household registration without reporting it to the authorities. Li Yi laughed as he spoke. I'm not afraid. I'm doing business with the emperor. Haven't I given him several specific places that produce gold? When I get the money from the salt well and the dividends from the gold mining, I'll think of a way to donate it. I'll donate it to the various counties to help support the people who need subsidies and support from the county. Li Yi planned to spend the money. If he did not want it, it would be dangerous. On the other side of the courtyard, Li Longji and Empress Wang were discussing what to do after the birth of their child. San Lang, after the baby is born, should we leave him in Zhuangzi or go back? Empress Wang asked a difficult question. Children need their parents, especially their mother, who can feed them herself. The child was in Zhuangzi. Was she there? Go back after 1 month. The palace needs to say that people who write daily life notes can't write carelessly. Li Longji considered leaving Empress Wang in Zhuangzi for 2 months. The baby would be born within a month. Then the baby would be 1 month old, which would coincide with the end of the confinement period. Then we need to send more people. Empress Wang felt that a full month was fine too. But the child had to be by her side at all times. She could not leave him in another palace to be looked after. This child began to receive the attention of countless people after it was known that she was pregnant. She was suspicious of everyone in the palace. For example, Li Tsong Sanlang's first child should be made the crown prince. But when he went hunting, his face was injured and left a scar. Some time ago, the officials advised Sanlang to make Li Ying, who was born in the same year, the crown prince. Fortunately, she was pregnant at the time. So close. She could not let her guard down. It should be so. Li Longji was also cautious. He said, "Have Tao Hong and the others from the third class go over. Add 8 more people. Third class 24 people. Come to Zhuangzi when it's your turn." Empress Wang felt that 8 more people were not enough. Third class, Li Longji followed. These 32 people could be used at ease. Their families had all been sent to a place to live by Gao Lisher. Their days were good. There was no need to talk about them in Zhuangzi. When they got things, they went back to distribute them. A small portion was left behind, and they asked Gao Lisher to bring it back to their families. There seemed to be no chance for them to betray. Empress Wang was satisfied. She yawned. Li Longji helped her onto the bed. She leaned against the bed and slept. Lying down was uncomfortable. He went out and told Tao Hong and Cui Lu to go in and watch. He walked around Zhuangzi with his hands behind his back. The cotton in Zhuangzi had been planted, and the carrots had been transplanted outside. He did not know if there would be seeds this year. A part of the paddy field had not been planted. The place for breeding was almost ready. Now the paddy field was soaking in water. The forest frogs in the artificial pond were croaking incessantly. There were also the crabs left last year for the winter. This year there would be some small crabs which would be eaten by the big ones. Next year the cycle would repeat. This way the crabs would be bigger for 2 autumns. There were people waiting at Baqiao to collect tea. The farmers would go over to check the quality and weight and then ask them what they wanted. If they wanted something, they would give a 10% discount. If they wanted money, they would give money. Li Longji walked around and looked. He felt that this was the life that the people of the Tang dynasty should live. A group of people in Lantian County also felt that the current days were not bad. The auction of the 10 plots of land was about to begin. Many big businessmen went to Chang'an City. There were also 2 businessmen from Luoyang as well as the Li family Zhuangzi, Songde, and Steward Song who were personally participating. A large group of businessmen in Chang'an City said that they had heard the good news. They also wanted to buy some property in Lantian County. Not only did Guan Shanxing and the others not object, they were also very happy. With the competition from outside, there were 12 more people. If Songde shouted a price to cheat people, he would offend people. At this time, Songde was the focus. He brought a lot of money and so did the others. This was not allowed to just pay a deposit and not ask for it after getting it. After shouting a price and saying how much it was, they would directly take that part of the money after the transaction. While everyone was waiting, Songde suddenly spoke. "Everyone, there are 10 plots of land. I know which 5 plots of land will make a lot of money. I want to auction them. Do you want to buy them?" The county magistrate, Guan Shanxing, and the others who had discussed it frowned together. "We agreed to sell official land in the county, but you still want to sell information? This, Steward Song, you can sell information, but what if we don't make a lot of money after buying the information? What will you do?" A big businessman from Chang'an City shouted at Songde. "That's right, Steward Song. Who knows if your information is real or fake? Steward Song, give us a guarantee. A guarantee that can convince us. Just saying it won't do." Same for the 2 people from Luoyang. "Steward Song, it's not that we don't trust you, but a steward like you is useless." The businessmen from Chang'an City and Luoyang City spoke one after another. They wanted Songde to give them a convincing guarantee. Hence, the matter of selling land changed direction. It turned to what Songde's words were based on. "Why don't we do this? It's already noon. Let's eat first." "It's not right to do business on an empty stomach," someone from Guan Shanxing's group said. The county magistrate hurriedly followed up. "That's right. The sun is about to rise. Let's eat and disperse." "No, let's eat together at the Drunken Immortal restaurant." Songde revealed a difficult expression. The businessmen from Chang'an City all expressed their agreement. They ate first. The group of people went to the Drunken Immortal restaurant that had many names. Each of them had their own plans. Chapter 350. It's better to buy information. Otherwise, only 5 out of the 10 plots of land will have something in it. The rest will be wasted. I'm worried that we'll be cheated if we can't pay for the land. Ask him to use something as a guarantee. What is it? Technology. Soy sauce, glaze, glycerin, toilet water, soap, lighter alcohol and fireworks. Fireworks won't work. Do you dare to take them? The first 6 are enough. Soap is the best. Use a lot. It's hot. Toilet water is also good. Glaze can't be bought unless there's a kiln. The price of soy sauce is low now, but it's still more than 500 yuan per caddy. The merchants of Chong and discussed loudly. No matter what Songda thought, they seemed to want to put some pressure on Songda. Songda acted as if he didn't hear them. He continued to eat and didn't drink. Guan Shanxing and the others were tempted and discussed in low voices. It wasn't until 1:30 in the afternoon that everyone finished their meal. The merchants of Chong and Guan Shanxing and the merchants of Luoyang talked to Songda together. Songda took out Li Yi's seal and a document written by Li Yi himself that allowed Songda to take full control of the land, indicating that he could make the decision. They could talk about the specific content. The merchants of Chong and requested to write down on the contract how much they could pay for a certain plot of land or how much it was worth. The deadline was half a month. If they couldn't pay the money, the Li family Zhuangzi would take over to prove that they could pay the money. If they couldn't prove it, they had to hand over a technology. They could only choose the technology from the toilet water and the other 5. Songda agreed. Guan Shanxing and the others looked at it and felt that there was no problem. They were relieved. The contract was written in 4 copies, 1 for each side, 1 for the government office and 1 for the broker. They turned around and talked to the county magistrate again. Each plot of land was about 400 mu. When they finished buying, the price of each plot of land couldn't be higher than 1 liang. The county magistrate also agreed that the benefits would be distributed later. The negotiation of occupying the fixed assets of the Tang dynasty ended. Everyone was ready. The first plot of land, area number 5, is about 400 mu. I can pay 100,000 liang. Songda said the number of the plot. They wrote down the number and the amount of money on the contract and pressed their fingerprints on the place. 10,000 carvings, someone shouted from Guan Shanxing's side. The big merchant from Chong and gave him a look of disdain. 50,000. Shopkeeper Liang, my surname is Ma and my given name is Heng Rui. I am. Xiao Ma, a relative of the royal family who was supervising Wang Sun, spoke. Don't mention who you are. How can you give up on such a profitable business? If you're really capable, I'll buy it later and give it to you. You're embarrassing yourself by saying something you shouldn't say at this moment. Chang and shopkeeper Liang did not indulge in his bad habits. Who are you? If you have someone powerful backing you, you can tell me after I buy it. I can't afford to offend you. I'll give it to you directly. If you tell me now, I won't admit it. Ma Hongruei was furious, but there was nothing he could do. The people on Guan Shanxing's side whispered a few words before calling out the price again. 51,000 jin. Songda waited for a while, then shouted, 51,000 going once. Is there anyone else? That's a good place to pay at least 100,000. 51,000 jin the second time. As long as he added a little more money, he would have more than 40,000 jin. 51,000 going thrice, sold. He was very familiar with this kind of work. Ma Hongruei snorted coldly and glared at shopkeeper Liang. What he meant was, why don't you add more money? Why don't you dare? Shopkeeper Liang lowered his head as if he did not hear or see anything. The other side began to hand over the money. It was all silk. From the outside the quality was not very good. Songda did not care. The farmers carried the silk and accepted it. If it was not good, then it was not good. When he returned to Zhuangzi, he could use it for other purposes. It was not like small businesses where one had to use a ruler to measure the cloth. Even a little bit of difference was not allowed. Every 2 feet one had to unfold the cloth. If the color of the cloth was not right for too long, one had to add 1 or 2 feet more. It was fine to look at a large business. It was just that the cloth on Guan Shanxing's side was really too bad. He believed that some of the cloth inside were terrible. It had been stored in the warehouse for many years. This kind of cloth could only be selected later and used when the shoes were made. The second piece, 6 good pieces of land. You can pay 120,000 jin. Songda took out the second piece of land. 50,000 jin. Another big businessman from Chong and spoke first. 51,000 jin. The people on Guan Shanxing's side increased the price. I don't want it. The big businessman from Chong and seemed to be afraid when he was stared at by Ma Hongruei. Songda shouted 3 times. The 5 people bid and the deal was done. The third piece, 7 pieces of land, could be sold for 150,000 jin. It was sold for 41,000 jin. The fourth piece, 9 pieces of land, could be sold for 160,000 jin. It was sold for 1,000 jin. The fifth piece, one piece of land, could be sold for 200,000 jin. It was sold for 66,000 jin. The businessmen from Chang'an and Luoyang seemed to have suffered a great grievance. As soon as the business was over, they turned and left. Some people even left ruthless words, saying that they must take revenge for today's matter. Songda organized a caravan and hired many carriages and people from Lantian County to load the gold, copper coins and silk. Some of the copper coins and silk were taken from the county's warehouse. Obviously, Guan Shanxing and the others did not have enough money and borrowed from the county magistrate. Songda had just left less than 5 li when a caravan from Chang'an and passed by him. Other than horses, the caravan also had 4-wheeled carriages. Guan Shanxing's side entered the Drunken Immortal restaurant to celebrate. When the caravan arrived, the non-commissioned officer on the horse came down. The doors of the carriages opened one by one. Officials from the Ministry of Revenue, Ministry of Appointments, Ministry of Justice, Imperial Ancestral Temple, and Taifu Temple came out. Yao Chong, Zhang Shua, and Lu Huaishan also came down. Take them all out. Yao Chong spat out 4 words from his mouth. A group of non-commissioned officers rushed in and screamed. One by one they were escorted out with their hands behind their backs. When they saw this lineup, some directly fell down, some couldn't walk, and some continued to stare with their eyes wide open. Fraud for the sake of producing books is a crime punishable by hanging. For your own selfish interests you do anything. Where's Wang Sun? Find him and bring him here. Yao Chang's gaze swept across the faces of the group and said in a deep voice. Others ran to check the warehouses such as those from Taifu Temple. They were in charge of Chongping Warehouse. The Imperial Ancestral Temple was in charge of the royal family. The Ministry of Revenue was in charge of checking the accounts. The people who were arrested cried and shouted that they were wronged, that they knew they were wrong, and that there were others involved. With the help of the non-commissioned officer, the voices quickly disappeared. Li didn't know that the imperial court had made a move. They waited for him to finish swindling the money. He was very happy at the moment. Someone quickly came over and reported that he had sold the information. The moment he sold it, the first person came back. 51,000 yuan. One was enough to cover all the previous investments. Li was making steamed meatballs and pancakes. He ate late in the morning and delayed lunch. He was waiting for others to buy the land. When he realized that there was no treasure, he would tell them how to pay for it. He felt that it was fun to swindle and teach others a painful lesson. The imperial court saw that it was illegal. If it wasn't for the fact that they were waiting for Li Yi to get the money, they would have made a move. Once they were caught and tortured, there would always be someone who couldn't take it and blurted it out. Okay, we can eat now. Are we still eating this for dinner? Li Yi carried the food over. As usual, 3 people ate. The eunuchs and palace maids ate other things while he scooped some for himself. Are the fish meatballs delicious? Empress Wang wanted to change the ingredients. Delicious. I'll ask someone to beat the fish meat. Li Yi nodded and turned around. Chapter 351. When Li Longji heard Li Yi's order to beat the fish, he thought about it but could not figure it out. Brother Yi, won't the fish turn into mud after being beaten? Won't it disperse after being put in water? Because protein will solidify when it is heated, it has to be stirred in one direction. If you are worried about not mastering it well, you can add egg white and starch. The same goes for pork, beef and mutton. Li Yi then explained. He knew that fish balls were not popular in Chang'an now. Only people from the south would make them in their own homes. Then do you think the people who spread the rumors in Lantian County should be hanged? Li Longji instantly changed the topic. According to the law, they should be hanged. However, their status is not bad. Just die and end it all. It won't be enough to vent my hatred. Li Yi hated this group of people to the core. He wanted to torture them so that others would be afraid. Exiled? Li Longji thought of an idea. No, just put them in Lantian County. When they buy the land and realize that they can't make money, I will teach them how to make money. Then catch them and they won't be able to make money. Then put them there. Every 10 days they will work for 8 days and the remaining 2 days will be spent making reports. They can go to Chang'an or the other 20 counties in the capital. They will talk about how they made the mistake, what they were thinking when they made the mistake and how they feel now. Li Yi made ruthless moves, worked hard and then repented. He felt that every day was so unbearable. They still had family. Their family could visit them once a month and talk to them. If they were hanged, their family would give up. If they suffered, their family would be worried. Li Longji swallowed his saliva. For the first time, he realized that there were punishments more frightening than death and exile. Of course, extorting the entire family was another matter. This crime did not involve the family. Whoever committed the crime would be hanged. Li Longji hesitated and did not say that the imperial court had already taken action. Furthermore, Yao Chong was personally leading the team. Before they left in the morning, they had discussed it. As long as Li Yi was involved in making money, they would take action at the right time. Through the merchants in Chong, and they would take action. In order to scam people, the lineup would be huge. Let the merchants in Luoyang spread fake news, and then the merchants in Chong, and cooperated with the performance. Even if the imperial court did not make a move, those people and the officials of Lantian County would be crippled in the future. At the very least, he should be able to scam over 100,000 gold coins. As for what would happen after that, it was still unclear. As he pondered, Li Longji asked, "Brother Yi, what are your arrangements for that place?" "That's right, the news of the land being sold first. After they got it, they dug and dug, but there was no treasure at all. After half a month, they naturally came to me to ask for the technique. As for me, I went to mine all kinds of stone mines. The place I chose didn't have any gold. It was all basalt, bentonite, kaolin, silica, limestone, talc and other ores. Other than kaolin, which they could use to make ceramics, they couldn't use the other materials. But I will. When the time comes, I will raise the price in the name of Zhuangzi's technology and buy it for a long time. Didn't this prove that those lands were worth a lot of money? There's no problem. It's written clearly on the contract that we're paying, not digging for treasure." Li Yi's follow-up plan was a complete set. "Then they will sell it to you?" Empress Wang interjected from the side. "Then I won't buy it from them. I just tell them that it's worth a lot of money. I have the technology, so why should I buy it from them?" Li Yi said the result. Empress Wang understood. He told them that the things in their lands were worth a lot of money. At the same time, only my technology is worth a lot of money. It's still useless for them to take it. It's a waste of money. I haven't violated the terms of the contract. And then? Empress Wang felt that there should be a follow-up. Then the imperial court will make a move and arrest them. The land will be auctioned. I will give a slightly higher price to the county yamen. I will buy the land and work with other merchants to mine it. But I have to agree that only merchants who have paid the business tax can work together. In this way, Lantian County's goal of collecting business tax has been achieved. The merchants won't be disgusted. The yamen has already dealt with what needs to be dealt with. There's nothing they can do. As for the other major factions who want to object, I will continue to pull them to mine other mines. Li Yi's final goal was to complete the payment of business tax. Dealing with people was a convenient process. It wasn't important. Targeting a group of people for the goal was not a person who could see the big picture. It was just like selling medical equipment. What was the point of dealing with people but not selling them? Li Longji clearly felt that he was used to Brother Yi's methods, but when Brother Yi really got serious, he realized that he had underestimated him. This entire plan was planned when he saw the citizens of Lantian County helplessly leaving their homes on the way back and asked about the situation. When the 20 winged knights each set off on 3 fast horses, it was the final moment of the matter. He would make money that needed to be earned, deal with people that needed to be dealt with, and accomplish the goals that needed to be accomplished. This was the first time Brother Yi was serious. No, he was serious about dealing with the locust plague. Since last year he had been rearing them in large quantities. He even converted the price of soy sauce to get others to send him poultry and pigs. He reared them while selling eggs and eating them. By the time he arrived in Luoyang, the locust plague was just beginning to take shape. The local citizens scolded him and traded with him, working in his place for wages. When the locust plague truly arrived, the citizens probably felt very uncomfortable and then they left. Because the matter was resolved as long as they followed the plan. By the end of the year, millions of chickens and ducks. No, millions. Should be tens of millions. The method of artificial incubation had been spread, and the citizens of other places would increase the number of eggs hatched. With this thought, Li Longji reached out and patted Li Yi on the shoulder. "Brother Yi, if I asked you to use troops, what would you do?" "Of course I would ask an experienced veteran. I would support them, such as making sand tables, medical treatment and logistics. They would tell me how to fight and I would cooperate. I have never fought in a war, so how would I dare to blindly give orders? The lives of the Tang dynasty soldiers are at stake." Li Yi directly positioned himself as someone in charge of logistics, even if he was given the position of supreme commander. Empress Wang ate a meatball. "When they finish leading the army, uncle, your contribution is the greatest." She came from a family of generals, so she knew that as long as the battle was won, the general would take the credit. Li Yi shook his head. "I don't want any credit. If I can use troops to intimidate them, it would be best if there is no large-scale killing. Then I can use other methods to obtain land and other things. The good fighter can subdue the enemy without fighting. Li Yi said what was in his heart. He was also willing to take revenge and kill until the enemy trembled in fear. Robbing and killing along the way, he made a name for himself. Then, the Tang dynasty had many people who lost their sons, husbands, and fathers. Dongzhu, I'm back. Guess how much we earned? 210,000 jin, a total of 210,000 jin. The steward's shout came from outside and Songde ran in. Dongzhu, they couldn't take out the money later, so they borrowed money from the county. But when we came back, we saw the imperial court's team. Looked like. Songde showed a regretful expression when he said this. He had guessed the purpose of the team that passed by. It was a pity that he couldn't use the following tricks. Very good. Tell the merchants who cooperated that they will get 30% of the money. They can choose whether they want money or 20% off. Li Yi nodded and told the merchants about the shares. They agreed that they would get 30% of the money. Chapter 352. Dongzhu, they said that they want goods at a 20% discount. They can earn 20% more. They said that if there is such a good deal next time, we will look for them again. Songde laughed as he spoke. Everyone went to scam people together. According to Dongzhu's words, this was called a group scam. It's all thanks to everyone's help. Li Yi was very satisfied with the merchants of Chang'an. Owner, I'll take them to eat. Songde said and happily left, jumping up and down as he walked. Uncle, 210,000 yuan, you can buy a lot of things. Empress Wang was more concerned about the number. We have to bring back those who went out and compensate them. Although the compensation should be paid by the imperial court, the Ministry of Personnel cannot be offended. Li Yi put the blame on the Ministry of Personnel. The county magistrate cooperated to spread the rumors, and the Ministry of Personnel had the responsibility to monitor the officials. How could the Ministry of Personnel not notice something that happened right under their noses? Of course, the Imperial Censorate should not think about it. Didn't you hear about it? What did you do? Thinking was thinking, blaming was blaming. Li Yi knew that he could not find trouble with any department unless he just left school. Later on, he understood that there were not so many reasons in the world. Countries were all like this. Since that was the case, he had to compensate them himself. In the future, he still had to work in Lantian County, and he needed the support of the locals. Yes, we cannot offend them. Empress Wang agreed. She felt regretful. If she knew that Uncle's plan was so comprehensive, she would have told San Lang to act later. Let's see how unlucky those people are. Now that they have caught them, it was not satisfying. Li Longji did not regret acting too early. He was more interested in those ores. Lantian County had jade and everyone thought that jade was good. Brother Yi did not have the slightest interest in jade. Instead, he wanted stones. Brother Yi, what can different stones be used for? Li Longji wanted to learn a lot of knowledge in one go. Organic stones can be used to fertilize the soil based on the pH. Different crops like different soil with different pH values. Basalt can be used now. The hot spring soup is monopolized by the imperial family. Ordinary people, especially the imperial government, can't use it. What about the people? For example, I Zhuangzi don't have one. If you drill down, you can drill out. After drilling for more than 10 years, the imperial plantation above has one. It's shallow. Even His Majesty doesn't know, so I won't tell him. Anyway, he doesn't lack places to bathe, right? When Li Yi mentioned the hot springs, he also mentioned the imperial plantation. There was a shallow one there, and it would take at most 2 months to get out. Yes, you're absolutely right. Empress Wang glanced at Li Longji. That's right, sister-in-law. I'm going to build steam in the bathtub in 2 days. There was no need for electricity. The basalt stones were heated outside. He took it in and poured water on it. Wah! Steam came out. It was more comfortable to be steamed inside. I also plan to build a large bathing pool in Lantian County as a cover. I know that the royal family hasn't discovered the pool yet. Li Yi wanted to take a steam bath and basalt was suitable. Okay, uncle. Hurry up and drill. Then San Lang and I will also take a bath. Empress Wang wanted to join in the fun. Yes. Li Longji agreed. Also, the stones can be used to bleach and increase the toughness of the paper. I've already made the movable type and the ink can be used but the paper can't. My newspaper hasn't been published yet. The paper must not be smudged and the handwriting must be clear. The ink must not be removed. The ink is different from the ink we usually use. I can make wax paper and then use a stylus to write and brush the ink. It's a test of the basic skills of writing. If you make a mistake, you won't be able to correct it. Li Yi talked about the use of stones and paper. He wanted to make printing paper but the cost was too high. He could make wax paper for typing, but he couldn't find the materials to coat the stylus. Wax paper was not suitable for mass printing of newspapers, but it was not a problem for a small range of exam papers. There was a period of time when the teachers worked very hard. They didn't have ready-made exam papers, so they could only write it themselves and then print it for the students. Some rural schools did not have much funding, so the teachers would look at the students' parents. At that time they called for the government to work and asked the students to go home and ask their parents for it. In the government, wax paper was worthless. They could take it as they wished, and the parents would bring it to school for their children. So at that time the children sang, "Whenever I gently walk by your window," and the parents agreed with it the most. Li recalled and tears fell unconsciously. "Brother E, are you thinking of something sad?" Li Longji asked with concern. "No, I'm just thinking about when the people of the Tang dynasty will become rich." Li didn't blush at all when he lied. He didn't even need to write a draft. Li Longji's eyes reddened. If someone else said this in front of him, he would splash a bowl of soup on that person's face. When Li Yi said it, he admitted that Li Yi had brought out too much technology for the people. Looking at the situation in Zhuangzi, the Zhang family village, the migrant workers and the people of Chang, and cutting ice, making firecrackers, kneading mud and picking tea leaves. And the reactions of the people on the way back from Luoyang when they heard that they had been deceived. Brother Yi said to serve the people. Who would dare to disagree? How many medical books had he given away? Third brother, I suddenly thought of two people who need to move around. They are both old officials. Investigating the place with the guilty officials is a plan. The old officials still have the strength of character. We can form a team to investigate and make up for the loopholes. Li Yi thought of two people who were about to die. They were both prime ministers. He suggested to let the guilty officials deal with the other officials. He also felt that there should be another team, those old men. The old men would keep an eye on each other, and then they would become a special inspection team. Having lived for such a long time, he was well aware of the problems of the local officials. Which two? Li Longji became serious. Li Riji, Lu Yochio, and Yao Chong helped His Majesty take down the old officials one by one in order to stabilize His Majesty's imperial power. Yao Chong was right. He was indeed a capable official. However, those old officials were also very precious. There was no need to force them to death. Let them form a team. In the team they would keep each other in check. Let them investigate the officials at the same time. In this way, His Majesty entrusted the country's affairs to them and gave them face. They would not complain even if they knew that they were deprived of their rights. When inspecting places, as long as there was corruption, they would still be able to leave a good reputation. With their help, His Majesty would not have to worry about them being in power. After a few years, when Yao Chong is tired, he can also join. Li came up with a new idea. Especially the last sentence, it was not peaceful at all. Instead, it was filled with killing intent. Yao Chong was saving the prime minister. He took down the old officials one by one. This way, Li Longji could do things more easily and not be forced by the old officials who took advantage of their seniority. However, it was a pity that those people died. It was better to form a team and deal with them together. Give them a reputation and they would be very willing. When it was about time, Yao Chong should also join. Don't be the prime minister because you, Yao Chong, are also an old official. Li Longji was stunned. This was his brother Yi? He was just as ruthless when he took action. However, compared to Yao Chong, Brother Yi did not want to force the old officials to death. Should he take down Yao Chong, Zhang Shua, and Lu Huaishan now and turn Brother Yi into the crepe myrtle magistrate, Pingzhang? Empress Wang, who was eating with her head lowered, also looked up. Uncle is 17 years old this year? Chapter 353. Li Longji's eyes lit up. He thought of the names Li Riji and Lu Yochio and felt that he could do something about it. Just as Li Yi said, his emperor was relatively young. Many of the old officials had experienced 3 or 4 emperors. Each of them wanted to gain power, which would affect his prestige. Therefore, Yao Chong was in charge of doing the dirty work. Although he was moved, his reputation was not good. There were always people complaining. Lu Huaishan did not say anything when he encountered something big. In order to protect himself, he did not want to be taken care of. If he followed Brother Yi's idea, he would form a group and throw them in to find work for them. His reputation would be good. Brother Yi, I think it makes sense. I can tell His Majesty. What's the name of the new group you mentioned? Li Longji decided to do as he was lacking a good name. The first royal inspection group of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi casually said a name. Why royal? Li Longji's chopsticks trembled. A group of old men in the royal group? Tell others that it's His Majesty's group. Otherwise they have a lot of old officials and are quite powerful. I'm afraid that something will happen if they make their own name. Li did not want Li Longji to really let go. A group of old foxes with many disciples and old friends. Li Longji nodded to show that he understood. He wanted to control the old officials group and then arrange people. He asked Gao Lishir to send eunuchs to serve the members of the group. If the people in the group wanted to send messages, the eunuchs would be in charge. To tell others that they were royal and let people know that they were working for His Majesty. After making the decision, Li Longji ate half of the pancake. He broke a pancake and shared it with Li Yi. After eating and returning to the courtyard, Li Longji issued an order. 2 groups of horses went out quickly. One group went to Zhengzhou Xinjiang to find Li Riji. The other group went to Hangzhou to find Lu Youqiu, who was the provincial governor of Hangzhou. Li Yi, who ate half of the pancake, strolled in front of a pile of money and watched the farmers happily sift and organize. There was only a small amount of gold, not worth 5,000 taels. Most of them were made of different kinds of cloth. Some were beautiful, such as those from Hangzhou, Yizhou, and Suzhou. These cloth were valuable and well preserved. There was also silk and silk. There was more silk than silk. He unfurled them one by one, looking at their color and feel to determine how long they could last. Pick a horse first. As long as there was something wrong with it, pick it out one by one. After that, in the areas that were badly cut from the selected pieces of cloth, the other pieces were kept in the same size as possible. There were people who came to sell picked tea, and they were all doing individual transactions. Each time there would be several zhang of tea and they would give it to them like this. They were also using it to buy things. A group of people tidied up the cloth and silk, while another group of people took apart the copper coins. They took them apart strand by strand. They looked at the traces of rust. Some copper coins were rusty and could not be placed together with others. Otherwise the others would rust faster. He picked them out and prepared to wash them before soaking them in vinegar. Only after it was tidied up could it be used again. Fortunately, the words were still there and hadn't rusted. The farmers didn't feel tired. Instead, they were very happy. Money, this was real money. It was earned by Dongzhu with his ability. Songda, quickly send people to Luoyang and bring back the people from Lantian County who were placed on the mountain. See if there are any large caravans from Luoyang to Chang'an. It can be by land or water. Li Yi knew that with the imperial court's intervention, the matter would be resolved. His follow-up plan would change. He would bring the people back and give them compensation. Dongzhu, tell the 70 people who came back later to go home? Songda recalled the 70 people from Lantian County who had just returned with the large group yesterday. Stay for 2 days. It's tiring to travel and they're on tenterhooks. Lantian County will be chaotic for a few days. Wait for the new officials to be sent over. When the 70 people are emotionally stable, we'll send them back. Li Yi was worried that if they were sent back now, the 70 people would collapse and fall sick. Then I'll send someone to their house to inform them. Songda agreed and found someone to make the arrangements. In Lantian County, Yao Chong and a large group of high-ranking officials had not eaten yet. They were not in the mood to eat. The county's storehouses were opened. A group of people from the Ministry of Revenue rushed in to check the accounts and verify the goods. The people from the Taifu Temple did not find it troublesome and checked Changpingsang. In fact, they did not need to check to know that there was a problem. However, they still had to go through the necessary procedures. Otherwise, they would not be able to convict. In the Drunken Immortal restaurant, the 3 prime ministers sat alone in a single room by the window. There was tea and snacks brewed with green tea on the table. Come everyone, try this 4th grade tea. Zhang Shuo was the youngest among the 3. He was in charge of livening up the atmosphere. This old man only drinks 2nd grade tea. Lu Huaishan joked. Yao Chong frowned. We don't dare to investigate. Apart from Wanyin and Chang'an County, if we investigate the other 20 counties, something will definitely happen. What's more, the entire Tang dynasty. It's not like we didn't know when we were local officials. Who investigated? Who made up for it? Zhang Shuo did not feel that saying this now was of any use. The 3 prime ministers all had experience as local officials. How could they not know the ins and outs of the matter? When they were local officials, they still had to follow the rules and did not uncover the truth. Yao Chong took a sip of the tea and smacked his lips. The taste is less fragrant than 2nd grade tea, but it's stronger. There's a lot of tea leaves. Of course it's stronger. This kind of tea will lose its taste after 3 or 4 times. It can't even be eaten. Zhang Shuo commented. 2nd grade tea leaves could be chewed after being brewed. 4th grade tea leaves were small leaves. 5th grade tea leaves were large leaves. Later on, the leaves were incomplete. Putting down the teacup, Yao Chong looked outside and said, Li Yi and Zhuangzi's housekeeper took money from the county's storehouse. Who's going to ask for it? We can't ask for it. It wasn't Songda or the county magistrate who took it. It was Ma Hongrui and the others who borrowed it from the county magistrate. We should ask them to return the money. Lu Huaishan gave a different opinion. They can't return the money. They're counting on the treasures they dug out from the fields. Once they sell the treasures, they can make up for it. Zhang Shua shook his head. Ask Li. It's written in the contract that if they can't dig out the treasures, Li Yi will have to use his skills to exchange for the treasures. Yao Chong reminded him. Lu Huaishan laughed. Ha! Ask Li. Li Yi will tell you how to pay for the treasures. He will definitely not give you the skills. That's good. We know how to pay for the treasures. The county's land hasn't been sold yet. We can use the money to make up for the losses. Zhang Shua suggested. Lu Huaishan dealt another blow. Stop dreaming. Li Yi is very angry this time. Since he made a move, how could he not think of a way out? I can guess that if the land is given to him, there will be money. If it's given to someone else, it's useless. Yao Chong nodded slightly, agreeing with Lu Huaishan's words. The Li family Zhuangzi's greenhouse vegetables were worth a lot of money. No one else would have thought of that. It was the same for the land. If Li Yi said that he would pay for the treasures, it would be impossible for anyone else to do the same. Who's going to make up for the losses? Yao Chong admitted. He still had to solve the problem. This involved a shortage of tens of thousands of taels of money. The imperial court could not take out any more money. The idea was Li Yi's. Ask Li. Don't expect him to pay for the losses. See what he has to do. Lu Huaishan could not think of a solution, but he could think of Li Yi. Let's go back and look for His Majesty. We can't go to Zhuangzi. Zhang Shua suggested. I'll see what else he can do in this situation. Yao Chong agreed. He was full of doubts and could not think of any other solution Li Yi could come up with. Chapter 354. When night fell, Yao Chong and the other officials escorted the criminals back. They were now criminals, not suspects. The people who were in charge of checking the treasury and accounts stayed behind to continue working overtime. When they passed by the Li family Zhuangzi, they met Li Qingqi, who was riding a horse. Li Qingqi urged his horse forward. You've caught all of them? How dare you spread rumors? Hang them. The people who were caught didn't say a word as they were gagged. King Song, I have a request. Yao Chong poked his head out of the carriage. What do you want from Li Yi? Li Qingqi asked straightforwardly. Lantian County is in deficit. Is there a way to make up for it without using the Ministry of Revenue? Yao Chong pretended that he didn't hear the sarcasm in Li Qingqi's words. Li Qingqi looked at Yao Chong carefully and nodded. Old Yao, I realize that the questions you ask Li Yi are getting more and more sophisticated. The county is in deficit, and the Ministry of Revenue isn't going to make up for it. It's a good question. All right, I'll ask for you. Under normal circumstances, I've never dreamed of solving such a problem. After he finished speaking, he turned his horse around and led the group to Baqiao. When they arrived at Zhuangzi, dinner time had ended. Li Yi and the others only started eating. It's better when I came, Li Qingqi said as he went to wash his hands. He also filled a bowl of fish ball soup and a plate of small steamed buns. How are the 3 things that Big Brother asked me to make? Li Yi asked after Li Qingqi drank a mouthful of soup. Hurry up and make them. Send someone to deliver them to various places in the capital. As for the other places where there are wells, bring them over. Li Qingqi picked up a meatball. After chewing, he pondered for a moment. It's made from fish. It's delicious. After eating 2 meatballs and a small steamed bun, Li Qingqi got down to business. When I was rushing over, I met a group of people who came back from Lantian County. Big Brother, have you seen it from a close distance? Li Longji asked casually. Yes, they deserve it. I heard that the county is in a huge deficit, and the Ministry of Revenue isn't willing to fork out the money. Brother E, do you think it's possible? Li Qingqi asked the question he wanted to ask. After asking, he did not think that the omnipotent Brother E would be able to come up with a good solution. It's possible. Li Yi's 2 simple words shocked Li Qingqi. Oh. Li Qingqi asked expectantly. I've already told Third Brother that after a few days, not only will the deficit be made up, there will also be a surplus. The officials in the county can use the money to repair the bridges and roads, and they can embezzle a little more. Li Yi said as he looked at Li Longji. Li Longji said, that's right, with money the commoners will also have money. Brother E wants to find businessmen to develop the mineral resources of Lantian County. Where did the money come from? Collect taxes, business taxes. Some will enter Zhuazong, while the rest will remain in the county. Pushing for business tax collection like this? All right, I don't think anyone will object. Whoever disagrees will have to make up for their losses. Li Qingqi understood. Instead he said, how much money should be given? Officials cannot be greedy. They don't appear to be greedy but secretly get money. Li swallowed a mouthful of small steamed buns and said, Uncle, tell me more. Empress Wang liked to listen to the corrupt methods of officials. Sister-in-law, this has always been the case. Now that the Tang dynasty is building roads and bridges, there are specialized people who calculate the money. They are professionals and the calculation is more or less the same. When the local government organizes the construction, they can only make a fuss about the quality of the materials and the food provided to the laborers. The materials are shoddy and so is the food. The material suppliers will give them money, and the deduction of the food is basically taken by the low-ranking officials. Li Yi talked about the embezzlement part of the construction organized by the government. The person in charge of the calculation was very good. He said roughly how much money, what materials to use, how many people to organize, and in the end it was more or less the same. The Tang dynasty was not without capable people, including the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Works. As long as they worked seriously, the data would not be inaccurate. The officials could not be greedy in the pricing, so they had to contact the suppliers. Uncle, under the circumstances of not using shoddy materials, can you be greedy? Empress Wang was now used to asking questions that she thought were impossible. Yes. Li Yi's answer was still so simple. He continued, but I use technology to make money. I will improve the engineering technology. It will be profitable from the start and the quality will be even better. Oh. Empress Wang thought there was some magical way to be greedy, but it turned out to be technology. Then there was nothing to say. I heard from Brother Yi that the government's infrastructure project in Lantian County should be changed. Li Longji was very good at talking about new terms now. The bidding, for example, Big Brother drilling for the Ministry of Works. The people in the Yamen are responsible for supervising the work, and the people who win the bid are responsible for organizing the work. They need to recruit people to work, so they cancel the transfer of the common people. The common people can get extra money to work. Another advantage is that the same price cannot be lowered in quality. In order to save money, they will come up with new technology. The disadvantage is that the officials in the Yamen can leak the bid, and also the data of the other bidders in the first round. This includes tailor-made bidding rules for a construction team. I know this. My 3 craftsmen's alliances asked for a deposit. When the others heard the amount, they could only sigh. When Li Yi said this, Li Qingqi understood how to tailor the rules. Li Longji listened to the advantages and disadvantages, and thought about the construction methods used now, and felt that it was better to bid. The bidding did not require the common people to take out their time to work for free. The construction technology of the Tang dynasty would gradually improve. The disadvantage was that the officials would make money from it or the supervisors would turn a blind eye. Can the problem of the officials be solved? Li Longji asked again. Li Yi hesitated again and then said, I personally think that during the critical period of allowing the merchants to pay taxes and the common people to be exempted from transfer, the officials can take benefits under the premise that the quality of the project is guaranteed. The other 3 people did not say anything and they ate while thinking. When Li Longji sat on the throne, he thought about many things. He understood the meaning of Li Yi's words. Let the officials be greedy. Only by being greedy could they support the merchants to pay taxes and be exempted from transfer. When the 2 goals were finally achieved, they would deal with the officials. In the process of the game, they would compromise first. After completing one step, they would move on to another. When the officials were greedy and someone reported them with evidence, they would be punished. If they were unlucky, they could not blame others. If another official was replaced, he would be allowed to secretly take benefits. When they were almost done eating, Li Qingqi explained the purpose of his visit. Brother Yi, the 3 craftsmen's alliances gave you a design fee of 50 taels for each of the 3 things. If there are new things in the future, we will buy them again. Others can copy them, but we can organize the first batch to make a profit. Without the protection of patents, Li Qingqi chose to produce first. He continued, I said the same thing with the craftsmen of the alliance and the craftsmen outside. With new technology we will buy in advance. Big brother, you are thoughtful. This can encourage the craftsmen to research new things. Li smiled. Even without him, his big brother could arrange it well. Li Qingqi sighed, it's a pity that they won't give out some confidential technology. Then, when something happens, the people will be gone and the technology will be gone. Li sighed. He also did not have a good solution. There was no patent department in the Tang dynasty. Even if there was, others would not abide by it. Chapter 355. Li Yi, who was 60% full, went to copy books after dinner. Empress Wang was accompanied by 2 palace maids and 2 eunuchs to enjoy the night view of Zhuangzi. The lanterns in Zhuangzi were lit every night since the Spring Festival. Chang ordered Pei Yaoqing to stop sending beef and sheep fat to exchange for candles. However, the butchers in the east and west markets would keep the sheep fat and sell it to Zhuangzi. In the nearby areas, if a cow died accidentally, it would be sent to Zhuangzi to be sold on the same day or the next morning. Zhuangzi offered the highest price. The farmers ate the beef, kept the tendons and skin as materials for making crossbows, and used the butter to make wax. The farmers were already sick of the oil residue from the refinery, so they shared it with the villagers of the Zhang family and the migrant workers. Empress Wang liked this kind of brightness, especially in the area where there were people secretly protecting the lanterns. The 2 brothers, Li Longji and Li Qingqi, were standing on a platform next to the moat of the manor. They were using binoculars to observe the construction site next to the Ba Shui. The migrant workers were building a 4-story building. They were paid to build the house. After the house was built and they moved in, they had to pay a sum of money every month. Based on the size of the house, they had to pay 10 coins per square meter per month. After paying for 60 months, the house belonged to them and they didn't have to pay any more. 100 square meters per month, so 60 months would be 60,000 coins. 1 square meter was equivalent to 600 coins. In the suburbs of Chang, and the house price was so low. However, other people's houses in the suburbs had courtyards. The houses didn't have courtyards. During the day there was a fixed latrine. At home there was a night fragrance bucket. The next morning they poured water into the latrine and went to wash. This was the same as Li Yi's Shanghai. Everyone came out every day to pour water into the latrine and wash. In addition to the place where the house was built, the Li family Zhuangzi also bought the rest of the land from the local government. In total, it was not a small area of 1,000 mu in Li family Zhuangzi. It was a big area of more than 30,000 mu. There was also the official land on the other side of the Zhang family village, which was more than 10,000 mu. It was also owned by Li Yi to build the workshop. 5,000 people, right? Li Qingqi saw the people working and patrolling. The Tang dynasty did not allow the common people to equip themselves with crossbows, assault weapons or hard armor. The small bow, long spear and the saber he made himself did not matter. The leather armor was also fine. Now the migrant workers had organized their own patrols. The instructor was a veteran of Zhuangzi. 5,060 people. Most of them are runaways. It's not easy to stay elsewhere. Brother Yi's Zhuangzi can protect them. Li Longji knew the exact number. For those who did not have a household register, if they went to other places to find work, the other party would pay less. There were also small fries from the Yamen who went over to bully him and demanded some money. In the Li family Zhuangzi there was no such thing. For this summer's grain, other people were collecting grain and hemp. The Li family Zhuangzi's gifts were like silk and silk. They even handed in the Yonghe tune. The officials simply did not check the number of people. The number of Zhuangzi's gifts were all given. This side actually belonged to Wanyan County. The city was bounded by Vermilion Bird Avenue, with Wanyan to the east and Chang and to the west. The area outside the city was 10 miles. The Li family Zhuangzi happened to be there. The Zhang family village was also there. Chang and made Pei Yaoqing go back and forth. He took care of all the affairs in Wanyan County. The Yamen runners in Wanyan County all knew that the Li family Zhuangzi gave them benefits. Thus, the Li family Zhuangzi's model of self-governance was formed. The money they handed in was not small. Li Longji was fully aware of these matters. In fact, it was the result of his intentional arrangements. Li Qingqi put down the binoculars. Since Brother Yi wanted to go out this year, I've noticed that Brother Yi has changed. Yes, Brother Yi is right. 2 years ago, when Brother Yi first came, he took care of Zhuangzi last year and made arrangements bit by bit. He told me that something big was going to happen. When I asked, he didn't tell me clearly. He just raised chickens and ducks. Now it seems that he was only preparing for this year's locust plague last year. He acted cautiously. This year we need him to lead the team. Naturally he'll show off his abilities. He's as quiet as a virgin and as agile as a rabbit. Li Longji analyzed. He could feel Li Yi's intention to attack. Li Qingqi shook his head. If it weren't for the incident in Lantian County, Brother Yi might have calmed down. Yes. Unfortunately, the relatives in Lantian County cooperated with the original owner of the Wugong County kiln to spread rumors. Brother Yi's emotions haven't calmed down yet. Naturally he acted ruthlessly. Li Longji added. But this also allowed us to see another side of Brother Yi. When he goes out, he can quickly open up the situation and stabilize the place. Then he can use schemes to get rid of the county officials. I don't know what he'll do if he's placed at the Tubo border. I think he's comparable to 10,000 non-commissioned officer. Li Qingxi puffed out his chest. He was the one who discovered Brother Yi. However, Li Longji said, if he takes Zhuangzi's people and things, he can destroy 100,000 enemy troops. However, I won't let him go to the border. Yes, we can't let him go. It's dangerous outside. Besides, during Brother Yi's absence, my heart feels empty. I don't want to come to Zhuangzi to play. Li Qingxi expressed his feelings. The Li family Zhuangzi with Brother Yi was the real Li family Zhuangzi. After Brother Yi left, the entire Zhuangzi seemed to have lost its soul. Wait a minute. Brother Yi's plan in Lantian County was to go first in Wugong County. In the end, Lantian County jumped out on its own. The people of Lantian County are going to have a good life. Li Longji was looking forward to it. He finally saw how a big businessman had the opportunity to lead the development of a county. He didn't need to be the county magistrate himself. He just needed to give orders in Zhuangzi, and the distant county would act according to his will. Li Qingxi naturally thought of this. He seemed to be afraid. The locust plague is the most important. Brother Yi didn't show up when he schemed against Ma Hongruei and the others. Brother Yi specially ran to Luoyang and spread out with the waterway as the center. If a province can still be affected by the locust plague next year, the officials of that province should be killed. Therefore, I still can't arrange for Brother Yi to be an official with real power. Back then, Brother Yi said that he wanted to randomly choose a county in the capital to be the county magistrate. At that time, it sounded so funny that a young man like you dared to casually choose a county in the capital. Now that I think about it, Brother Yi wasn't boasting at that time. He really did want to randomly choose a county. Li Longji felt that the events of last year were so close to him, as if they were just yesterday. During this year, whenever he had troubles, he would feel happy when he thought about the Zhuangzi next to him and Brother Yi in Zhuangzi. If there were any important questions, he would come over to ask. Even if there were no problems, he would come over to have a meal and sleep. The humidity is too high. Third brother, let's go back. Li Qingxi felt the temperature drop, the humidity rise, and the stuffiness. A fine layer of sweat appeared on the back of his hand. He advised Li Longji to rest. I'll stay with Big Brother tonight. Li Longji nodded. The two went back and first went to Empress Wang's place to have a look. Empress Wang didn't sleep. She was drinking tea and eating beef jerky in the living room. She didn't eat much at every meal. She ate a lot and also liked to eat snacks. The two eunuchs next to her each had a fan next to them. They stepped on it with their feet and it spun, blowing at the wall. The wind that bounced off the wall made the room much cooler. Uncle and San Lang are back? I wanted to go to Uncle's hospital to enjoy the air conditioner, but Uncle said that his body couldn't stand it. He brought some ice cubes and put them in a basin and used the fan to blow them. It's been hard on Huangbai and Ziyu. Empress Wang talked about her matter. There was air conditioning in the small hospital. Li usually didn't go there, so he didn't let Empress Wang do it for fear that she would get sick from the air conditioner. Huangbai and Ziyu tacitly said at the same time, Empress, it's not hard for us. As they spoke, beads of sweat dripped down their chins. Then they picked up the iced sour plum soup next to them and gulped it down. Chapter 356. The next morning, Li Longji and Li Qingxi packed breakfast and left by car. Empress Wang stayed behind. Song De personally led the team to deliver the goods to Chang and the two Luoyang merchants in Chang'an. They would get 30% of the profits. The merchants did not want money and chose the goods at a 20% discount. In this way, the merchants benefited. Otherwise, if they bought the goods at 10% of the original price, they would earn 20% of the profits. Li family Zhuangzi also did not suffer any losses. The quantity of goods was usually limited and could not be sold much. The merchants did not want cash, so it was considered a cost. After handing over the goods, Song De discussed with the group of merchants about buying the 5 plots of land in Lantian County. Manager Song, are we still buying the land? Shopkeeper Liang thought that the partnership was over after cheating once. Why did he want to go back? Yes, to make money. Song De's expression was serious. Can we really make money? Another shopkeeper Fong was surprised. What are you saying? Dongzhu asked me to sign a contract. If we don't make money and the imperial court doesn't arrest him, won't we have to compensate for the technology? Since there is money to be made, why don't Li Dongzhu earn it himself? Why does my Dongzhu need so much money? You can get 30% of the profits if you help him cheat once. What about others? If you are not willing, I will look for others. Don't, Manager Song. I'm just asking. I don't mean anything else. Yes, Manager Song. If there is a good deal, remember us. Who will not agree? Manager Song, how do you want to cooperate? Seeing that Songdo was about to leave, the merchants changed their attitude. My Dongju will provide the technology and take 80% of the profits. You will pay the money, pay the taxes, and then split the profits. Songda stated the distribution ratio. Manager Song, tell us the bottom line. The remaining 20% is still the gross profit. After deducting the labor and the business tax we heard about, is there still profit? Shopkeeper Liang was the first to ask. The others nodded. They did not feel that 80% of the profits was too much. With Li Yi's technology, the things he made with 1 copper coin could be sold for less than 100 copper coins. Yes. My Dongju's idea is to provide 1,000 copper coins and get 10,000 copper coins in a year. Dongju took 80% of the profits, leaving 2,000 taels. 10% was taxed, so he had to pay 1,000 taels. In addition to the miscellaneous expenses of hiring people and food, there was still 600 yuan left. In the first year they invested 1,000 taels. Including the money to buy the land, it was 600 taels. In the second year there was no need to pay for the land. Furthermore, once the infrastructure was repaired, it would be 800 yuan. In 2 years we'll have 20% of the profits. In the third year, we'll have another 800 yuan for 80% of the profits. Songda's data and Li Yi's data would only be more, not less. Double in 3 years, right? Someone calculated quickly and gave an answer. That's right. The main thing is that this money is earned steadily. Dongju said that he will guarantee that the money you invest will be at least this much. If it's not enough, Dongju will make up for it. Songda had a proud look on his face. Steward Song, why is it 10% tax? Isn't it good to pay a tax of 30%? Shopkeeper Fong was distressed over the loss of money. If you do other business, you'll have to pay a tax of 10%. Lantian County has to pay a tax of 10%, or else the higher-ups will be jealous. If anyone is willing to be responsible for transportation and sales, you can pay a tax of 10%. However, the amount of return will depend on your own ability. Songda made it clear that the direct investment of the mines would be a tax of 10%. If anyone was willing to buy the processed products and sell them outside, they would have to pay a tax of 10%. Then, they would have to sell them for 100 times the price. That would depend on their own ability. Steward Song, I agree. I'll pay 10,000 taels. Immediately, someone signed up and offered 10 million. At most, one person can pay 1,000 taels. Songda refused. What? I'm willing to pay more. I believe in Li Dongju. The other party was unwilling. If there's money, everyone should earn it together. If my family's Dongju doesn't care about everyone's friendship and really acts in your own industry, do you think you can withstand my family's Dongju's attack? Songda threw out a sentence. The faces of the merchants changed. They didn't dare to respond. There were merchants in the textile industry who were still using the 3 spinning wheels that Li Yi had released free of charge. Those who sold cosmetics bought soap and soap from the Li family Zhuangzi, plus some toilet water. Those who sold grains and had a lot of land at home worked hard to promote the various tools that Li Yi had developed for the benefit of the people in their own homes and the places where they collected grains. Needless to say, those who raised chickens and ducks had learned artificial incubation techniques. As for those who opened restaurants, Li Yi had thrown out a lot of techniques as if they didn't cost money. God knows how many more powerful techniques he had. When he got serious, all the industries would be affected. Li Dongju is benevolent and righteous. I've never seen such a good person. Steward Song, you must tell Li Dongju that we abide by the rules. 1,000 taels, 1,000 taels it is. Everyone praised him and agreed to pay 1,000 taels to cooperate in Lantian County. The current county magistrate, deputy county magistrate, county lieutenant, official registrar, secretary, and so on of Lantian County were all taken over. Yao Chong was transferring people from other counties. He hadn't finished checking the physical goods in the accounts and warehouses. Many people were on tenterhooks, afraid that they would be sent over, especially the 7th or 8th grade officials and the officials who were waiting to be assigned. They had all decided that once they were sent over, they wouldn't go and refuse to take up the post. Lantian County was in a precarious situation. Its finances were in deficit and couldn't be replenished. After they went over, they would probably settle all the accounts and calculate from the beginning. However, the county's finances didn't have the money. Moreover, the local grievances would be huge and difficult to control. As an official, you're still so picky. You don't know how to work for the well-being of the people. You're actually worse than Xiaoyan. Yao Chong saw many notes asking him to go. The notes expressed the same meaning. Don't send anyone to Lantian County. Yao Chong was furious. He suddenly thought of a figure who left Chong, and with chickens and ducks to go to the front lines of the locust plague. When the imperial astronomer said that there was going to be a drought, he sent a letter to the place and requested to treat the drought and locusts. However, the people below were indifferent. No one stood with him, afraid of this and that. Only that youth didn't say a word. He went straight over and set up the arrangements on the day he arrived. When the merit appeared, he had already left Luoyang. On the way back, he met the people of Lantian County who had fled due to the rumors. He helped them along the way and finally decided to take action himself. Why didn't he dare to go when it came to a group of officials with real power and officials waiting to be assigned? Yuanji, drink tea. You can't just grab someone and compare them to Li Yi. Zhang Shua persuaded and collapsed from anger. If the imperial physician was helpless, they would have to send him to Li Yi for treatment. His Majesty wouldn't be happy. Yao Chong took the teacup Zhang Shua handed over and took a sip. If you ask Li Yi to go, Li Yi will definitely gladly go. Lu Huaishan used his thumbnail to pry open a cracked pine nut and said, if you dare to let Li Yi go to Lantian County to be the county magistrate, His Majesty will let us go over to be county deputy and county military officers. I'm saying that at the crucial moment, Li Yi is reassuring. Yao Chong said something he had always been unwilling to say. You don't need to say that. Empress Wang will probably go within a month. Li Yi will go as soon as he comes back. I'm guessing he will bring the future crown prince with him. Lu Huaishan threw the pine nut into his mouth and continued to peel off another one. The pine nut was given by the celestial world. It was said that it was ground in a mill before it opened. It wasn't soaked in chemicals. Yuanji, the 42 students of Li family Zhuangzi are waiting to be assigned. If one of them goes over to be the county magistrate and the other deputy, the others will naturally be willing. Zhang Shua suggested. Yao Chong felt that the room was filled with brilliance. It was as if a door had opened in front of him. Yes, send 2 people to be the registrar and county military officers. The rest will be the county magistrate later. Yao Chong smiled. Chapter 357. Yao Chong did not listen to Zhang Shua's nonsense. What county magistrate? Lantian County belonged to Ji County, and the county magistrate was a grade 6 official. A deputy county magistrate was a grade 8 official, a registrar was a grade 9 official, and 2 lieutenants were grade 9 officials. Giving a person who had just passed the imperial examinations the position of Ji County magistrate meant that there was a feud between them. If he arranged for a student to go to Ji County magistrate today, Li Yi would be plotting his revenge today. Perhaps before midnight, Zhuangzi would have already started making his move. In the past he was afraid of the emperor. But now he was afraid of the young man. He was too ruthless. It was all because of the Lantian County magistrate. Just because of the rumors he saw it on his way back. He was angry and wrote a letter. Many people's fates were sealed. If the young man's student was to be cheated as the prime minister, he did not know where he would strike from. Yuanji, won't Li Yi be angry if you become a lowly official? Zhang Shua was still trying to persuade him. Yao Chong was about to splash the tea on Zhang Shua. Zhang Shua hurriedly dodged. A registrar and 2 lieutenants? Zhang Shua said with a look that said, I'm not going to dig a hole for you. A registrar and a lieutenant. As for the other lieutenant, we will have to send an old lieutenant to help him. Yao Chong wanted to splash Zhang Shua again. 2 lieutenants were to be given to new grand scholars. Do they understand? The lieutenants were mainly in charge of law and order. If 2 new lieutenants were to become county public security officers, both of them would be in trouble. Lu Huaishan then said, ask Li Yi. It doesn't matter what official he wants to be. Li Yi has agreed to change all the officials in the county to students from the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi will still be able to take care of everything. Ask someone to ask the students what official they want to be in Lantian County. Aren't they studying in Zhuangzi? Zhang Shua finally said something reasonable. Sending someone to ask the students was actually asking Li Yi. Even the Lantian County magistrate had been cheated by you. Now that we are short of people, are you Zhuangzi students interested? What do you want to be? This is the first time in my life. Yao Chong shook his head and sipped his tea. This is also the first time someone else has built and renovated my house. Lu Huaishan hinted to Yao Chong that he had received a lot of benefits, and Li Yi did not deserve the same treatment. Who should I call? Yao Chong didn't want to argue about this matter. He just wanted to solve the problem. Of course it's the people from the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs. The Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs pushed this matter forward. If we don't ask them to go, who else can we ask to go? Zhang Shua spoke human language again. The idea he gave was more normal. On the morning of the first day of April, there was still no rain. Chang'an was already a little dry. If it were not for the many rivers, there would definitely be problems. When Cui Ri used Zhuangzi, he sullenly explained to the Qinyou guard at Baqiao why he, the Minister of Appointments, a primary third-rank official, came here. When have I ever suffered such humiliation? I have to be interrogated at Zhuangzi, not at Xingqing Hall. Cui Ri muttered. He left the other secretaries, who followed him and ran errands on the other side of the bridge and went in alone. After crossing the bridge there was still a long way to go. Cui Ri was born in 673 AD, and this year was 715. According to the nominal age he was 42 years old this year. He felt that he was quite good, but he didn't know how much Yao Chong had to take care of these meritorious ministers in history. After that, Yao Chong was also taken care of and a new batch of people came in. He only lived to the age of 50. He was sent from the central government to the other places and it was over. Of course there were those who did well in the other places. In the end, Yao Chong was taken care of and he was sent back to the central government. If someone asked Li Yi could tell them that this was a real perch. The senior officials were sent to the other places, and those who were able to make political achievements in the other places had a chance to come back. As for those who died of depression, they died. This was the layout of a power struggle, and it was also a selection of the local administrative ability. And Li Longji, who led all of this, was very powerful even if he had to bear a lot of curses. Cui Riyong couldn't see his own history, and he was not in a good mood. As a dignified minister, how could he lose face like this? He walked, and when he saw a group of people in front of him, a smile appeared on his face. It seemed that his mood was unbelievably good. Dr. Li, which family did you arrange for a woman to be in labor? Cui Riyong and Li Yi warmly greeted each other. He was a third-rank official with real power. Li Yi was a third-rank official, Jinzi Guang Lu Dafu, a third-rank official. At this time the use of the rank of an official could be seen. No matter how high one's real power was, everyone would compare their ranks. You are. Li Yi had never seen Cui Riyong before. That's right, when he invited him to dinner that day, the host did not appear. Tao Hong, who was supporting Empress Wang, was quick-witted and said to Li Yi, Dongzhu, this is the minister of the Ministry of Personnel. Ah. No wonder, I was wondering why I felt so refreshed today and thought it was because of the good weather. I didn't expect Minister Cui to come personally. Minister Cui, don't blame me for not seeing clearly, but I really haven't eaten in the morning. I'm hungry and my eyesight is blurry. Minister Cui, why don't you have some soup after you've eaten? Li Yi took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Cui Riyong and smiled. Dr. Li is too polite. Cui Riyong quickly adjusted his smile. Minister Cui, give me some face and eat with me. My sister-in-law hasn't eaten either and drank some water in the morning. It's warm and she came over to adjust the water in her body. Li Yi continued to invite her warmly and held Cui Riyong's arm. When Cui Riyong heard the word sister-in-law, he looked at Empress Wang. Empress Wang nodded slightly, turned around and walked back, looking like a pregnant woman who did not want to see guests. If that's the case, sorry to disturb you. Cui Riyong understood that Empress Wang would not eat with him, so he would eat with Li Yi. Li Yi also saw that his sister-in-law did not want to eat with strangers, so he pulled Cui Riyong into a private room. Minister Cui, do you want mutton soup? There's mutton soup this morning and you can drink it until the evening. Li Yi asked. There were many things to eat for breakfast, but they killed 30 sheep in the middle of the night to celebrate the beginning of a new month. He also wanted to eat red braised pork, mainly because he had been calculating too much recently, and had used too much of his brain, so he needed to nourish himself. In the end there was mutton to eat, so he decided not to eat red braised pork. Cui Riyong was thinking about how to explain the official's arrangements, so he did not care about what he ate, but when he heard that there was mutton soup, he actually became greedy. He nodded, thank you, Dr. Li. Soon 2 bowls of mutton giblets and mutton were served, and then someone came to add soup. 1 spoon was filled with clear soup, which was poured for Cui Riyong, and the other spoon was filled with a lot of mutton fat, which was poured into Li Yi's bowl. Minister Cui, do you eat shumai? Li Yi asked again. Yes. Cui Riyong was indeed hungry, as he could not eat mutton bone soup with mutton meat in it. A small tray of shumai was served and placed beside Cui Riyong. Li Yi's side was the turned-back food, which was the food of Beijing and the Northeast. In the Northeast it was usually beef and mutton stuffing, and it was halal. Today's dish was mutton stuffing, but there was no beef stuffing for 2 days. Cui Riyong looked at the shumai in front of him, which he had eaten 3 times in heavenly earth. He then looked at the food in front of Li Yi, which he had never seen before, and smiled. Dr. Li, is it delicious? Change it to turn back for Minister Chui. Li Yi knew that the other party was not asking if it was delicious, but wanted to eat. Dr. Li, have you heard about the matter in Lantian County? There is a shortage of officials now, and the county's political affairs cannot be stopped. Chui Riyong said as he waited for the turnback food to be delivered. Chapter 358. Li Yi slowly added seasoning into his soup bowl and said, Minister Chui, thank you. Chui Riyong heaved a sigh of relief. As expected, Li Dongzhu was a smart person. There was no need to be so direct, he knew what was going on. Hence, he continued, I heard rumors that the situation in Lantian County is not good. Many people are not willing to go there because they can't stay for long. My Ministry of Personnel is also worried about this. Minister Chui, don't listen to others. There was a rumor about a poll tax. What about now? Li Yi looked at him as if he was talking nonsense. I know, but the officials don't believe it. How can they manage without people? The people are waiting. Chui Riyong pouted and looked like he was about to cry. Li Yi naturally couldn't wait for the other party to really hold back her tears. He hurriedly said, Minister Chui, my Zhuangzi still has 42 students who are staying there. They relied on the imperial examinations this year and luckily passed. Although their rankings are not good enough, they still have some ability. Yes, the difference in rankings is, Dr. Li, you can't be like this. The Ministry of Personnel gave the rankings based on real talent. We definitely did not give the rankings based on anyone's face. Chui Riyong was used to following the flow of the conversation. As soon as he said it, he realized that something was wrong. What do you mean by the rankings are not good enough? The first 42 places in A have all been taken by you guys. We have to thank the plague of locusts. Many students who did not pass the examinations wanted to kick up a fuss. But when the plague of locusts appeared, they all went silent. Oh, we have to thank Prime Minister Yao. It was his warning. By the way, the 42 students from the Ministry of Appointments are already at the top of the list. By saying that they did not give anyone's face, they were telling Li Yi that they did not take the things that day for nothing. Oh, speaking of which, Minister Chui, I just remembered that you left something behind when you came back last time. You are all officials and scholars. Before you came, you should have some matters to attend to. The pens and papers that you brought were all in Zhuangzi. They were bundled up like a small mountain. I have been too busy and have not been in Zhuangzi recently. I must bring them back today. Li Yi looked vexed as he rubbed his hands apologetically. Yeah, right? Alright, I'll bring it with me when I get back. As for Lantian County, young official, Dr. Li, you're experienced and knowledgeable. What do you think we should do? Chui Riyong was overjoyed. He had brought some good stuff with him when he left today. Look, interacting with Li Yi was really refreshing. Speaking of this, Minister Chui, I think there are 2 people in Zhuangzi who are qualified to be registrars and one of them is a county captain. I know that there is only one registrar in Ji County, but the situation there is special. Many businessmen say that they are investing tens of thousands of taels of money. Then they would have to pay 10% of the taxes just like the previous dynasty. They couldn't afford to pay less than the registrar, nor could they afford to pay less than the county magistrate. Look, 1 county magistrate, 1 county deputy, 3 official registrars and 3 county captains. Isn't that just right? Investing tens of thousands of taels and dragging me along, I estimate that the county can collect hundreds of thousands of taels a year in taxes. Minister Chui, don't you think they're forcing you? I've been busy all day, how could I have the time to care? But I also feel that it's difficult to refuse their kindness. Li Yi followed suit and complained as if they were chatting about daily life. Chui Riyong sat up straight and analyzed the situation. Li Yi wanted 3 positions, 2 official registrars and 1 county captain. At the same time, he also wanted 3 official registrars and 3 county captains. The businessmen who invested tens of thousands of taels and joined forces with Li Yi to do a big business. Just the taxes alone would amount to hundreds of thousands of taels a year. What kind of business would have such high profits? Investing 1 tael and earning 10 taels? Dr. Li, is this true? Chui Riyong asked solemnly. Minister Chui can take it as a lie. Li Yi laughed. At this time the turning back was delivered. It was freshly fried. Minister Chui, try it. This thing is very oily and is very fragrant. But if you eat it every day you won't be able to eat it. Li Yi introduced the turning back. Chui Riyong picked up a long piece of meat and took a bite. It was delicious. He drank another mouthful of mutton soup and was sweating profusely. He felt much better and said, You can eat this in Lantian County? I heard there's a Drunken Immortal restaurant. Tomorrow at this time, Minister Chui can go to Lantian County's Drunken Immortal house and eat it. Li Yi said with a smile. Thank you Dr. Li for your guidance. In the future, even if I don't come to Zhuangzi, I will still have a place to eat. Chui Riyong sighed in relief. He was testing Li Yi's strength and asked Li Yi to buy Lantian County's drunken immortal house in one day. Li Yi agreed. Go tomorrow. Then you have to give me 2 official registrars and 1 county captain position. At the same time, you have to educate the people assigned to the other positions. They have to be obedient and listen to me. If I can take down drunken immortal house in one day, I can take down all of you officials. Li Yi and the others had never spoken in such a roundabout manner. Today when he talked with Chui Riyong there were no mistakes. The 2 palace maids and Bai He, one of the 2 eunuchs who had been standing outside the room, left. She came to the side of Empress Wang, who was eating a bowl of bird's nest and lotus seed soup. She bent down and explained the contents of the conversation. Empress Wang naughtily stuck out her tongue. My uncle really knows the rules of officialdom. Chui Riyong wanted to use such words to test me, humph. Nyang, I don't understand. Bai He was very anxious. She really didn't understand. Let me tell you, this is very interesting. Don't bend over and stand at the side. Sit down, it's like this. Empress Wang began to explain the meaning of the conversation to Bai He. Bai He understood. She had learned it before. It wasn't easy. She had learned it before she became Li Longji's wife. The words were sharp, the words were tactful, and the matter was settled. Nyang Dongzhu is actually so powerful. After listening to the explanation, Bai He sighed. It's no use. Uncle doesn't want to talk like this. If one day he talks to you like this, then it's alienation. Uncle only wants things to be done well. Chui Riyong is too calculative. Later tell San Lang to put him in a group. Empress Wang was disgusted with Chui Riyong. Can't you be more direct with my uncle? Why do you have to beat around the bush? Do you want to see my uncle's ability in this area? Is it your turn to see? Who do you think you are? You're just a minister of the Ministry of Appointments. My uncle has to put in so much effort to have a meal with you. He also has to arrange for people to buy the Drunken Immortal restaurant in Lantian County. After you've arranged everything, I'll say that you've violated the rules. What right do you have to give 3 official registrars and 3 county captains positions? Empress Wang was the real Empress Wang at this time. The title of Empress was not a casual title. Especially an empress who had a child. She could use all her abilities. She no longer had to be afraid of others saying that she was childless. She had to hide her abilities and live a sullen life. Chui Riyong didn't know that he was going to be sent to a retirement group. He only felt comfortable chatting with Li Yi. The food was quite delicious, but why did Li Yi drink a lot of foreign oil in the mutton soup? Dr. Li, isn't it too oily? Chui Riyong said kindly. I've been calculating too much recently. I'm tired and want to eat fatty meat. The weather is hot. I've made a new food without oil. It's mung bean cake. Minister Chui, bring a box with you when you leave. You can taste it when you go back. Li Yi followed the words and gave the food. He wanted to promote mung bean cake and herbal tea. The recipes for herbal tea were very important, but he wanted to give it out for free for everyone to use. In the beginning it was forbidden by the royal family. It was not allowed to be spread. Later, with the development of science and technology and more data, confidentiality basically didn't exist. The chemical composition could be analyzed and directly blended. And now, Li Yi was willing to contribute because this thing was indeed helpful to people in the hot summer. Even if it increased the chances of people not getting heat stroke by 1,000th at the same time, it was worth it. Chapter 359. Chui Riyong was sweating profusely as he was escorted across the bridge by Li Yi with a stomach full of arrangements. A group of 1,000 bull guards stood at the end of the bridge, separating Li Yi from the others. They were not allowed to approach in case they tried to assassinate him. When Chui Riyong got on the carriage to lead the group away, he looked back with eyes full of envy and jealousy. As a minister, he had never received such treatment. When he sat down and felt the carriage sway slightly, he began to think about who to sell the favor to. Lantian County needed 8 officials. Li Yi had decided on 3, and there were 5 other positions available. The 5 positions would have a chance to obtain good political achievements in the future. Once there was tax revenue, the people in the county were better off, and their chances of promotion would increase. They might even be able to jump from 9th rank to 7th rank, and from 7th rank to 5th rank. Chui Riyong, who was thinking about how to get benefits, had just returned to the Imperial City when the people guarding the Imperial City told him to go to the Political Affairs Hall. In the Political Affairs Hall, the 3 prime ministers were drinking tea and waiting. Minister Chui, did Li Yi give a solution? Zhang Shua asked first. Yes, it's like this. Chui Riyong explained the process. After he finished, he said proudly, Tomorrow I'll send someone to check the drunken immortal house in Lantian County. If it's in Li Yi's hands, I'll use the same method to make Li Yi do other things next time. What he meant was that he had found a flaw in Li Yi's behavior and could use it to make Li Yi do other things. The three prime ministers had been smiling as they listened to him speak. As they listened, their smiles gradually disappeared. Good, Minister Cui is truly dedicated to the court. We need 5 positions. Minister Cui, please go back. The Political Affairs Hall will give us the list in a moment. Yao Chong patted Cui Riyong's shoulder and smiled again. List? Good. Minister Yao, I'll go back now. Cui Riyong was stunned. He was still thinking about using the positions to exchange for benefits. How come all 5 were gone? He went out with a melancholy face and walked back to his office. He was no longer as high-spirited as before. In the Political Affairs Hall, the 3 prime ministers did not return to their own places. They stayed in the hall drinking tea. Cui Riyong is a good person. He's responsible. Zhang Shua praised him. I agree with Daoji. Lu Huaishan added, His Majesty said that he would arrange for 2 students from Zhuangzi to be sent to each of the other 20 counties. Minister Cui will definitely be able to handle this. Yao Chong followed up, so, out of the 42 students, 41 have been arranged. There's still 1 person left, where should we place him? History? Zhang Shua suggested. Let's wait and see. Ask Li. Lu Huaishan disagreed. We'll ask again in a few days. Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan had the same idea. The 3 of them returned to their rooms to deal with government affairs. Cui Riyong did not know that he had been sold out by the 3 prime ministers. He said he had found a good way to order Li Yi around. The prime ministers looked at him like he was a dead man. Is Li Yi someone that you, a minister, can order around? What about His Majesty? Therefore go and add 2 more positions to each county. The registrar and the county lieutenant will attack you. When the time comes, you will be removed from the county to appease the public's anger. Li family Zhuangzi. Uncle wants to buy the drunken immortal residence? What if the shopkeeper doesn't sell it? Empress Wang found Li Yi to ask about the business of the residence. Lantian County's drunken immortal residence only has 2 floors. There's a small courtyard in the back. Beyond that, there's no residential area. There's a pit left behind by mining in the past. It belongs to Lantian County. Li Yi first introduced the situation of the drunken immortal residence that he had heard about. Then he said, draw water from the pit and take a sample of the soil. I'll see what's the situation. Then plant lotus flowers and build a circle of bamboo houses around it. See if you can build a small island in the middle. Build bridges around it and walk in a curve. Only then will the scenery of the drunken immortal residence have the charm of a drunken immortal. The shopkeeper will leave 5% of the shares. He'll still be in charge of the drunken immortal residence. He's familiar with the local situation. Li Yi was prepared to use benefits in exchange for the drunken immortal residence. What if he still doesn't agree? Empress Wang thought of the worst-case scenario. Tell him that he and his family are sick. I'll do my best to treat them. Li Yi took out another condition in exchange. The drunken immortal residence isn't worth Uncle's full effort. Empress Wang felt that the drunken immortal residence wasn't worth enough. After buying it, it'll develop very well. Li didn't think much of it. He went out to find Songda and sent someone to negotiate with him. He wanted to see how much the other party was willing to pay. Li Yi turned around and was about to copy books when the supervisor of the imperial plantation, Wang Xing, came over with a flatbed cart. Brother Yi, I've brought you a patient who was diagnosed with intestinal abscess when he was free of charge. Wang Xing introduced to Li Yi the patient who was tied to the flatbed cart. He was in so much pain that his face was pale and sweating. Follow me in. Li didn't say anything. The patient was in front of him. It didn't matter who it was. They went in for a checkup. It was indeed appendicitis. It wasn't very complicated. After half an hour, the incision and suturing were completed. They were hooked up for nutrition and sent to the main hospital. A group of women and men were practicing acupuncture and suturing in the main hospital. Li Yi selected 50 people who had good grades, good understanding and good hands-on skills. There were 30 men and 20 women. As for who would cooperate with the treatment and who would become a nurse, it depended on their situation. They took care of the patients after they were sent in. Wang Xing introduced them to Li Yi. His elder brother died last winter and was buried. Wang Xing gave Li Yi a knowing look. Yes, good. Brother Wang, you've worked hard on this. Li Yi understood. The cadaver's younger brother. They had agreed that he would treat his family members well if he used the cadaver's teachings. His younger brother had appendicitis. He had to fulfill his promise. Otherwise he wouldn't feel at ease. It's my duty. I'm also involved. Brother E, you have to find someone from the Imperial Medical Department to learn. I know you're learning 2 sets of medical skills. You call one set Chinese medicine. Isn't it Chinese medicine? You call the other set Western medicine. I don't know what it is. The people from the Imperial Medical Department are good. If they learn your Western medicine, I believe they'll be just as fast. Wang Xing saw a group of people practicing there and gave Li Yi ideas. Li Yi listened, thought about it, and said, I've decided to change it. Chinese medicine is called Chinese medicine, and Western medicine is called New medicine. They're both Chinese techniques. Li Yi realized that Western medicine was bad. What? Who in the world could do it now? Since they developed in the Tang dynasty, they naturally had to become the new medicine that started in the Tang dynasty. It was not nice to call Chinese medicine ancient medicine. It was better to call them old medicine. Okay, this is good. Then the Imperial Medical Department. Wang Xing did not care about the name. Who should I find? Li Yi thought it was okay. There were 2 big pharmacies in Zhuangzi. His Chinese medicine was not good, and he did not dare to prescribe some medicine. He could find people from the Imperial Medical Department to learn from each other and ask them for help. General Gao. Wang Xing said a name. Can he do it? Li Yi was doubtful. Brother E, think about it. What if someone in the palace gets sick in the future? What if they become concubines? If the Imperial Medical Department can't treat it, won't it be embarrassing? If they send it to you, the people from the Imperial Medical Department will be there. It can be said that the Imperial Medical Department is also involved. Wang Xing analyzed it from another perspective. If the people from the Imperial Medical Department were willing to come, Gao Lisher just had to say it. He could not say that it was just a matter of a word from His Majesty. I want 30. They'll practice suturing and debridement from the beginning. Then I'll teach them some new medical knowledge. Li Yi felt that it made sense. In that case, I'll go and tell the family of Su Shower who has intestinal abscess. I'm the one who snatched him. His family was stopped. They're probably making a scene. Wang Xing wiped his sweat as he spoke. He was so nervous. He had to snatch to save someone. Which family wanted to do funeral arrangements? Chapter 360. Wang Xing hurriedly left to appease the Su family. Li Yi changed his clothes and went into the study to transcribe the medical book calmly. He had seen a lot of life and death, and he had seen many choices made by patients and their families. Only when he was being rescued would he feel a ripple in his heart and then return to normal. Su Xiao, who was being rescued, couldn't calm down. He had fainted several times from the pain and then woke up. It was an indescribable pain. He wanted to die immediately and end everything. He still remembered what the imperial doctor said this morning when he didn't want money. The doctor shook his head and said it was too late, unless he didn't say anything, and then a group of people rushed in, threw him onto a cart and pushed him away. It hurt. Then, he didn't know anything. When he opened his eyes, it was white and there was a beautiful woman standing beside him. I'm in the underworld. The king of hell saw that I did a lot of good things and sent me a beauty? Su Xiao looked at the female nurse who wasn't wearing a mask and said what he was thinking. Are you dreaming? Lie down and don't move. The female nurse didn't look gentle. Her tone was stiff and cold. I'm already dead and I don't dare to think about it? You look good. I don't mind. Su Xiao continued to look at the woman he thought should belong to him. I don't mind. Don't move. You're not dead. My Dongzhu saved you. If you move again you'll really die. The nurse saw that the patient was about to get up and quickly pressed him back down. It hurts, it hurts. Su Xiao felt pain in his stomach and instantly woke up. He had an intestinal abscess and it still hurt. He wasn't dead? The doctor said I couldn't make it. Why am I not dead? Su Xiao muttered. Doctor? How can a doctor compare to my Dongzhu? The nurse said proudly. A male nurse came over. Xiao Ku, I'll talk to him. Keep an eye on him. If you move and tear the wound, Dongzhu will be tired again. The female nurse said and turned to leave. Come, I'll tell you how you survived. The male nurse sat next to him and began to boast about Li Yi's medical skills. Su Xiao listened. He didn't even hear how he survived. Instead, he felt like he had met a god. After listening for a while, he fell asleep with the pain of the wound in his stomach. The shopkeeper of the Drunken Immortal Tavern in Lantian County, Xia Junjia, also thought that he had met a god of wealth. Recently, the county had been in a mess. The business of the restaurants had not been good, and the people in the yamen still owed the restaurants money for their food and drinks. Just as the county magistrate and the others were about to make money, people from the imperial city came and took them all away. What about the money owed? Just as Xia Junjie was getting angry, someone came over and said that he wanted to buy the drunken immortal residence. Since he didn't agree, the other party added another 100 taels. If he still didn't agree, would the other party continue to raise the price? Xia Junjie thought as he looked at a man in his 20s standing beside the broker. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "My family's immortal intoxication and was saved up by several generations of people. If it's gone from my hands? Since that's the case, shopkeeper Xia, you can't disappoint the expectations of your ancestors. You must manage the drunken immortal house well. Goodbye." The 20-something-year-old man stood up, cupped his fists and prepared to leave. "Don't go. We can talk about it, we can talk about it." Xia Junjie couldn't sit still and stood up to stop the other party. "Add another 20 taels. Otherwise we don't want it." The young man gave a price. 620 taels. Xia Junjie hesitated again, but in the end he gritted his teeth and agreed. The broker wrote the contract. When Xia Junjie saw the words Li Family Zhuangzi, Li written on it, he was stunned and immediately said, "No, 620 taels is not enough. Didn't we just agree?" The young man was not angry. People like Li Dongzhu naturally won't buy ordinary things. He has taken a fancy to my drunken immortal house. As long as I spread the news, wouldn't people break through the door to buy it? Xia Junjie revealed a smile as if he had grasped a great advantage. The young man stood up and stared at Xia Junjie. Xia Junjie, on the other hand, was calm and unperturbed. "How much do you want?" The young man exhaled. "Continue to give me a price. I'll listen. If I think it's enough, then it's enough." Xia Junjie crossed his legs. The young man was just about to say the first plan Dongzhu gave him, when the broker suddenly said, "Wait a minute." He looked at Xia Junjie and said, "You just agreed to 620 taels in front of me. Are you going back on your word now?" "I didn't sign it. Why can't I?" Xia Junjie raised his chin. The broker threw down a word and pulled the young man out. After leaving Xia Junjie's room, he went outside and shouted to the people eating there, "Ba Shui Li Family Zhuangzi, Li Dongzhu wants to buy the drunken immortal house," and negotiated the price. When Xia Junjie heard that Li Dongzhu wanted to buy it, he suddenly changed his mind. "Everyone, how many good deeds has Li Dongzhu done? What kind of person is Li Dongzhu? I believe you all know. He's such a good person, yet someone wants to bully him. My broker will be the first to disagree." Who offended Li Dongzhu? Xia Junjie? The shopkeeper of this shop? If I don't pay for my meal now, will I have to go to the yamen to file a lawsuit? I won't pay. The people eating on the second floor were richer than the people on the first floor. When they heard the broker's words, someone immediately stood up. Another person stood up and cupped his fists in a circle. "Everyone, if you are a merchant like me, think about the consequences of offending Li Dongzhu. I won't pay for my meal today and will go to court." Li Dongzhu took out a lot of medical books to let the Imperial Medical Department treat people for free. If anyone is sick, go to the pharmacy. Whether or not the other party would refuse to show it to you was another matter altogether. If they don't pay for my meal, I will have a stomachache if I go to court. The people at the third table stood up. Let's go, let's go. Don't stop me. If you stop me, I will pay you back. You should think about the consequences of staying in the drunken immortal house. Guys, I will pay your wages for this month. You can go. Li Dongzhu is an official. Xia Junjie is a leopard's gall. The drunken immortal house is finished. The diners on the second floor jeered and then stood up. The waiter stood motionless. He was scared. Xia Junjie rushed out of the room. "You? How can you do this? Songji, you dare to ruin my business?" He shouted at the broker. His eyes were wide open and his hands were clenched into fists. "We brokers have our own rules. You broke the rules first." The broker stared back. His eyes were cold like a poisonous snake. "Let's go, don't listen to Xia Junjie's nonsense." Someone jeered and everyone went downstairs. When they arrived downstairs, there was no one on the first floor. Some of the plates and bowls on the tables had been taken away. Xia Junjie ran down and saw a mess. The waiter and the chef stood there and looked at their boss helplessly. "How can this be? How can this be?" Xia Junjie was stunned. He looked around and walked a few steps to the young man sent by the Li family Zhuangzi. "Don't go, I will sell. 620 taels. 600 taels." The broker spoke first. 600. Okay, 600 it is. I will sell. Xia Junjie lowered his head and agreed. "All we won." The people on the second floor cheered and the others followed. It was as if they had won a war. Chapter 361. After the contract was written, a large pile of silk was handed to Xia Junjie, and the drunken immortal residence was in his hands. The person sent by Li Yi didn't know how to react. He asked the broker, "Brother Song, Dongzhu actually has two other plans." Song Ji smiled, "Xiao Tan, it's useless. The higher the price you offered, the better." Xia Junjie felt his drunken immortal residence was. People in our line of work are very good at judging people. The young man called Xiao Tan nodded gratefully, but he still had questions. "Brother Song, why are you helping me?" "Helping you? I don't know you, how can I help you?" "In the beginning of spring my mother fell ill. I went to a doctor but the doctor said there was nothing he could do. My family was preparing for her funeral. I heard that the doctor from the Imperial Medical Department took Li Dongzhu's medical book and was willing to treat people for free. I invited a doctor from Chang'an. After he saw her he said she could be saved. My family spent a lot of money but my mother survived. Without Li Dongzhu's medical book, I wouldn't have been able to invite a doctor. Without the doctor my mother would be gone." Song Ji's eyes turned red as he wiped them with his sleeve. Xiao Tan smiled, "Congratulations, Brother Song. The next time you fall ill, if you need to buy medicine, go to Zhuangzi. There's a pharmacy in Zhuangzi that specializes in cheap medicine. If you really don't have money then you don't have to pay?" Song Ji suddenly asked. "How does Brother Song know?" Xiao Tan was puzzled. "Li Dongzhu is benevolent." Song Ji sighed. While the two were talking, Xia Junjie was nowhere to be seen. A group of workers and chefs gathered together to wait. The drunken immortal residence was sold. What should they do next? Li Dongzhu is in Zhuangzi. Does Li Dongzhu still want us? A worker timidly stepped forward, extremely nervous. Yes, I just remembered. I'm Guan Xiao Tan, a worker in Li family's Zhuangzi. Dongzhu said that if we buy the drunken immortal residence, we'll double the wages. Today is the first day of April. You haven't received your wages from last month, right? Just in time, double. Xiao Tan told him the good news. The waiters and chefs immediately beamed with joy. Last month's meal also counted? Li Dongzhu gave out money right after he left? Then what should we do now? The cowardly waiter instantly returned to his normal state. Learn a dish first. It's actually a staple food. Dongzhu calls it, turn back. It's a deep-fried dish. In my team there's someone who cooks for Zhuangzi. He'll teach you. Xiao Tan said as he waved his hand. A man in a white coat walked out from the group that brought the money. His face was rather round and he was about 40 years old. When he smiled, his eyes couldn't be seen. I'm the cook who cooks for the Li family Zhuangzi. My name is Yumantan. When my parents gave birth to me they had enough food to fill the vat. Since my surname is Yu, there was enough food to fill the vat. Yumantan introduced himself. The three chefs of the drunken immortal restaurant stood up straight, not to mention the other chefs. They had all heard people say that the food in Heavenly Earth was delicious. However, the chefs in Heavenly Earth were not the best. The best ones were in the Li family Zhuangzi. Heavenly Earth would cook a new dish every 10 days. It was said that the Li family Zhuangzi would cook a lot of new dishes when Li Dongzhu was happy. Those who could work as chefs in the Li family Zhuangzi were definitely not ordinary. Take last month's salary first. Tell me how much you want. If you say more and it's found out, I can only ask you to leave. Xiao Tan used to be a helper so he knew what was the most important thing now. A group of people stood up and said how much they could earn in a month. Brother Xiao Tan, does it count if I break a plate? A waiter lowered his head. No, it doesn't count. In the future you won't be deducted if you break something. If you're in a bad mood you can break it. We have our own kiln in the Zhuangzi. Xiao Tan said with a smile. The others followed and laughed. They found that everything was different with a new boss. Let's go. The drunken immortal restaurant has been sold. Let's go back and eat. The food is not cold yet. The people on the second floor who were yelling about not paying before shouted again. Yes, let's go back and eat. We'll pay. Xiao Tan quickly said, everyone, we're not collecting money today. If you want a drink, please order more. Thank you for your help. Did you see that? The Li family Zhuangzi is really different. Let's go. Li Dongzhu is rich. He doesn't need a few mouthfuls of wine. I won't be polite with you guys. Let's go back and make some for you guys to try. Where did the people on the first floor go? They took all the plates away. Everyone chatted and laughed as they went upstairs. The people who didn't know each other before seemed to be much closer now. They chatted happily about the day's events. Brother Song, do you still want the broker's money? Xiao Tan maintained a smile on his face as he asked Song Ji. Of course I want it. In fact, I want 2 portions. Xia Junjie probably packed his things and ran away. The broker ate 2 portions. Song Ji wasn't polite at all at this time. I'll give you 10 times the price. I'll talk to Dongzhu later. Xiao Tan made the decision. Xiao Tan, does Li Dongzhu trust you guys that much? Song Ji couldn't understand. A villager who came out to do business could just casually say how much money he would give. We're outside. We don't have to report spending less than 100 taels. We just have to go back and report how we spent it. Xiao Tan said with a smile. Wouldn't we be able to embezzle it? Song Ji felt that something was wrong. There are so many people here. It's okay to spend it. If I dare to take a single tael, they will definitely report it. The first warning, the second warning, the second warning. Xiao Tan looked at the villagers around him. The villagers nodded their heads, indicating that Xiao Tan dared to touch it. Song Ji shook his head. He couldn't understand. Wouldn't this group of villagers gang up to embezzle? However, one of the villagers saw through his thoughts and said to him, "What's the use of being greedy for 100 taels? Where will we put it after we take it? Our money is only a number. If you want to buy something that Zhuangzi doesn't have, you can look for Steward Song. Steward Song will pay for it. Jewelry can be bought from Zhuangzi. Gold, silver and precious stones will be made by the craftsmen." I see. Song Ji understood and was envious. The most important thing is that 100 taels is too little. It's only 100,000 taels. It's not worth being greedy. 100,000 taels isn't enough for an illness. We don't need to spend money in Zhuangzi. Besides, what's an imperial physician? Another villager asked why everyone was so obedient from the perspective of medical insurance. At night, Xiao Tan closed the restaurant and returned to Zhuangzi with the waiter and the kitchen staff. After arranging for them to bathe and change their clothes, Xiao Tan went to find Dongzhu, who was preparing dinner. Li was making tofu brew. Empress Wang didn't want to eat steamed meatballs anymore. She wanted to eat something with meat fillings, but it couldn't be the main dish. If it was the Shangshi Bureau, the imperial chefs would have to kneel down. Was this a request that a human could make? Li thought for a while and said, "Yes, there is." Hence he made tofu brew. It wasn't the main dish and it wasn't meatballs either. It had meat fillings. Li Yi was cooking while Xiao Tan reported the process, including Song Ji's assistants. Go and find out who else is in Song Ji's family. Although he could solve the problem without him, he could. But he couldn't do it today. I'll remember this favor. Li Yi said to Xiao Tan. As for Xia Junjie, he didn't say anything. It was true that he was greedy, but it was disgusting that he went back on his words at the last minute. If he did this, how could they negotiate a deal? Dongzhu, I'll get the waiter and kitchen staff back. Is Drunken Immortal residence still open? Xiao Tan asked. After asking, he realized that this matter wasn't under his control. He was about to say that he was going to look for Steward Song when Li Yi said, "In the future, you'll be in charge of that place. Tear it down and build a new building. Find the local craftsmen and laborers." Chapter 362. It's delicious, Sanlang. Uncle used tofu as a box to cook today. When Li Yi brought the tofu brew over, Li Longji arrived. Li Longji ran between the two places. He would sleep at night and leave before dawn the next morning. The city gates were not open yet, so he would walk at the back. Most of his thoughts were on his children, so he did not care about the matters of the imperial court. Ordinary matters were decided by the prime ministers. If the prime ministers could not come up with a good idea, it was a good opportunity to ask Li Yi. Leaving the imperial city to go to another palace was considered not doing proper work. When it came to Li Yi's Zhuangzi, it would not delay things. Entertainment, food, relaxation, and when there were important matters or difficult problems, he could also ask about politics. Even if he suddenly fell ill, he would be treated immediately. Li Longji found that in the entire Tang dynasty, there was no place better than the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi changed out of his chef's attire and brought over a large bowl of mushroom, wood ear and carrot soup. The staple food was still small steamed buns, one for each mouthful. Li Longji did not ask about politics today, so he chatted casually. The weather is hot, so many people will go swimming in the river. How's Brother Yi swimming? Li Longji was good at swimming and wanted to compete. It's okay. It's more tiring to save people. If I swim by myself, the waves of the Ba River are still small. Li Yi was not modest at all. He was indeed good at swimming. When he was in the Spanish fish circle, he could swim a round trip and even surf in the sea. It was easier to swim in the sea because of the buoyancy. In freshwater rivers, undercurrents were the most feared, especially upstream. Once the reservoir above was released, not only would the water level rise, but the speed of the water would also be uneven. There was a difference in speed between the water surface and the water surface. When the hands and feet paddled in the water, they should float, but the current would remove the force. It would feel like they were paddling in the air. There was no buoyancy at all. Li Yi's swimming skills were good at that time. Otherwise, he would not have dared to jump into the water to catch the big black fish with his bare hands. Li Longji thought about it for a while. In the end, he dismissed the idea of competing with Li Yi in swimming. It was unrealistic. He continued to swim and said, "The weather is hot. When it's noon and afternoon, many people jump into the river to swim and stand on the shore to watch. It's very lively." Lively? Ah yes, Zhuangzi wants to dig a swimming pool for the children to play in. When Li Yi heard that there were many people in the river, the first thought that came to his mind was drowning. He had spread the technology of CPR, but it could not solve all the problems. Zhuangzi also has a lot of dolls. If they run into the Ba River and swim, if they are not careful, if they are late to save them, they will die. When swimming in the river, it was usually impossible to tell if someone was drowning. Everyone was swimming and only their heads were exposed. The people on the shore watched. Sometimes the swimmer's head would sink, and sometimes he would rise again. After a few glances, he would look away. Who could remember which one of them had gone down and never got up again? When he thought of the danger, Li looked around. His eldest brother was not around. When my eldest brother comes, I will tell him to make a lot of swimming aids. Everyone can wear one. When they swim, they can rent it. Yes, rent it. 1 copper coin for a day. Li thought of a bum ball. It was an inflatable ball that looked like a swimming ring. Could be tied to the wrist or carried on the chest. When they swim, they will realize that the situation is not good. They will quickly twist the rope twice and then float there with the ball. Pigs can blow bubbles, sheep can blow bubbles, pig skin and sheepskin can all be used. If they did not even have leather, they would use a thick bamboo tube and put it in a net bag. Li told the two of them about these things and emphasized, "It's best to send someone to watch the river. If the children don't use it, they are not allowed to go into the water. The bamboo is also free. I have money in Zhuangzi, and I'll treat it as doing a good deed." It's not easy for a child to be born, and he has also avoided the diseases of infancy. It's not easy for him to grow to 7 or 8 years old. If he drowns, it will be a loss to the Tang dynasty. If the adults don't listen and insist on seeking death, then there's nothing we can do. Li Yi said that he could use money to make them. It was not much. When the mines in Lantian County are opened, a large amount of money will flow in. What's the point of piling it in the warehouse? Li Longji and Empress Wang looked at each other. Empress Wang said, "Calabash, waste boat." Li Longji said, "Do we have to wear those things when we play?" "Yes, we can't be careless just because we are swimming and not carrying things." Third brother and sister-in-law are right. Calabash, if it's a big enough calabash, you can add a pendant at the bottom. Then the calabash mouth will be open. When you swim across the river, put your clothes and things into the big calabash. You can hold the calabash and swim to the other side. Then you can take out your clothes and put them on. Carrying a big calabash is equivalent to carrying a multi-purpose backpack. If someone wants to go to the bottom of the river to find river snails, a longer rope will do. Li Yi explained in detail how to find things to eat in the water. "Brother Yi, how much are you willing to pay?" Li Longji decided to pay a portion of his own. Together with Li Yi, they could provide security for the common people. 50,000 coins. The entire capital government will take care of it. The ones made of bamboo will be placed by the river. Whoever wants to take it home can take it home. Li Yi made a hand gesture. 50,000 coins. He had just swindled 210,000 coins. The merchants he cooperated with did not want money but goods. The cost of goods was low. 210,000 coins was only 210 million coins. If he wanted to buy salt, it would be worth more than the money he had at that time. If he wanted to buy rice at the beginning of spring last year, it was 300 coins. After this year's summer harvest, it was 100 coins. If the locust plague was solved in the east of Taihang Mountains, by the autumn harvest, the price of rice could drop to 50 or 60 coins. There was no way to directly determine how much 1 coin was worth at that time. It was just like his pork. Last year it was cheap. 6 yuan per caddy of meat was not bad. This year it was more than 40 yuan per caddy. What was the purchasing power of 1 yuan? The same was true in the Tang dynasty. The later history books could not record the price changes of every commodity in every place from the first year of Kaiyuan to the third year of Kaiyuan. Li Yi also used to ponder about the value of 1 coin in ancient times. When he came to the Tang dynasty, he understood that the amount was the same. Li Longji did not know that Li Yi was thinking about the currency ratio between the two eras. When he heard Li Yi say 50,000 coins, he swallowed back the words that were just about to come out of his mouth. He had military horses to race. Before June this year, he would gather 30,000 winged knights. Each person would ride 3 horses. Including the spare horses, he would have a total of 100,000 horses. It was said that the generals and other places were crying when they were transferred. Transferring military horses did not cost money, but feeding them cost money. Brother E good. Li Longji praised. Even if he did not take any money, 50 million was enough for the people of the capital. No, it could not be used up. How much could a bamboo ornament be worth? Third brother, you can tell His Majesty that the winged knights are going to be expanded. The people who will come later are not good at swimming. They will practice together in the summer. They are using the things I provided. Li talked about military matters. I will definitely think of a way. Li Longji sighed and agreed. He did not come today to ask about politics. In the end, they talked about the safety of the people and military training. Brother E was a capable minister. He always thought about the people and the military power of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, in ordinary conversations he would also talk about it. Brother E never talked about any woman, even if Nanku's big family could be easily invited. Not to mention the gorgeous clothes and beautiful jewelry. Yao Chong and Zhang Shua occasionally talked about going to Heavenly Earth for dinner and takeout. It was a blessing to meet Brother E. Chapter 363. After dinner, Li Yi went back to his room to copy books. Empress Wang went back to her room for a stroll as she felt it was too hot outside. Li Longji once again stood on the platform beside the artificial canal with his binoculars and watched the migrant workers build their houses. In his eyes, it was not about the accommodation of more than 5,000 people, but about the Tang dynasty. He really wanted to know what the officials were thinking at this moment. Would they consider the people's income when they were drinking tea? Would they think about the number of people who drowned every year when they were playing with water when it was hot? Would they think about how to train an army that could adapt to all environments and terrains when they were talking about the situation at the border? Would they think about how to make good and cheap paper and ink when they were writing? Li Longji thought for a while and shook his head. It was useless to think about it anymore. I noticed that every time I come, Brother E always has something new to talk about. Li Longji suddenly thought of the past. It seemed that every time he came there would be something new. He put away his binoculars and went back to his room. He read the memorials that had just been delivered today, took a bath and fell asleep very quickly. On the morning of the second day of the 4th lunar month, it was almost 4:30 a.m. Li Longji woke up and found that he slept very well. He called a few people to the cafeteria. The people in the cafeteria were busy. They were all very energetic and did not look sleepy. They were changing shifts. Make 200 sets of jianbing. Beat the double-sided eggs. 150 with chopped green onions and 50 without chopped green onions and coriander. 200 servings of tofu pudding. Be quick. Li Longji said to the cafeteria manager. Make 20 stoves at the same time. The manager did not hesitate and led people to make the arrangements. There were fruits in the jianbing but not crispy skin. The youqiao was fried in the morning for breakfast. The crispy skin was not very popular as it was easy to break the roof of the mouth. The dough used to wrap the jianbing was mixed with some warm water and stirred. The jianbing was ready to be served. Li Longji sat there and waited. He saw that the people in the cafeteria were busy. He did not know what they were doing in the morning, but they finished their work and came to eat after taking a bath. As the number of people increased, Li Longji found that it was more stable and had a special sense of security. This had never happened in the palace. In the palace he would think about who was loyal to him and who was scheming about other things. My life as the emperor is actually not as good as the Dongzhu of Zhuangzi. Li Longji suddenly sighed in his heart. He didn't know, or perhaps he didn't want to admit it, that he was afraid of the imperial city. Therefore he was more willing to stay in Xingqing Palace. There was no black tortoise gate in Xingqing Palace. He felt that the forbidden garden was too quiet and gloomy, so he placed the pear garden there. Alright, here are 200 Chinese crepes with double eggs, tofu pudding and braised pork. It's enough for 300 people. The manager of the cafeteria pushed 3 food carts over. Li Longji nodded and got up to leave. The people around him went to push the cart. After getting into their own cars, the team quickly crossed the bridge and ran toward Chang'an City. Once they returned to the imperial city, Li Longji began to distribute pancakes and tofu pudding. He didn't know why, but he wanted to bring food back from Zhuangzi for everyone. When Li Yi woke up, he still didn't see his third brother. When Empress Wang was washing up, she asked Tao Hong to pass a message that she wanted to eat steamed egg today. Li Yi had no choice but to remove the yolk and only leave the egg white. There were a total of 6 eggs. 5 of the yolks were removed, and the remaining yolk was beaten with the egg white and then steamed. Otherwise, if one ate too many egg yolks, their cholesterol would be too high. If they didn't eat a single egg yolk, they wouldn't be able to help the egg white break down and absorb the cholesterol. 6 eggs, mushrooms, wood ear, fried carrots, chives, and braised pork minced meat were enough to make up the nutritional value. However, people couldn't just eat nutrients. They also needed to dilute the stomach acid. Li also arranged for people to make big rice balls with bean flour. He also added kelp, dried shrimps, radish strips, and pickles. Tao Hong stood there and watched Li busily preparing these things. She secretly sighed. Empress Wang was right to live in Zhuangzi. He could make whatever she wanted to eat and then adjust it according to the pregnant woman's condition. Not to mention other things, there was no one else in the entire Tang dynasty who had the mind and ability to cook. It was delicious and wouldn't cause any problems. It was also good for adults and children. When they came to eat, Empress Wang really liked it and praised Li Yi. One was comfortable to listen to, and the other was very satisfied with the praise. Gao Lishur came. He glanced at Empress Wang and said to Li Yi, Wang Xing asked someone to pass a message that he wanted to find 30 imperial physicians. I'll bring them to you early in the morning. Thank you, General Gao. You. Li Yi glanced at his sister-in-law. I'll sit at the table next to you. It won't get in the way. Gao Lishur was good at reading people's expressions and went to wash his hands consciously. When he came back, he carried a tray of steamed buns and a bowl of braised food. There was no tofu pudding, so it was just braised food. Li Yi glanced at it and didn't say anything. He had seen a lot of things and drank braised food. When he went to Hunan in the past, he drank spicy soup. Some took it as braised food and some drank it directly. Li Dongzhu, the 30 people I found for you are all experts between 25 and 30 years old. You have to teach them well. Gao Lishur didn't move his spoon and chopsticks and said something first. Learn from each other, communicate and learn from each other. Li Yi told the truth. He wanted to learn Chinese medicine from others. He had too few opportunities to practice Chinese medicine in the past. He could only check if a woman was pregnant by feeling the pulse. He didn't have the ability to judge whether the kidney was yin or yang. Li Dongzhu, you're too modest. Gao Lishur smiled. He didn't even look at Empress Wang and said, as long as Li Dongzhu is here, there's no need to be afraid of any illness. I'm afraid. Li Yi shook his head hard. What a joke. He changed the topic. General Gao, do you still need mushrooms and fungus in the palace? Take some with you when you leave. Okay, I'll take them back and give them to the Empress. Gao Lishur agreed very quickly. Empress Wang, who was eating egg soup with her head lowered, smiled. Gao Lishur ate very quickly. He finished the tray of steamed buns and the bowl of braised food. He got up and went to Songda to arrange people and get things on the way. At this time Empress Wang said, Uncle, why was the steamed bun he ate so small? The steamed bun was much smaller than Shumyao. The key was that it had folds on it. I casually said that day that the steamed bun was as big as a sheep's eye. In the end they insisted on making it. They even came up with some evaluation criteria for the kitchen. This is a white case. Li Yi said helplessly. The steamed buns he ate at that time were also not small. The steamed buns made by the farmers were only 2 centimeters in diameter. They were very pocket-sized. It was not a problem to eat 3 steamed buns in one bite. The skin was so thin that it was transparent. The stuffing could also be added inside. How did you make it? Empress Wang was still puzzled by the steamed bun. Bamboo tweezers like embroidery. Li Yi gave the answer. The steamed bun was made of dough. After steaming, it was 2 centimeters in diameter. How small was it when it was not steamed? Uncle, are you going to teach more people your medical skills? Empress Wang thought about it and understood. She asked another question. I'm too busy. As Zhuangzi's medical skills improve, I can make some medicines myself. For example, I have a way to test for penicillin and antibiotics. It can guarantee a certain level of safety. At the same time, it can test for sensitivity. Li Yi told her his follow-up plan. He didn't want to change to penicillin. He wanted to try to cultivate it himself. Chapter 364. We'll learn from each other. I have many shortcomings in acupuncture, pulse-taking, diagnosis, and prescription. After finishing his meal, Li Yi found the 30 top imperial physicians of the young generation who had also just eaten happily. In any other industry, even if Li Yi's ability was a little worse, he would still fool the other party. Only in medicine he admitted that he was lacking in many aspects. Goods could be fake, but human lives were real. The imperial physicians who were sent over didn't know. They thought that Li Yi was being modest, so they followed suit. In the next 2 days, I'll copy a basic introduction to medicine for everyone. You don't have to read the history of medicine. Li Yi said to the 30 people that he attached great importance to. An imperial physician between 25 and 30 years old was equivalent to a department director of the same age as him. Wasn't it scary? These imperial physicians didn't go to kindergarten first, then 9 years of compulsory education, 3 years of high school and then medical school, bachelor's, master's and doctorate. They should have started learning Chinese medicine when they were a few years old. Other children wanted to eat candy when they were young, but they were eating big honey balls. The other children were playing with mud balls. They were watching the adults shake the honey balls and followed suit. 30 people dedicated their lives to medicine, and there would be no other industry to choose from. He thought so and brought the 30 people to the main courtyard building to explain. He let the 50 people learn Chinese medicine with the 30 people, and told the 30 people to first ask the 50 people about the basics of new medicine. Turning around, he went to write the teaching materials. When copying, he deleted all the useless words and only chose the content of the knowledge. Cui Riyong, who was working in the imperial city, was more excited today. He sent the people on duty to Lantian County early to see the situation of the drunken immortal house. The people on duty were already very sleepy, but they didn't dare to complain. They drank a mouthful of hot tea, washed their faces with cold water, and forced themselves to be alert. The 4 of them went out together. Cui Riyong wasn't happy for long before he was called over by Yao Chong. Minister Cui, you did a good job increasing the official positions in Lantian County. When you increased the positions, you gave the officials a chance to gain experience and supervise each other. Yao Chong praised him as soon as he came up, making Cui Riyong so happy that he couldn't find north. Prime Minister Yao, these are all part of my duties. Cui Riyong tried his best to control himself and not let himself get carried away. Don't belittle yourself. It's a good idea. Coincidentally, the other 19 counties should follow this plan. This is the list of all the counties. Take it back and look at it. Don't make a decision just because the 3 people from the Political Affairs Hall gave you a name list. You have to do things impartially. This old man has spoken to His Majesty, and His Majesty has also praised you greatly, saying that you can implement this plan in the capital government. Yao Chong handed Cui Riyong a list of names, which contained the information of 42 students. 3 from Lantian County and 2 from the other 19 counties, for a total of 41 people. Including the other 5 officials of Lantian County, they were all selected by their own means. I definitely trust the Political Affairs Hall. Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. Cui Riyong walked away with the list in a daze. Yao Chong pursed his lips. He did not tell Li Longji at all. He was afraid that His Majesty would be angry and directly behead Cui Riyong. In that case, if the officials of the remaining 19 counties were not properly arranged, who would take the responsibility? Who would take the blame? After thinking for a while, Yao Chong went to find Li Longji with the idea of the follow-up of the locust plague. Li Longji was happily reviewing the memorials. Where there was a need to increase the budget of the Zhouchong County, he would directly ask for it to be removed. Where there was a need to build a water conservancy project, he would transfer it to the Ministry of Works and ask for a report on the local situation. The prefectures at the borders of Tubo and Turkic Khaganate requested for an increase in provisions and military equipment. Even if they were greedy, it did not matter. But if anyone did not resist, don't blame His Majesty for being ruthless. When Yao Chong came to find him, Li Longji was actually reviewing the memorials and humming a song at the same time. What a jasmine flower, what a jasmine flower. He learned it from Li. Li liked to hum this song. There were too many variations of the jasmine flower, so many that it was impossible to count them all. Most importantly, it was the first Chinese folk song to be used in a Western opera. Li casually sang 2 kinds of songs for Li Longji. One was the one Li Longji was humming. The other was, "What a beautiful jasmine flower." Yao Chong stood there and listened. After listening for a while, he could not help but hum along. Li Longji finished reviewing another memorials and looked up with a smile. "Yao Qing, you came in a hurry. Do you have good news?" "Recently, I have been sending out letters to urge the prefectures and prefectures of Taihang Mountains to follow Hunan's example. However, some local officials wrote to the Prime Minister, saying that I was overthinking things. I asked all of my subordinates to write a letter together." Yao Chong complained. "My crepe myrtle command token does not work well if I speak alone. The prefectures are against me. Come on, bring all of your subordinates with you." Li Longji shook his head. "Yao Qing, why do you have to do this? If anyone is disobedient, just transfer them back. I have formed a group here." "What group?" Yao Chong asked naturally. "The first Imperial Patrol Group of the Tang Dynasty. They are all old officials who are wholeheartedly thinking for the country. They look after each other with a patrol group of guilty officials." Li Longji was still so happy. When he found that Li was good at administration, economy and strategy, he felt that the sky was so blue. He did not want to ask specifically, but he knew the strategy for the people. If he asked alone, was there a need to say? And the more the situation was like this, the more he did not want to ask. There was no hurry. The court was full of civil and military officials. Let them think of a way first. Yao Chong heard about the patrol group and compared it with the patrol group of guilty officials that had just been created. He immediately understood what it meant. He opened his mouth in shock and his face was full of disbelief. In layman's terms it was, fuck, who the hell came up with this idea? To protect His Majesty's reputation he even got rid of people. Amazing, even more amazing than me. Yao Chong took a deep breath. Li Yi's talent is indeed extraordinary. Li Longji did not answer. He thought to himself, do I need you to remind me? Of course my brother Yi is amazing. He just said, Yao Qing, do whatever you want. The land that produces grain is not to be taken lightly. Yao Chong was relieved. He left and prepared to deal with the people. Whoever did not listen to him would be transferred back. The other party might be very happy when he heard about the Chang'an. He had schemed against Cui Ryong before, but he did not know that Li Longji was waiting for the situation to stabilize and put him in the group. It was because his sons had gone too far. They took advantage of the fact that he now had great power and acted recklessly. To put it bluntly, they wanted to make money themselves but did not have the ability, so they wrote notes in the officialdom. They were no different from the various second generations before Li Yi's time. It was the same in history. Li Longji did not wait long. When he felt that the old officials had been dealt with, he took down Yao Chong. As for the crime, it was just an excuse. Sigh. Looking at Yao Chong's departing figure, Li Longji sighed. He knew that the world would change in the end, and the people would change in the end. The difference was that it would not be as cruel as before, and he would leave behind a good reputation. Brother Yi, I can't let you be an official with real power. You are drifting outside. It is easy to come in but difficult to leave. What is the sentence in that song? Oh, the world is like a tide, people are like water. Only a few people in Jianghu return. Li Longji said as he flipped through another memorial. He looked carefully and smiled. It was sent from Yi province. Many people signed it, looking like they were working for the country and the people. He shook his head and muttered, Shu province from Yi province. They want to promote drilling technology to benefit the people. Do they think I am a fool? My drilling company is about to start. It will benefit the people. Chapter 365. Be careful, don't hit anyone and don't hit yourself. You up there who let you untie the rope. Do you think you can do it? Tie it up for me. The 4 officials who were on duty last night hired a car and dozed off all the way. When they arrived at the Drunken Immortal House in Lantian County, they saw the construction scene. The original Drunken Immortal House was being demolished. On the second floor, there were people with ropes tied to their bodies, taking off the tiles in order. Next to each person was a sliding rod with a groove that was cut open and pieced together with a bamboo pole. The tiles were put on, and when they were released, the tiles would slide down. Below was a haystack. When one slid down, the people below would pick it up. Even so, the tiles were still intact. The 4 officials found it novel. In the past, the tiles were tied into bundles and hung down with ropes. Now they took one after another. It was much faster than that. The 4 of them looked at each other and found that the arrangement of the minister was different. One of them turned around and saw a person who didn't listen, so he brought his colleagues over. Li family Zhuangzi's people? An official asked. Yes, I'm Guan Xiaotan. Are you people from the Ministry of Personnel? The Drunken Immortal House was bought by my Dongzhu yesterday and is being demolished today. I want to eat the huida here. Go forward, there's a chef in Zhuangzi who is making all kinds of fried snacks. Tell the minister that my Dongzhu will do what he says. There won't be any problems. Guan Xiaotan already knew the situation, but he didn't expect that Minister Cui would seriously send someone to take a look today. Why is the restaurant being demolished? The official found that the task was completed, but he didn't want to rush back. He hadn't eaten yet, so he asked more. Build a bigger building and buy the land behind it, including that big pit. In the future, you will find that the Drunken Immortal House is more like a drunken immortal. Guan Xiaotan said. He took a few steps forward and pulled back a 7 or 8-year-old child who ran in front. The tiles that were removed were counted as wages. Not only did they offset the wages of removing the tiles, but they also offset the wages of removing the pillars behind. The tiles were not bad, but they were very expensive. The workers who took the tiles could sell them to others. Especially when the roof tiles of other restaurants needed to be repaired, they would replace one of the broken ones. These tiles were equivalent to the total cost of the demolition, which was a great bargain for the craftsmen. The other commoners were hired by the craftsmen to wash the tiles. There was a lot of mud on the tiles and they were placed one by one. Once they encountered an external force they would break. When there was no mud it would stick tightly and not shatter. When tiling the roof, the old craftsmen worked very slowly and carefully sifted the mud to be applied. Layer by layer, and the areas that were not pressed down were flattened with mud. In this way there was no gap between tile and tile, between tile and mud. A good tiler is a good tiler. Even if a person jumps on top of it, they won't break it. If he was fooling around, he could just smear some mud casually. When the time came, there would be no need for people to jump. The gap was big, and when it rained, the water would leak and wash away the mud and sand below. When there was less sand, the tiles would fall off automatically. Being a bricklayer was a technical job. Whoever hired a bricklayer not only had to pay him a salary, but also had to provide him with good food and drink. The officials of the Ministry of Personnel obviously did not know much about this. They watched as the people around them carried wooden and ceramic basins to fetch water and scrub carefully. An official asked, "After washing, the tiles are very heavy, right? The water has seeped into the tiles. The sun is also very strong. When the water seeps in, you can see the gaps in some tiles. When the sun shines again, they will crack. This kind of tile is easy to pick out." Guan Xiaotan explained the washing process, which was also the selection process. "Then we'll go and have something to eat first." The official who did not want to go back immediately pulled his companions and walked forward. There were 2 iron pots in front of them. There was oil in the pots. The craftsmen on Zhuangzi were frying the tiles. Balls of tiles were blown out. The commoners could eat as much as they wanted, but they were not allowed to take it away. Children were allowed to take a small ball after eating, but they had to register which family it belonged to. When the 4 of them came closer, the person in charge of distributing the tiles saw them and asked, "Officials of the Ministry of Personnel?" "Yes." The 4 of them smiled almost at the same time. They were all 9th grade officials, the kind who were not qualified to attend the court. "Minister Chui didn't come?" the person on Zhuangzi asked again. "Minister Chui is busy with government affairs," the official answered with a smile. He did not say that a 3rd grade official like Minister Chui was not someone they could meet whenever they wanted. Because Li Dongzhu on Zhuangzi was also a 3rd grade official. An official was still an official. "I'll wrap it up for you. You can eat first and go back and tell Minister Chui." The person on Zhuangzi went to get the frozen meat stuffing. He also took out a small pot and boiled egg soup with wild vegetables and eggs. Not long after, the 4 officials from the Ministry of Personnel sat at the side and began to eat. The table and chairs were moved out from Zuexian restaurant. They had never eaten turned back before. When they took a bite, the rich fragrance filled their mouths. It was delicious. After drinking another mouthful of soup, they felt that there was no part of their body that was uncomfortable. The tiredness of staying up late disappeared. While the 4 of them were eating, a group of carriages appeared. There were small flags on the 4-wheeled carriages. Each flag represented a big merchant in Chang'an. There were 20 carriages in the group, all of which were 4-wheeled. It seemed that 2-wheeled carriages were not qualified to enter the group. "Who are they?" the low-ranking official who spoke just now asked. "Merchants invited by Steward Song to come and mine those lands. Each piece is 400 mu." The person on Zhuangzi's side put down a plate of kimchi. "Most of the officials in Lantian County have been arrested. Have they bought the land?" The official felt that there was a problem with the procedure. "Mine first. Wait for the new official to take office and fill in the paperwork." The village lord said naturally. "What if the new official doesn't give it to you?" Another official raised a serious question. "My Dongzhu believes that the officials chosen by the Ministry of Personnel must be the best." The village lord said with a smile. The 4 officials were speechless. They were enlightened. Enlightened in the morning, enlightened in the evening. Enlightened in the evening. Yes, there was nothing wrong with it. The officials were arranged by the Ministry of Personnel. Whoever did not cooperate would be held accountable by the Ministry of Personnel. So the Ministry of Personnel still had to help straighten out the matters in Lantian County? Who did the Ministry of Personnel offend? "Why are you bullying the Ministry of Personnel?" the official complained. The Ministry of Personnel did not notice the situation before, which caused the problems in Lantian County. "My Dongzhu will compensate the people. Why don't we ask the Ministry of Personnel to do it?" The village lord retorted. "Your Ministry of Personnel. Others might be afraid of you, but our Li family Zhuangzi is not afraid." The 4 officials lowered their heads to drink the soup. Only then did they realize that this wild vegetable soup was very fresh. The carriages stopped and the doors opened. One by one the merchants came down. They watched the construction site together and waited for Songda to divide the land for them. Then they wrote the paperwork and took out a small portion of the money. 1,000 coins per person. There was no need to take it all out immediately. As the project progressed, they would invest it again to prevent the merchants from losing their cash flow. Songda held a large pile of blueprints and called out, "Everyone, let's eat first. There's no rush. We still need to find local helpers." Dongju said that the broker Songji can take care of it. Songji stood beside Songda. He knew that the reward was coming. He helped to buy the drunken immortal residence yesterday and received a lot of business today. Hiring a worker meant a portion of money. Looking at the land, they would definitely need to hire many people. He did not dare to take it all himself. He had to share it with others. Chapter 366. While the merchant sat outside and tasted the return and wild vegetable soup, Songji brought some food to a table 100 steps away and called the 14 people. The 14 people plus Songji represented the broker organizations of Lantian County, which was the future broker house. Songji was the only one in the group and he was quite smart. He walked among the other broker organizations. In other words, he was surviving in the cracks. After he obtained some resources, he would give them to the other organizations in exchange for them not to suppress him. He was always able to get a good deal and share a part of it. The other broker organizations all wanted to pull him in, but he didn't want to join any of them. When they were helpless, they would protect him. But today was different. He found a big backer and the 14 broker organizations had to give him face. Lantian County belonged to G County, and its economic development was much stronger than other counties. The broker organizations in Lantian County had a wide range of business, and the amount of money they handled was needless to say. Normal merchants didn't dare to deal with them, and they also had people in the government office. Of course, when they met the Li family Zhuangzi, the 14 organizations expressed their admiration and were sincerely convinced. The money went in and out in units of 10,000 taels. Li Dongzhu didn't know the officials in the government office, but they were all taken in. "Everyone, for this matter, I have a few words to say first." Songji sat down and spoke to the 14 representatives sitting together at the table. "Songji, speak." A man around 50 years old spoke. "First, when looking for help, only take the money of the employer, and not the money of the person being hired." Songji stretched out a finger. The 14 people looked at each other and didn't say anything, expressing their approval. "Second." Songji stretched out another finger. "Only take half of the previous payment, this time the amount of money is a lot." "Roughly how much?" the man with the goatee asked. "From what I know, it's 10% tax. In the future, Lantian County will get no less than 10,000 taels in tax." Songji swallowed his saliva when he said this. "Okay, half." The man with the goatee agreed. The others were still silent. Songji stretched out another finger. "Third, I want to pick 5 people from each of your people, a total of 60 people." "Songji, do you want to become a scoundrel?" the person with a big mole under his left eye asked. "That's right. In the past, all of you have looked after me a lot, and there are many people in your line of work who are familiar with me." Songji admitted. "This time, how much are you willing to give up?" the other party asked. 80%. "I only want 20%. The 80% will be divided among the 14 of you. This is the fourth thing I want to talk about." Songji raised another finger. "In the future, will the Li family Zhuangzi's business matchmaking be done in accordance with this?" The person sitting across from the Songji raised his head. Songji remained silent as he stared at the other party. The other party sighed. "AI? That's fine. This time we'll get 80%. That's not a small amount." Songji revealed a smile. "That's right. You still want to snatch all of the Li family Zhuangzi's businesses from me? Do you believe that I won't kick you out of the game?" On the other side, in the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Qingqi was pushing the seed planter back and forth. Different types of vegetables had different ways of scattering seeds. Some of them scattered a few seeds in a pit, which was more convenient to use the jukebox. Another method was to scatter the seeds evenly on the ground and wait for them to grow. After observing for a while, the bad ones would be removed. This was called thinning out the seedlings. The second method was suitable for pushing carts. The seeds would be scattered as the cart moved, and then the soil would be covered. It was much more uniform than spreading seeds manually, and the speed was faster. After the ground was turned over and raked, the cart would be moved up and down. For spinach, cabbage, and shallots, the latter was used. Shallots were not. Shallots were planted after shallots were grown. The higher the soil was buried, the longer the shallots would be. "This thing is exquisite. Our alliance wants it." I'll give you the money to buy the technology. Li Qingqi looked as if he was talking about a business deal. Just now it was a trial. Li Yi smiled and did not say anything. Li Qingqi let go of the armrest and sighed. Brother Yi, now that the tools you made are useful to the people, every household can save 1.5 to 2 months in a year. For so many days, even if they don't do other jobs and just rest to recuperate, it will be beneficial to the Tang dynasty. In the future they will have new jobs to do, so it's impossible for them to rest. Let me think about it and see what kind of work is better. Every household can do it. Li Yi waved his hand and said with certainty that he had jobs to make the people busy. At that time he had done farming and breeding for a year and the people were idle. Especially in the northern areas when the winter was cold, there was nothing to do. Later the pace of life became faster and new jobs appeared one after another. Farming and breeding technology improved. In the winter they could make greenhouses and handicrafts, and in the summer they could do odd jobs. What kind of jobs can there be? Li Qingqi was looking forward to it. He believed that Li Yi could make it happen. First of all, we have to distinguish the industrial structure. Agriculture is the primary industry. When we have extra time, we can turn to small individual handicrafts. When there are more people working in an individual handicrafts, we will move to labor-intensive industries. In other words, we have to unite the handicrafts and cooperate with each other to improve production efficiency. At this time, the industry that belongs to the secondary industry is processing and light industry. Then the technology will improve and it will start to cooperate with other types of work to form a huge upstream and downstream industrial chain. What I want to do is to find many handicrafts for them, such as weaving cloth and spinning hemp. The people have been doing it, but it's not enough. Li Yi described the development of the industrial structure, from agriculture and handicrafts to cluster and industrial combination. Li Qingqi thought that he could keep up with the pace after learning for many days. In the end he found that there was a fog in front of him. What is this? There's a routine for everything in the future? Brother Yi, have you arranged everything for the future? Li Qingqi couldn't help but ask. It's not appropriate. Every step involves struggle, including the adjustment of industries. The development of society is not static. Cotton is valuable and everyone grows cotton. There will be fewer people who grow grain, and the price of grain will be high. We have to control and adjust. We can't rush up like a swarm of bees. A market economy and a planned economy are not opposite. Brother, what's wrong with you? Is your head uncomfortable? Do you feel nauseous? As Li Yi spoke, he found his brother rubbing his temples and asked with concern. It's nothing, Brother Yi. I'm fine. I won't listen to it for now. It's giving me a headache. Li Qingqi shook his head and took a deep breath. What is Brother Yi talking about? Is this human language? I can understand a single word, but why can't I understand it when put together? Brother Yi, I heard from third brother that you are willing to take out 50,000 bamboo to make protective tools for swimming? Li Qingqi quickly changed the topic to something he understood. Yes, brothers, see how many craftsmen are not digging wells. Quickly make them, then rent and sell the good ones. Put the bamboo ones by the river. By the way, tell the people that those are for saving lives. Don't take them home to burn. There's a lot of firewood and bamboo is not easy to burn. Li Yi decided to use the bamboo today. The premise was that the quality of the people was good. When he thought of putting the bamboo there, Li Yi suddenly had an idea. Brother, I have an idea. Send someone to guard there and see if anyone goes into the water without something. See if anyone wants to steal. Li Yi said. What about wages? Li Qingqi asked a practical question. Wages are easy. Li Yi smiled. Chapter 367. Early in the morning of April 3rd, people were arranged to guard the rivers around Chang'an, including the big pool. Those who did not have good family conditions and could not work hard were all guarding a large pile of fart balls made of bamboo and rope. In addition, there were pigs blowing bubbles and medium-sized gourds. These two were charged 1 copper coin a day. A big wooden bucket was placed under a tree by the river. Beside the bucket were tables, stools, and small bowls made of bamboo cut in the middle. Her Majesty is benevolent. She was afraid that we would drown in the water, so she asked us to guard the river. Those who want to swim have to wear this. Don't take it away. Her Majesty also spent money. Bamboo is not easy to burn. Pigs blowing bubbles and gourds need a deposit. These two are 1 copper coin a day. Somewhere by the river an old woman called out. There was a lot of twine beside her. She could still weave a net while sitting so it wouldn't delay her work. The bamboo tube was covered with 2 layers of twine nets. If it was soaked in water for a long time, it would be damaged and needed to be dried. Fishermen's 3 days of fishing and 2 days of drying nets were like this. The net made by the woman was replaced when the other nets needed to be dried. Some people wanted to swim. When they heard that Her Majesty cared for the people, they thought that they were good swimmers and didn't want to wear the net. What's in that bucket? Some people were curious. Why were there tables and chairs beside it? Herbal tea. Li family Zhuangzi's herbal tea. 1 copper coin a bowl. Drink it to quench your thirst. Today's bucket can only hold 150 to 160 servings. If you want to drink it, buy it quickly. The woman opened the lid of the wooden bucket and let people take a look. After thinking, she scooped out a bamboo bowl and gave it to everyone to taste. It's delicious. There's sugar in it, right? 1 copper coin a bowl. It's not expensive. I'll have a bowl. I'll drink it before swimming. I'll try it too. Leave a bowl for me. I'll swim up and drink it. I didn't bring money. My father didn't give it to me. There were adults and children. The weather was too hot. They wanted to swim and cool down before working. Some of them were resting today and didn't work. The children naturally didn't have anything to do. Several of them wanted to play in the river. The woman hesitated again. She filled a bamboo tube and gave it to the children. Under the woman's strong tone, everyone put on their things and went into the river. The other places were more or less the same. Standing by the riverside outside the west gate, Li Qingqi chuckled. Pei Yaoqing and Li Yuanhong stood on either side of Li Qingqi and watched together. Li Qingqi's Craftsman's Alliance had rushed to make the items yesterday, and the herbal tea was also made by the Li family Zhuangzi last night. It was hot when it was made, but it cooled down after half a night in a cool place in the room. Although there was a lot of ice in the Li family Zhuangzi's ice house, there was no ice. 1 bucket of herbal tea could hold more than 150 servings. When night fell, someone from Zhuangzi would come over to check how much was left. If there was nothing left, the guards would give Zhuangzi 100 coins and keep the rest for themselves. If there were about 30 portions left, they would pay $70. As for the money to rent the balls, those people would keep it for themselves. King Song, do you know how much a tub of herbal tea costs? Li Yuanhong was calculating how much profit Li Yi would make from it. The recipe for this herbal tea will be spread out soon. Everyone can make it themselves. You will know after making it once. Li Qingqi didn't answer directly. He knew how much it cost. Making a bucket of herbal tea would cost about 120 coins and 150 servings. If it was a coin per serving, it wouldn't be a waste. 30 coins wasn't a small sum, and there was no tax on small businesses. The premise was that it had to be made on the same day and could only be made the next day. Otherwise, it would spoil and they wouldn't be able to make a loss. The family Zhuangzi made hundreds to thousands of buckets at a time, and the cost of a bucket was only about 30 coins. The taste of many ingredients could be fully utilized and boiled. Furthermore, the fire was always burning, pot after pot. Li Qingqi wanted to keep it a secret. When others found out about the recipe, they could try to make it themselves. The cost of making a bucket of herbal tea would probably exceed 10 coins. If they made it in buckets and sold it, they would find that they had a capital of 120 coins. Considering that Li family Zhuangzi only wanted 100 coins, he was benevolent and righteous to help others make money at a loss. If he said 30 coins per bucket, others would think that Li Dongzhu was also doing it for money. Whenever I think of Li Dongzhu, I admire him. Li Dongzhu is always able to come up with good ideas to help the people. Pei Yaoqing wanted to praise him, but he almost called him Brother Yi. He was like a thief. When he saw Li Yi, he would call him Brother Yi. When others were around, he would call him Li Dongzhu. Li Yuanhong added, Chang'an has a lot of water. Every year during summer and autumn, many people would die in the river. Those who died were those who thought that they were good swimmers. There are also children who want to go down to play, but without adults to protect them, they are afraid that they won't be able to come back up. Everyone is at the edge of the river, and there are always some who accidentally slip and get hit by big fishes. Pei Yaoqing said solemnly. He thought of the many people who died last year. Li Qingqi looked at the others drinking herbal tea and motioned for 2 people to follow him. As he walked, he said, This year is better. Look at how obedient the children are. After taking a few steps, he said, When we return, I will ask Prime Minister Yao to write a letter and order the various places to make sure everything is in place. Brother Yi will take out 50,000 coins, which is 50 million coins. Send them to the well drilling team first and let the people there make bamboo. Wild bamboo is not valuable and grows quickly. It's just a salary. A craftsman can make 180 to 180 sets of these simple things in a day. 40 coins is enough. Li Qingqi also knew how to calculate the salary. He did not consider how much a set of bamboo would cost, but the average income of a craftsman. The craftsman wouldn't be at a loss, and the one who paid would also be at a disadvantage. 3 sets. Come over and get the money from me. Buy them separately. Don't just buy from one place. Li Qingqi placed 3 Kaiyuan Tongbao coins on the table and called for the guards to come over and get the money. He had brought 300 coins with him. He did not bring more as it was too heavy. 60 people came over and each of them took a copper coin. Next time I should let you bring money with you. It will be more convenient for me to buy things. Li Qingqi gave out the money and felt that it was much easier. The woman here chose 3 bamboo bowls that no one had touched before and scooped up the herbal tea. The 3 of them took a small sip and tasted it. How is it? Li Qingqi asked. He was satisfied anyway. It's delicious. It quenches my thirst. My stomach feels better after drinking it. It will be even better if it's chilled. Pei Yaoqing said first and then made a request. I'll chill you. Li Qingqi said to Pei Yaoqing and looked at Li Yuanhong. There's the smell of herbs in it, but I can't taste it. Li Yuanhong analyzed the ingredients. They drank slowly. The guards went to buy them separately. They drank big mouthfuls and wiped their mouths. It was good. In the end, some people who did not swim saw it and came over to buy it. There was also the leader of the workers at the docks. He came over and asked for a set of tea. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, "It's still too expensive for 1 coin per set. The workers can't bear to pay." Li Qingqi looked over. The people at the docks were using hand gourds to help lift the big construction items. They were still carrying sacks and other things, especially the gangplank from the ship. There were people selling tea at the docks, but they were selling it to the people on the ship and the leaders. The workers were sweating and drank cold water directly. I'll ask Brother E later if there's anything cheap to drink for the workers at the docks. Li Qingqi muttered. Li Yuanhong and Pei Yaoqing heard him and nodded at the same time. Yes, ask Li. Chapter 368. Before noon, the news had spread all over Chang'an. They said that Her Majesty was afraid that the people would drown, so she spent a lot of money to make things and told them not to take them home. Adults with children were the happiest. Finally, children always went swimming and some people died every year. Now, Her Majesty was really thinking about them. I've never seen such a sycophantic official. Yao Chong was in a bad mood again. He didn't know why, but whenever Li Yi made a move, he felt that his status was low. He felt that his status was low and that His Majesty did not value him as much as before. The most annoying thing was that whenever Li Yi had something good, he would say that it was Her Majesty's, especially the tools that were made to benefit the people. Then Her Majesty would clear Li Yi's name and say that Li Yi had researched it. She would act like a sage, the kind that would be passed down through the ages. Yuanji, are you thinking of the people who work for you? Zhang Shua was in a good mood. Previously, in order to deal with Li Yi's magical weapon, the recruitment of workers was an extra move. As long as they didn't commit any crimes, they could leave if they wanted to, unless they had something confidential. Those who made gunpowder were sent to the Li family Zhuangzi. The craftsmen and their families were overjoyed. Other people developed some improved tools, but they didn't promote them well. They didn't make much money, so some people took their monthly salary and left to join the Craftsmen's Alliance. Especially in the past 2 days, 3 competing Craftsmen's Alliances were willing to give others money to buy skills. Some of the workers who were recruited improved things, but they didn't promote them well and didn't get any extra rewards. They didn't get any fame or benefits, so they were sad. Those who were capable ran away, and those who weren't were paid well by Yao Chang's department. Hearing Zhang Shua's words, Yao Chong closed his eyes and said, "Disband. Disband all the workers." After saying this, he sat on the chair and sulked. Lu Huaishan took a sip of tea and said, "They're selling herbal tea everywhere. They buy a large tub for 1 coin. I wonder how it tastes compared to this secondary class 2 green tea. Look at the price." Since Zhang Shua couldn't drink the herbal tea, he directly talked about the price. He meant that the herbal tea wasn't good. "Isn't the price set by Li Yi?" Yao Chong complained. Then an idea occurred to him. "Say, there are a lot of mosquitoes and flies in the summer. We can still use the screens, but ordinary people can't afford to use them. Isn't Li Yi willing to benefit the people? Let him think of a way." After Yao Chong finished speaking, his expression became much better. "I don't think that's a good idea. No one can do anything about this unless they pay for the window screens." Lu Huaishan had a different opinion. The screen windows in his house were installed by Heavenly World. Normal windows were all square lattice windows. The windows in the new house were the largest. There were no lattices and they looked very beautiful. The key is who to ask. If you ask Li Yi, do you think he'll agree? Zhang Shua mentioned the difficulty, meaning that it would be strenuous and troublesome. Yao Chong could see that his 2 colleagues had been bribed. Thinking of this, he went back to his room. I don't want to chat with you anymore. I have something to do. Zhang Shuo and Lu Huaishan looked at each other and left together. They did have something to do. After lunch they just chatted for a while. In the evening, the children of the ordinary people went home and talked to their families about the ball they used. Then they wanted to drink herbal tea. Those whose families were well off promised to give them herbal tea tomorrow. Those whose families were not so well off remained silent. They had a good impression of the ball. With this, they would not have to worry about drowning. On the way, Li Longji heard a lot of children talking to adults about the river. He said to Li Qingqi, who was sitting next to him, "Brother Yi, you did well this time. Yesterday, I still haven't thought of how to settle the wages of the people watching over the river. In the end, Brother Yi made herbal tea and sold it. The ordinary people have an income and can still watch over their things. As for the little money that Zhuangzi makes, it doesn't matter. Today, when I saw the workers at the dock, I was going to ask Brother Yi if he could let them drink some good water." When Li Qingqi said this, he did not expect Li Yi to have a solution. He just wanted to ask in case there was a solution. When the car arrived, they entered the single room in the canteen. There was beef today. It was a dead cow that was delivered in the morning. After inspection, it was edible. Then for dinner, Empress Wang wanted to eat noodles, wide noodles. Everyone ate beef noodles together. Li Yi and the other two ate the main course last. They wanted to drink some wine. Drinking wine in summer was still hot. Brother Yi, the people at the dock always drink water from the river. They can't afford herbal tea. Li Qingqi did not beat around the bush. Big brother, you want them to drink hot water to reduce diseases? We don't know what will come from the river upstream. Li Yi understood. They don't drink water with other things even if it's boiled water. Li Qingqi lowered his requirements. Li Yi frowned. Even if it's just 1 coin for them to drink for a day, they still can't bear it. I know there's no other way. Li Qingqi held the wine cup and apologized. He had made things difficult for Li Yi. Li Yi did not hold the wine cup. Instead he asked, "Big brother, how's the football competition going?" "It's going well. It's making money. The advertising fee is getting higher and higher. The audience is willing to buy the popcorn and tea." Li Qingqi introduced the football competition. There were 22 counties in the capital. Each county would send 2 teams to play the competition. Even the last team would get money. The players were almost professional now. They were specially trained for the competition. They would also watch other teams' matches. Usually there would be one in the morning and another in the afternoon. A part of the advertising fee was given to the teams according to their performance. Now the money was distributed once per round. Otherwise the players would not have enough food to eat and would not have the strength to play. Li Qingqi used the rest of the money to buy things and send them to Grief Tianfang. There were also some patients who could not afford to pay for the medicine. They would help to buy cheap medicine. Li Yi listened. When his big brother was almost done, he smiled and said, "Big brother, you reminded me when you mentioned the advertising fee. The people who carry the work at the docks are usually reluctant to wear clothes. They just carry the things in burlap sacks. You can make clothes for them to wear and advertise on the clothes. They will wear the clothes for free. Big brother will take the advertising fee and let them drink water for free. Tea won't do. They sweat a lot and need to replenish their salt. So it's best to drink soup without oil. This way the soup can be drunk even when it gets cold." "Oh, it's actually so simple." Li Qingqi clapped his hands hard. Li Longji shook his head. "Simple? Of course it's simple. Uncle, is it useful to wear the advertisements on the clothes?" Empress Wang ate a few mouthfuls of noodles and stopped. Without waiting for Li Yi to answer, Li Qingqi explained. "If Brother Yi sets up a trading company called Li Yi Trading Company, all the people at the docks will wear clothes with the words Li Yi Trading Company written on it. When other ships passing by see it and want to buy or sell things, they will naturally ask Li Yi Trading Company what it is. Moreover, they are more willing to cooperate with powerful trading companies, especially when they buy and sell large quantities of goods. Li Yi Trading Company can make clothes and soup for so many people at the docks. It can be seen that its strength is ordinary." "I see." Empress Wang thought for a while and nodded. "Brother Yi, I will arrange it. Now we don't have to worry about their skin getting sunburned or scratched. We also don't have to worry about them getting sick from drinking dirty water. There are also people who will get heat stroke and fever. Drink soup with salt in it. Even if they are hungry, they can eat wild vegetables to fill their stomach." Li Qingqi picked up the wine cup again. This time, Li Yi picked it up and drank together. Chapter 369. After dinner, Li Yi went to copy books. Li Longji and Li Qingqi couldn't sleep again. The two of them went out of Zhuangzi. There was a dock at Ba River. There were more than 30 docks around Chang'an. among which the Wei River was the largest. The two of them led the team to the dock at Ba River. During the day the dock was bustling. At night there were fewer idle people, but there were still many people loading and unloading goods. It cost a lot of money for a big ship to stop for an extra day. The goods that needed to be loaded at night had to be moved out of the city in half a day and lined up. The goods were unloaded at night and waited for dawn to be transported into the city. Torches swayed in the wind. The porters didn't have to look at their feet. They carried the goods and walked on the gangplank step by step. There was a big shelf on the dock. Under the shelf there was an open cage. After loading the goods, the hand gourds were lifted up and brought to the shore. It was more convenient to hang hooks. The people on the ship and on the shore tied ropes and left a buckle. They hung the hooks up and lifted the goods. The hand gourds made by the craftsmen are getting more and more exquisite. Li Qingqi saw that the hand gourds were of different sizes. Brother Yi's things are used well by others. They will definitely improve them. Now, in the Tang dynasty, as long as there is a dock for water transportation, there will be hand gourds. Li Longji mentioned Li Yi. It was a good thing designed and invented by Li Yi. Businessmen still didn't care about using iron to make the gourds. A good lifting tool could speed up the progress of the project. When businessmen found good things, they spread the news quickly. If a dock didn't have one, a businessman would go over and talk about other docks, and this dock would immediately learn. It spread faster than farming tools. The farmers sometimes got used to the previous model, so it was a process for them to change. Businessmen only had profit in their eyes. They could save 2 days in a month and save nearly a month in a year. Li Qingqi watched as the man carrying the goods put a sack of chips on his shoulder, and the others lifted the sack with the goods on it. One sack after another was stacked high. The man held the sacks with one hand and supported it with the other. He tilted his head and walked on the gangplank, trembling a few times. After the goods were unloaded, they turned around and went to another gangplank. Some of them wiped the sweat off their faces with their hands after unloading the goods. They picked up the bamboo tube beside them and scooped some water from the large vat to pour over their heads. He then scooped a spoonful of rice into his mouth and poured it into his mouth. He then tossed the bamboo tube aside and carried the sack of chips onto the boat. Tomorrow, I'll set up the clothing association and advertise for the clothing industry. I'll learn from Brother Yi and Zhuangzi and do manual labor. Li Qingqi looked at the suffering of the people and clenched his fists. The Zhuangzi he was talking about was wearing a waistcoat. The cloth was made of canvas, so there were no sleeves in the way when he worked. At the same time, the opening of the waistcoat was very wide. Once he moved, the wind would blow through and it would cool him down. As for the canvas, it was sturdy enough that even sharp objects couldn't pierce through it. Of course, Zhuangzi used the flatbed trolley the most. Who would be willing to carry it back and forth? It was tiring. Elder brother, go take care of it. Li Longji supported. Elder brother, look, Brother Yi will solve the problems of a small number of people today and another small number tomorrow. Today he will take out a tool for planting seedlings and tomorrow he will take out a tool for harvesting. Everything seems small. As more and more problems are solved, more and more tools will be produced. When you look back, you will find that there are too many changes. How many people are living because of Brother Yi? Li Longji wasn't an ordinary person who worked hard and worked step by step. He saw things from a different perspective. A little bit at a time. In winter he could earn some money by picking ice, kneading mud, picking tea leaves and making cannons. In total, it was equivalent to more than a year's income of an ordinary person. It was the same for farming tools. It saved the accumulation of strength and time. In winter he could skate for the children in the fields to prevent them from falling into the ice hole in the river. In summer he could take out money to make a large number of fart balls. At the same time he could also solve the livelihood of some people who couldn't do manual labor. As for the dock porters, ordinary people only thought about how to find the cheapest things to boil water to drink. Brother Yi solved the problem from the root. As long as the advertising fee was high enough, the dock workers could even drink soup with meat. Thinking about meat, Li Longji suggested, "Brother, I see that there are people at the dock who can rest for a while. So there's no need to make all the soup cold. If the advertising fee is high enough, cook the bones every 2 days and put in the cheap vegetables or wild vegetables. They brought dry food so they can eat the vegetable soup. If the advertising fee is high, I'll take care of their meals. It's easy for me to earn money. With Brother Yi around, why should I keep the advertising fee?" Li Qingqi was even more straightforward. He had invested in the farming by the seaside. The football field and the Craftsman Alliance had been making money. He bought Zhuangzi and made a lot of money from selling vegetables, cantaloupes and watermelons in the winter. As King Song, if he didn't rebel, it was useless for him to have too much money. Besides, he would have more money to spend in the future. Since that's the case, brother, you can fork out money to repair the road. I'm poor here and I can't even eat. Li Longji suddenly joked. Third brother, when the salt wells are dug out one by one and the gold in Lantian County is mined, you will be the richest man in the Tang dynasty. You should learn from Brother E and bribe the officials. If you have money, you should donate it. If you keep it, His Majesty will punish you. Ha ha ha. Li Qingqi laughed heartily. Aha, right, His Majesty is narrow-minded. Ah. Li Longji also laughed. The next morning, the two of them left Zhuangzi in a hurry. Li Qingqi found someone to set up the clothing shop alliance. At the same time, he asked which shop had skilled tailors he could hire. If they were good enough, he would raise their position and pay and make them management staff. He also found someone to build a stove at the dock and find coal and firewood. At the same time, he also brought a big pot over. Seeing people setting up stoves at the dock, they were baffled. Who is selling food here? Someone asked, but the workers didn't know and the commanders didn't say. It was easy to make a waistcoat. It could be cut into different sizes. It was fine if it was a little bigger. He just needed to sew a few pieces and lock them at the bottom. There was no need for buttons at the front. He just needed to sew a canvas strip made from the leftover cloth and tie it. Before noon, a batch of canvas waistcoats was finished. There were also words written on them. Clothing Shop Alliance. Li Qingqi decided to let the dock workers have a good meal for the first meal. At 9 o'clock in the morning, he went to the Li family Zhuangzi to buy things. He asked for stewed chicken and wild vegetables. It would be best to add some tofu. He asked for the chicken to be stewed in small pieces and not in big pieces. Otherwise, he was afraid that the people at the dock would snatch it and fight with them. Therefore, the people in the kitchen at the back of Zhuangzi directly removed the chicken and put it in the meat grinder to mince. They then soaked it in cold water to soak the blood foam out. When the hot water over there boiled, they poured it in directly. This time the chicken was crushed. The fat on the chicken was shaved off and put into a big pot. After that, they scooped a spoonful of the mixture of fat and oil into the big pot for stewing chicken. In this way there would be oil in every bowl of soup. This was called oil slick and it was very deceptive. There was no tofu, but the dried tofu was shredded. Using the noodle press invented by Li Yi, very fine shredded tofu was pressed neatly. At Li Yi's time, the dried tofu in many small shops, such as the rice noodle shop, was pressed this way instead of cutting it. Cutting was very tiring. The shredded tofu was spread out in the soup. It seemed that it could be scooped out at any time. These vegetables were packed in big wooden buckets and sent away. The people at the dock cooked the rice themselves. Chapter 370. Let's take a break and change jobs. A foreman on the Ba Shui pier shouted. After his team unloaded their things, they went to get their food. Another foreman followed and shouted, "Change jobs, let's go." A group of people rushed to each position with sacks and took over. Those who were organized were like this. Those who were not organized would get a stick for each trip. When they stopped working, they would count the sticks. Such people were usually too skinny or stronger than others. Other teams were not willing to take thin people because they would delay things. Strong people did not want to join others and delay their own earning. The disadvantage of being organized was that they had to give some money to the organization and let others take the money that they worked so hard to earn. The advantage of being organized was that the organization would charter a boat and negotiate a price. No one was allowed to touch the boat. When there were fewer boats and fewer goods, they could not find work. Work not only required strength but also cooperation. Others throwing sacks for you were stable and comfortable. It was two different things to stack the sacks yourself. There were two people at the Ba Shui pier who were the most interesting. One was Wang Xiaoxi and the other was Li Daniu. Wang Xiaoxi was over 2 meters tall, and his entire body was covered in lumps of meat. Li Daniu was shorter than Wang Xiaoxi by 2 heads and was skinny. Usually when there was work, Li Daniu was responsible for stacking sacks for Wang Xiaoxi. Although he was skinny, he had strength and could throw sacks. In other words, Li Daniu's explosive strength was strong. Wang Xiaoxi didn't have the strength to throw things, but he could carry a lot of sacks at once. Other people carried sacks on their shoulders, but Wang Xiaoxi carried a board. Li Daniu threw the sacks on the board. A gunny sack of millet weighed more than 150 kilograms. An average person could carry 2 or 3 gunny sacks, and that was already considered impressive. He could carry 6 of them and he didn't even sway when he walked. Li Daniu usually threw 5 sacks to Wang Xiaoxi and did not give him a 6th. He would carry one himself. The two of them carried more sacks than others. Both families had no people and no land, so they became runaways. They had just arrived a month ago and wanted to join the Li family Zhuangzi as migrant workers. When they arrived, they saw the Chenyo guards guarding the place. They did not know if they would be caught, so they did not dare to go over. Hence, they worked together at the dock. The two of them worked well together. Wang Xiaoxi ate a lot, while Li Daniu ate relatively less. The two of them were waiting for an opportunity to sneak over. It was time to eat again. Neither of them knew how to cook, so they used their wages to buy rice, pickled vegetables, and cold water. Otherwise, Wang Xiaoxi would not be able to eat his fill. The money was in Zhang Daniu's hands. He was meticulous and could save some money. At least if the clothes were worn out, he would have money to buy a new one. He was small, so he could wear any second-hand clothes. Wang Xiaoxi's figure could not fit into other people's clothes. Xiaoxi, let's work another 4 hours this afternoon. I'll buy you a chicken to eat. You can't go without meat. Li Daniu said to Wang Xiaoxi. Brother Daniu, you should eat too. Wang Xiaoxi swallowed his saliva when he heard that there was going to be meat. The two of them prepared to buy food. There were people at the docks who specialized in providing food for them. From the worst rice to wine and meat, there were all kinds of dishes. Different people ate different kinds of food. The two of them ate the worst food, but there were pickles. The rice was old, but there was no sand in it. Selling rice with sand counts, but what's the use of sand when cooking rice? Aren't they afraid of being beaten? Everyone come and eat. It's free. There's meat and tofu in the soup. It's dried tofu. Someone shouted. Li Daniu and Wang Xiaoxi looked at each other. Wang Xiaoxi said, I heard someone say that there's free food and meat? Li Daniu nodded, I heard it too. Is that possible? Who would be so stupid? Wang Xiaoxi said. Let's go and take a look. What if it's true? Li Daniu did not believe it either. But since someone shouted, they would take a look. The two of them followed the voice and arrived at the place. There were several large pots that were emitting steam. The thick smell of chicken soup wafted out from the wooden barrels, causing them to salivate. There were already people queuing in front of them. There were 8 rows. Li Daniu pulled Wang Xiaoxi and found a line with fewer people to stand behind. Li Daniu was shorter than the others. He wanted to look in front, but it was tiring to jump. Wang Xiaoxi grabbed his trousers and pulled him up to his shoulders. This height was enough for him to be taller than everyone else. Li Daniu saw someone pressing his fingerprints on the clothes. He then took out a shirt without sleeves. Looking at the material, it was made of canvas. He then went to the side to get a bowl and filled it with rice. The person who got the rice scooped 2 spoonfuls of soup and gave him a pickled vegetable. Brother Daniu, you're really giving us rice. I saw it in the soup. There's minced meat and a layer of oil on top. Wang Xiaoxi's eyesight was good. You're giving us clothes? Why are you pressing your fingerprints? Don't sell us. I'll take a look later. I know a few words. Li Daniu was thinking about the clothes and the handprints. Giving food for free was like giving porridge. White clothes and sturdy canvas clothes at that, who would be so stupid? Thinking about the handprints, there must be a problem. Clothing Alliance, what's that? Li Daniu saw the words on the clothes and was even more puzzled. When the people in front of them finished, it was their turn. Wang Xiaoxi put Li Daniu down. Oh, you were the tallest in the line just now. Now that you're here, you're like a small mountain. Don't worry, there's a vest that you can wear. Our clothing alliance has thought of it. The person sitting there stood up and raised his head to look at Wang Xiaoxi. What's with the handprints? Li Daniu went up and asked. After pressing the handprints, it's the number of the person who will wear it on the day of work. Everyone has their own number and can't wear it randomly. If there's a dispute, compare the handprints and see whose handprints belong to. Otherwise, if some people wear and tear more than others, how do we calculate? The person in charge of registration said. You're not looking at anything else? Li Daniu asked again. Are you trying to escape? We don't care. We only provide you with food and give you the vest. You have to wear it when you go to work and return it when you get off work. The person in charge of registration guessed it as soon as he heard that. However, he indicated that they weren't from the government. Who said that? We're not trying to escape. Why are you treating us so well? Li Daniu wanted to ask clearly. Do you see the words on the clothes? Clothing Alliance, this is an advertisement. Those who can read can understand it. Those who can't read will be curious and ask others. If you wear it and work at the docks, the passing ships will know that we are from the Clothing Alliance. In the future, we will change the advertisement. I know. We hired people to spread the advertisement for you. Okay, press your handprints. Hurry up, the food and soup will be finished soon. Li Daniu understood and hurried them. The two of them pressed their handprints and chose a number. Wang Xiaoxi received a vest that he could wear. He turned around to scoop the rice and stood there. The person who got the rice laughed. Big fella, you can eat as much as you want. A bowl of rice, 2 spoonfuls of soup and a pickled vegetable. After you finish, you can scoop more. If he eats a lot, won't you lose out? Lee Danyu always had questions. He's tall and eye-catching. Everyone can see him just by standing there. What's there to be afraid of if he eats a lot? The person replied with a smile. When he scooped the rice for Wang Xiaoxi, he added half a spoonful of soup. If he scooped any more, there wouldn't be enough. The two of them carried their bowls and chopsticks and went to a place with fewer people. They looked at each other and didn't know what to say.